Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is Code Prime, R1, Rebellion in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 1, Prologue. Cybertron. What was once a powerful and peaceful planet was now all but lifeless. The only forms of activity that remained on the planet were further battles as the war between the Autobots and Decepticons had come to an end, with no one as the victor. Cybertron would be a cold and barren planet for millions of years. Now anyone still on it was either trying to leave or finish what battles they needed. A massive ship, one that was about the size of a whole city, had just left the planet's atmosphere and was making its way toward a massive portal deep in space. This was the Ark, a vessel containing what remained of the Autobot forces, hoping to find a new home now that their old one was lost. Within the Ark, in a hallway toward the bridge of the ship, were two particular Autobots. One was the large red and blue leader of the faction, Optimus Prime. The other was a smaller, yellow, Autobot who remained silent due to his voice box being damaged, Bumblebee. "We have no choice, Bumblebee, the war is lost," Optimus told his scout as the two walked. "Leaving our home has been the hardest decision I've ever had to make. It has been a long, painful war with the Decepticons." The door in front of them opened to reveal the bridge of the Ark where several Autobots were at work with the ship's systems. Through the massive window in front of them, one could see the portal they were heading toward. "Whatever lies beyond that portal is our best and lost hope, my friend," Optimus said as they maintained course. However, no one seemed to notice that behind the Ark there was another ship heading in that same direction as well. As the two Autobots walked onto the bridge, they came toward a control panel which was being monitored by what appeared to be a much smaller Autobot, a small orange and blue-eyed Autobot with wheels for legs. He was on a hover pad as he worked his small hands on the console. He was not only an Autobot, but a smaller species of Cybertronian, a Minicon. "Optimus, we are approaching the portal," the orange Minicon informed his leader. "Unfortunately, data indicates it's growing more unstable." "Will we make it, Fix-It?" Optimus asked. "I do not know, sir," the Minicon, apparently named Fix-It, responded. "At this rate it may close before we even get there." All their attention was averted when a large shadow began to loom over them. All the Autobots on the bridge looked up in surprise as they saw the large and deadly warship known as the Nemesis made its appearance. "Oh no!" Fix-It trembled in fear. "Megatron!" Optimus glared. The Nemesis began to deploy a series of grappler-slash-drill-like objects from its hull which shot directly at the bridge, shattering through the window, and embedding onto the floor. Optimus grabbed Fix-It protectively as the Autobot soldiers all drew their weapons. "Direct all fire on those tow cables." Bumblebee's wrists converted into his dual energon blasters as he tried to shoot at the cable, but a second tow cable came down right in front of him, sending him flying back before he blacked out. The last thing he heard before it went dark was Optimus saying an order. "All hands to combat." It may have been a few minutes, but Bumblebee was beginning to recover from the attack. He regained his vision and saw two Autobots were helping him. One was his leader, still holding Fix-It, the other was the white and red bot medic known as Ratchet. "Bumblebee, you with us?" The scout's eyes opened as he saw Ratchet with a light probe scanning him. "Optimus, he's coming around." "Thank the Maker." Optimus sighed in relief as Ratchet checked him out. "He's been through worse," Ratchet began. "Voice box is still crushed, nothing new there. Base energon levels are almost normal. Overshields are charging up." The ship rumbled a bit. "I have a feeling that this isn't over," Fix-It stated with worry. Optimus placed a hand on Ratchet's shoulder, the medic nodded to him, he knew Optimus had to get out there. He would look after Bumblebee. The larger Autobot gently put Fix-It down next to Ratchet before running out of the bridge to help his soldiers as Ratchet finished checking in on Bumblebee. Fix-It turned around and saw from the tow cable, 3 Viacan troopers had entered the bridge. "Ratchet! Bumblebee! Decepticons have boarded the bridge. Arms out! Weapons to the deck!" one Viacan exclaimed. Ratchet quickly rose his hands to show he was unarmed, while still holding the light probe. "Don't fire! I'm a medic. Slap a muffler on it," the Viacan ordered. However, Ratchet was far from helpless. He threw his probe in the air before it exploded like a flash grenade. "Take them out, Bumblebee!" Ratchet exclaimed as he took Fix-It and found cover. "My optics!" One Viakin shielded his eyes with the others, giving Bumblebee the opening he needed to activate his blasters and quickly gun down all 3 Decepticons. More Decepticons boarding. Fix-It informed as several more Viacons intruded via the tow cables. The door from behind opened where several Autobot troopers opened fire on the Decepticons, initiating the firefight. "Defend the bridge." Bumblebee joined in. He took cover and nailed one Viakin with a headshot before rolling out from under cover and rushing the closest Decepticon before slamming his shoulder into him to knock him into a second con. The scout then used his fists to punch the lights out from one Viakin before using him as a shield to block enemy fire from 2 more Decepticons before firing with both his blasters, hitting them in the faces and taking them offline just as the remaining Autobot soldiers finished off the last of the cons. "That's showing them," one soldier shouted. "Don't celebrate yet, Megatron won't give up that easily," Ratchet advised as he set Fix-It down on a console along the wall. "Fix-It, can you get Teletran 1 back online?" "I will try." Fix-It hands seemed to plug into the smaller extension openings in the console as he began to reactivate Teletran 1. "I think I, almost, got it." The voice that served as the main supercomputer program for the whole arc gave an alert for the whole crew to hear. "Alert. Firewall breach. Unauthorized access." Right after that, a giant and holographic head of the Decepticon leader, Megatron, appeared on the bridge as he began to speak. "Your precious arc will never reach that portal, Autobots. Shield failure on starboard thruster," Teletran 1 reported. "I will tear your ship apart, piece by piece," Megatron vowed before his hologram cut off. The tow cables retracted from the bridge, having sustained too much damage during the firefight. Fix-It continued to observe the ship's systems and saw something that made him look in alarm. "Oh no." He accessed the comms. "Optimus, Decepticons are swarming the engine deck." "I'm on my way," Optimus replied on the other end of the comms. "Fix-It, you and Ratchet maintain the bridge as best as you can." "Yes, Optimus," Fix-It responded. However, no sooner than he finished, the arc began to shake up as the lights dimmed and lit back up a few times before Teletran 1 reported again. "Teletran system failure." Ratchet did not like the sound of that. "Fix-It, can you reboot the system?" "No, I'm completely locked out of the system," Fix-It replied. "And worse, the entire defense network is down." "Scrap!" Ratchet exclaimed in frustration. "Without the pulse cannons, Optimus won't stand a chance." He turned toward the silent scout. "Bumblebee, I need you to reboot the system manually. Fix-It and I can maintain the bridge. Here, take this fuse from Teletran." Fix-It used the system to remotely open a compartment along the wall to expose an Energon fuse-like device. "This should reactivate the service lift to get you where you need to go." "Good luck, Bumblebee," Ratchet told him as Bumblebee took the fuse and ran out of the bridge via a door along the port side and met with 2 Autobot soldiers. "This way, Bumblebee, we'll take point." The soldiers led Bumblebee down a long and curving hallway where they came to a door that was barely functional. However, a large Autobot was able to pry it open. "Hurry. I'll hold it open for you." Bumblebee dashed through the opening and into a hallway along the side of the ship with windows showing the chaotic scene taking place out in space right now. "Bumblebee, I've patched into your optics. The service lift is just ahead," Ratchet communicated to him via the comms. "We've got to get out of here," an Autobot soldier exclaimed right as a tow cable pierced through the windows. It retracted just as the vacuum pulled all the Autobots out into space. Fortunately, Bumblebee was able to grab a hold of the floor right as the blast doors came down and sealed the hole and the ship's artificial gravity was restored. "Gravity re-established," Teletran 1 reported. "Megatron will pay for that," Ratchet stated as Bumblebee picked himself back up. "They're ripping the arc apart, you need to hurry." Bumblebee continued along his way as he jumped over a hole made by the tow cable and continued along the hallway, all while Teletran 1 continued with damage reports. "Shield failure. Energon capacity depleting. Turbine starvation at 64%. Bumblebee made his way into a dark and dysfunctional chamber where he spotted the fuse box in the middle. Bumblebee, replace that fuse and the lift should reactivate. Ratchet instructed. The Yellow Scout did as he was told as he replaced the damaged fuse with the new one. Once it was installed, energon began to flow again through several tubes above him as the lights went up, revealing a door which opened to show the service lift. Service lift online. Nice work, Bumblebee. Bumblebee went inside, and the lift reactivated, taking him straight upward. As he went up, Bumblebee saw through a few windows as his fellow Autobots were doing their best to hold back the invading Decepticon forces. Bumblebee, you're almost to the defense tower. Hurry. Optimus is losing ground. Ratchet reported. The service lift came to a halt on the roof of the massive arc where the only thing separating him from the defense tower was a bridge. He was about to head in that direction, but multiple explosions rang across the bridge, exposing several pipes and creating fires all around. But he had no time to worry about this as he ran through the flames. While they did burn and hurt, he pushed through and made it in one piece. The Silent Scout opened a door to see a large and green Autobot duking it out with several Vehicons. Hey B, I could use a hand right here. Bulkhead stated as he formed a mace in his right hand and smashed a Vehicon in front of him before opening fire with his left hand converted into a blaster. Bumblebee ran in to join him as he opened fire with his own blasters, gunning down two Vehicons in front of him before rushing a third one and sweeping him off his feet before jumping into the air and smashing his head in with a powerful punch. Bulkhead meanwhile grabbed a Vehicon with his hands and threw him into another before forming maces in both hands and rushing to smash the Decepticons into pulp. Okay, I can hold the line from here. Bulkhead told the smaller Autobot. The defense mainframe is just through that door. He pointed to a door on the other side of the room, which Bumblebee ran toward. As he went ahead, Bulkhead turned to face the door where Bumblebee came in from and made a stand, ready to face any Decepticons that may come his way. He opened the door and stuck to the wall as he saw a Vehicon at the controls. Thankfully he did not notice him. Easy now. Ratchet warned Bumblebee. One misfire and you could fry that whole panel. Bumblebee knew what he had to do. He quickly and quietly made his way to the Vehicon before he grabbed him by the head and snapped his neck, snapping the head clean off before he got to the controls. Bumblebee just needed to press a few command keys before the job was done. From the window he could see the outside of the arc where he could see the pulse cannons above the engine deck come back online. You did it. Pulse gunners. Engine deck. Covering fire. The cannons opened fired, blasting multiple large energy blasts toward the Nemesis, causing significant damage to the Decepticon warship. Tactical readout is online. Ratchet informed. Now if I can just locate Optimus. There. He's taking Megatron head-on. However, right after that was said, Bumblebee spotted a tow cable that loomed above him and the defense mainframe like a snake ready to go in for the kill. Bumblebee rolled out of the way just as the tow cable pierced its way into the room. He then jumped down a service duct which led him to fall to a lower chamber. Bumblebee, are you there? Ratchet asked. Bumblebee was able to give out a single bleep to inform Ratchet he was still online. Optimus needs your help. Change form and roll out. Bumblebee then transformed into his vehicular mode, resembling some sort of futuristic yellow car. The door opened as Bumblebee shot his way outside onto the outer deck of the Ark. He drove as fast as he could as he happened to pass underneath the massive Decepticon combiner known as Bruticus before opening fire with his guns to take out some rubble in his way as he zoomed into the tunnel. He made a turn and back outside as he continued to ride as fast as possible to get to his leader in time. Look out, Bumblebee! Ratchet's warning came just in time as Bumblebee moved out of the way of an incoming tow cable that would have turned him into scrap. He made another turn where he drove and swerved past a couple more tow cable shots before coming close toward a drop. With no time to stop he decided to gun it. He flew through the air before the ship's artificial gravity pulled him down toward the lower ground. It was a bit of a rough landing, but he made it. Over here. Bumblebee saw an Autobot soldier waving toward him. The scout transformed back into robot mode as he came toward a battalion of Autobots guarding the door he needed to get through. Ratchet said you were coming. The scout made it past the battalion as he came toward the door guarded by two Autobots. Open up, we got Bumblebee. The door opened up as Bumblebee and the two Autobots ran inside. Thank Primus, the defense gird is back up. One Autobot breathed in relief. You pull that off? Bumblebee nodded. Nice, didn't stand a chance without it. Yeah? What do you think the odds are now? The second Autobot asked grimly. They made it through the hallway and into a room where several injured Autobots were resting and regrouping. He took the moment to look around at his injured comrades. Nearly every bot here had lost friends and their homes. Of course, they weren't the only ones. He held his throat where he could feel where his voice box used to be. What was the point of this war? Why would Megatron go so far as to destroy his own home planet? Bumblebee swore upon the Allspark that he would do everything he can to help Optimus and make Megatron pay for all the suffering that he caused. He came toward the door where at least 6 other Autobots were waiting for him. You ready to blast some cons straight back to Cybertron? One Autobot soldier asked enthusiastically. To which Bumblebee nodded. Through here, Bumblebee. Another soldier directed him toward the door. You wanna be tip of the spear? We're right behind you. Bumblebee gave a nod in acknowledgement as the door opened and Bumblebee took the lead. Let's go. Let's go. The other Autobots followed in from behind him. Move out. Move out. They ran up an incline before coming back outside to a war zone where several Autobots were forced back by an onslaught of blasts from multiple Viacan troopers. Bumblebee readied his blasters as he opened fire and charged into the fray with the cavalry right behind him. Centrifugal separator critical. Engine failure at 89%. Bumblebee shot and cleared out a couple Decepticons up front, punching a hole to let the other Autobot soldiers come in and open fire to take out several more Viacons, making the battle much more even. Bumblebee transformed back into vehicle form as he drove through the Decepticon forces, gunning them down with his side blasters or just straight up ramming them. It wasn't long before the remaining Decepticon forces were destroyed and the Autobots made into an arch on the other side of the clearing. Several of the injured soldiers sat back to recover while Bumblebee wanted to push forward. Once Bumblebee walked outside, closer toward the back engines of the Ark, he saw a large Autobot approaching him. Bumblebee, I'll clear you a wedge. The large Autobot was able to bash and knock down several invading Viacons before Bumblebee and the Autobot soldiers accompanying him joined in. However, a large explosion erupted from the side. Holy scrap! Did you see that? The whole engine deck is coming apart. Keep pushing, Optimus needs us. The Autobots pushed forward to clear out the last of the Decepticons as they made it closer toward their destination. Air 1-8 to ground. That last blast took a toll on Optimus. You wanna help? The time is now. We're almost through. However, despite that claim, the Autobots had to take cover as several more Viacons came flying toward them in the form of advanced alien jets before they transformed into robot form and opened fire. How many of these guys are there? One Autobot exclaimed. Autobots, listen up. Bumblebee's gonna punch through. Give him some covering fire. Now. The Autobot soldiers opened fire on the Decepticons, forcing them to take cover. This gave Bumblebee the opening he needed to rush past them and make it toward the other side. Bumblebee's path was obstructed by some debris too large for any large bot to get past. Fortunately, Bumblebee was small enough to squeeze through the debris. Though dust obscured his entire field of vision, the scout could tell that he was now standing on top of the back thruster engines. From this point he had to be careful, one slip and he could literally fall all the way back to Cybertron. I can't see anything. Ratchet informed, still patched into Bumblebee's optics. But my scanners say that Optimus should be right on top of you. Right as he said that, Optimus was thrown at Bumblebee. This caused the yellow scout to stumble and fall back, almost falling off the side of one engine completely. Fortunately, he was able to grab onto the side and save himself. From his point he could see Optimus and Megatron dueling with their blades. Bumblebee tried to climb up as fast as he could to help his leader who was clearly struggling against the evil tyrant. Megatron was able to kick Optimus back. He then spotted a large heavy ordnance weapon, which had enough for one shot. This ought to do the job. Megatron aimed it at his former friend. Optimus glared defiantly at him. Even if you destroy me, Megatron, Others will rise to defeat your tyranny. Then I'll just have to destroy you all. Megatron shot the blast, but Bumblebee had climbed back up and jumped in the way, taking the shot for Optimus as both were knocked back. Optimus could only look in shock. Bumblebee. The Scout was still alive, but barely. Though Optimus was clearly in shock, Megatron could only look in frustration. What a waste of energon. It was those words that sparked something in Optimus. A dear friend of his was near death and Megatron dismissed it as a waste of energon. This spar was anger. He looked up towards the Decepticon leader. After eons of conflict, I finally see the truth of your words, Megatron. Megatron had drawn his blade. And what might that be, Optimus? He tried to bring it down, only for Optimus to catch his arm. This universe, no matter how vast, will never be big enough for you and I to coexist. He delivered a punch straight to Megatron's jaw, sending him flying straight up toward an upper deck and landing with a thud. He rolled out of the way just as Optimus had jumped up with his own blade and brought it down onto the ground. Optimus drew blades from both his hands as he began a furious clash of swords against Megatron. No one can stop me. They clashed metal for metal. Optimus swung vertically with his right blade, which Megatron blocked with his own sword before Optimus swung it at the side of Megatron, cutting him and forcing him back before Megatron shot his pulse cannon at Optimus to blast him back. You call yourself a Prime? Megatron mocked as they clashed blades once more. You were a records clerk when I found you. You'll be dust when I'm through with you. Are you going to talk or fight, Megatron? Optimus questioned as the two locked blades and pressed against each other. Optimus was able to win as he swiped his swords to knock Megatron back before he tackled him towards the wall. From there Optimus laid a series of punches all across Megatron's body. He punched him one more time across the face before picking him up and smashing him against the wall and throwing him toward the ground. Right as Megatron was about to get back up, more explosions rang around them, causing them both to stumble slightly before they resumed their battle. You're finished, Megatron. Optimus told him as he swung his blade toward his head, but Megatron caught it in his hands. Never. Megatron punched Optimus in the abdomen. I'm just warming up. He delivered a punch to Optimus' face to knock him back and kicking him to the ground. Megatron laughed as he pinned Optimus down and punched him repeatedly in the face. You're as soft as the weaklings you fight for. Optimus grabbed Megatron's fist and threw it away before headbutting Megatron and forcing him off him. On the contrary, my friends are the source of my strength. Optimus went back on the offensive with his fists as he punched Megatron all across his face and body to knock him back. However, before Optimus could go much further, more explosions rang across their battlefield as several pieces were pulling towards the unstable portal they were drawing closer towards. This gave Megatron the opportunity to come back with his own punch to Optimus' face, and kicked him in the chest to knock him back before rushing him and tackling him toward a pillar, but Optimus delivered a knee to Megatron before performing a roundhouse kick right to Megatron's face. Not bad for a librarian. He shot his pulse cannon at him. Perhaps you should have spent more time in the pit. Optimus rolled to avoid the lasers as his hands converted into his own blasters. And you should have spent more time in the library. He shot at Megatron as the two ran at each other, while simultaneously shooting at each other before they clashed and grappled their hands to struggle against each other's strength. Optimus' own blue optics glared into the evil of Megatron's red eyes as another explosion ran around them, knocking them off balance, but giving Optimus an opening. The leader of the Autobots delivered an uppercut to knock Megatron down. Optimus drew his blade as he approached his former friend before driving it right into Megatron's chest, causing the tyrant to yell in pain. However, another explosion knocked them both back. At that moment, both of them felt a strong gravitational force not only pulling on them, but the Ark as well as the Nemesis. No. The portal! Megatron exclaimed. The vortex is tearing the ship apart. Optimus exclaimed as well. The two tried to hold onto the deck as best as they could. Megatron tried to punch Optimus, who responded with a kick. No. I will not be denied. Megatron yelled as both he and Optimus lost their grip and were pulled into the portal. It was not just them, however, as both the Ark and Nemesis tumbled and were pulled in by the strong gravitational force of the massive portal that would be collapsing at any moment. Explosions rang across the heavily damaged Ark, as well as the Nemesis, as they were both sucked into the portal which closed completely, leaving only quiet space behind. Meanwhile, on the other side of the known universe, countless light-years away from Cybertron, floating in the depths of space was a planet that was roughly one-third the size of the metallic planet. A planet that was primarily covered with water with land masses scattered over. It had a single small moon in its orbit. This was the planet the natives called Earth. Some distance away from the Earth's moon, a portal had opened. A massive and unstable portal, evident by the streaks of lightning that surged out around it as the Ark and Nemesis both came tumbling out of the portal. Both ships were heavily damaged, the Ark especially, from the fight, but being sent through an unstable portal did a number on both ships' systems. The Nemesis tumbled through space as its engines were offline completely. The Decepticon warship found itself being pulled in by the gravity from the moon before it fell down and crashed, skidding along the barren surface of the smaller planetoid as parts of it fell off before it came to a screeching halt. The Ark was not so lucky as it still kept going. The portal spat that ship out further away from the moon as it was heading directly towards the Earth. Optimus, who was still flying through space, tried to stabilize himself as he grabbed onto the outer hull of the ship as it spun out of control and countless Autobot soldiers were seen flying off and heading into space. Optimus wanted to grieve for all those valiant soldiers who put up the best fight they could, but he had to get back inside to help save those that remained. Optimus tried to crawl along the surface as the Ark spun closer towards the Earth, but he felt something grab onto his leg. It was Megatron. The Ark had now entered the planet's atmosphere and was beginning its burning descent toward the surface. Optimus had kicked Megatron in the face, but he didn't let go. He kicked again and still did not let go. It was not until the third kick that Megatron was sent flying and burning through the atmosphere as he fell a distance away. Optimus tried to crawl back into the ship as he saw an airlock near him open from the inside, where a black and red brawny Autobot reached out for Optimus to grab his hand, which he did, before his fellow Autobot pulled Optimus back into the ship and the airlock closed. "Thank you, Ironhide." Optimus thanked his old friend. "Thank me later, we're about to crash," Ironhide exclaimed as the two ran from their current position towards the bridge of the ship. "Teletran 1 is offline." "Repeat, Teletran 1 is offline." Fixit reported as Ratchet tried to manually stabilize the ship. "Thrusters are destabilized, energon capacity is at an all-time low." Ratchet tried his best to keep the ship from falling apart. It wasn't long before Optimus and Ironhide ran onto the bridge. "Ratchet, what is the status?" Optimus questioned as he got to the controls. "We're going to crash, and we cannot avert it," Ratchet exclaimed as the display showed the Ark passing through the cloud cover and closer towards a large body of water, which was known to the humans as the Pacific Ocean. Optimus knew this was inevitable, and there was only one possible way to save what surviving Autobots were on board. He accessed his comms and shot his voice through the Ark's speakers. "Optimus Prime to all surviving Autobots. We are about to crash land onto this planet. Prepare to enter an emergency stasis mode." Ratchet, Ironhide, and Fixit each looked towards Optimus with surprise. "Stasis? That's the best you can come up with?" Ironhide questioned. "Unfortunately, my friend," Optimus replied. "You, as well as Ratchet and Fixit, should do the same." He took the manual controls. "I'll steer the Ark as best I can, but you must enter stasis now." They could see the look in Optimus' optics and knew that they couldn't change his mind on this. "Very well." Ratchet relented as he grabbed Fixit in his hand before he and Ironhide left the bridge. The Ark had crashed into the water as it sunk deeper into the ocean, with Optimus doing his best to manage a controlled crash as the ship continued to sink deeper into the water and closer to the ocean floor. He saw the ocean floor coming closer and he could only close his eyes. Till all are one. Then everything went black. It was nighttime within a forested area just on the outskirts of a large and decorated city. To those who lived on this planet, this city was known as Pendragon, the capital of the Holy Empire of Britannia, one of the three leading superpowers of the planet Earth. At least 3 or 4 miles away from the capital were two boys who were running through the forest outside the capital. They were both dressed in attire that would make one believe they were royalty. In fact, they were. They appeared to be no less than 7, maybe 8 years old at the most. One had short sandy brown hair while the other had longer blonde hair, both had light-colored skin and purple eyes. As the two ran, the brown-haired boy stopped to catch his breath by the tree. "Big brother. I have to. I can't run anymore," the young boy said in between breaths. "We have to keep moving, Charles." The blonde boy spoke to his apparent older brother. "Mother is dead, father doesn't appear to care, and everyone else is fighting. If we don't keep running, we'll die too." Charles looked toward his older twin brother with tear-filled eyes. I just want to go home." "We can't." He took his brother's hands. "It's just you and me. You remember our promise? Our promise to never lie to each other." Charles nodded as his brother continued. "We're brothers, and brothers look out for each other." "Okay." Charles wiped the tears from his eyes as he smiled. "Okay." The two smiled, but there was a light above them that caught their attention. The twin brothers looked toward the sky in awe as they saw a flaming projectile fall from the night sky and land outside the forest, creating an explosion that could be seen outside the trees, and it almost knocked the two off their feet. "What was that?" Charles exclaimed in fear. "I don't know, but let's go check it out." As the older brother ran, Charles ran after him. "Big brother, wait for me." The two ran out of the forest where they came to a clearing and all they could see a large and smoking crater. The boys slowly and cautiously walked towards the hole, and when they looked down, they saw something that made their eyes go wide. It appeared to be a large, silver, metallic being. He was heavily damaged, most likely from a fight, with a large fusion cannon attached to his arm and carried large spikes coming from his shoulders. He had large gashes over his body as a purple liquid seemed to be bleeding out of him. His appearance was enough to force the boys to back in fear. What is that?" Charles questioned in shaky and scared tone. "I don't know." The older brother slowly walked toward the hole and looked down to see this metallic being. "Maybe some kind of mech suit." "I don't think so," Charles replied. "No one has something like this." Before the boys could ponder further, this being's eyes shot open as he gave a loud yell and shot his body. The two boys backed away in fear before they quickly ran back to the nearest trees and hid behind them. They looked to see the metal giant attempting to stand only for him to fall on his knees. He was in pain. What is this?" The being spoke as he looked around at his surroundings. "Where am I?" He accessed his comms. "Megatron to Nemesis, report." There was no reply, only static. "Megatron to Nemesis, report." "Soundwave. Do you read me?" Still nothing. He grunted before attempting to stand once more, looking toward the stars. Megatron did not recognize any of these star formations. Wherever the portal took him, it was very far away from Cybertron. He grunted as he felt the wound on his side. "Optimus." Megatron tried to walk as he stumbled but stood firm. He continued to limp in order to find a spot where he could recuperate and formulate his next step. Meanwhile, Charles and his older brother looked out from the trees as they saw the giant walk away. "Did that thing talk?" Charles questioned. "Megatron, I think that's his name," the brother said. "What is he?" "I don't know. But I want to find out." It was daytime on Earth as Megatron had found a cave large enough for him to fall back and rest. Now that he could rest, he could think a bit more clearly. He remembered before the Exodus how Shockwave reported he found a primitive world rich with energon and opened a portal via an ancient space bridge tower in the Sea of Rust. This was that world. There would be plenty of energon here, and he knew the Nemesis was present along with his army as he saw his ship crash land on this planet's moon. Of course, this also meant Optimus was more than likely here as he and the Ark made it through as well. However, the Ark was heavily damaged during the fight, so the odds of any Autobots surviving were very little. But still, a part of him had hoped Optimus survived, just so that he could snuff out his spark himself. Megatron felt along the wound from when Optimus stabbed him during their battle and could already feel that his own dark energon was all but depleted. His greatest source of power spent, the only thing that saved him from not only being crushed by Metroplex earlier, but what prevented him from dying from the fall to this planet's surface. The Decepticon's own Dark Energon reserves were all but depleted as well. If and when Soundwave found him, he would likely be given natural Energon to replace what he had lost. He sighed in exhaustion and frustration. However, his eyes caught movement outside the cavern's entrance. Megatron pointed his fusion cannon toward the entrance. "Come out. Reveal yourself." The same two boys who found Megatron the previous night slowly came out from their hiding spot and into Megatron's viewpoint with their hands in the air. Charles was clearly the most frightened, while his older brother, though he too was scared, had a defiant look on his face. We're not going to harm you," the older brother said. "And I'm not certain we can." Megatron observed the two boys with interest. They were organic life forms. Though he and Orion Pax learned of the possibility of organic life forms on other planets, this was the first time he'd ever seen one, or two in this case. "Tell me, what is the name of this planet?" Megatron queried as he lowered his fusion cannon, as these two clearly posed no threat to him. "This is Earth," Charles stuttered. Are you an alien?" "As I do not hail from your world, then yes, I am what you refer to as an alien. Though in my perspective, you are alien to myself." "Where are you from?" Charles asked. Megatron did not answer. "My brother asked you a question," the older boy stated. "And I choose not to answer," Megatron replied. "I do not have to answer to smaller creatures such as yourself." Charles backed away slightly while his brother only looked angry as he was just insulted. "How dare you? I am Victor Zi Britannia, and this is my brother Charles Zi Britannia, heirs to the imperial throne of the Holy Empire of Britannia." "Britannia?" Megatron questioned. "You said your planet's name was Earth." "It is." Charles, still scared, replied shyly. "It's just our nation's name is Britannia." "Nation?" Megatron looked rather intrigued. "So, this world's rule was divided? Much like how Cybertron was between his Decepticons and the Autobots. Was it similar? Or was it different?" However, before anything could be pondered further, a flash of light shined outside the cave as Megatron, Charles, and Victor both looked towards the light as it turned into a swirling green portal. A space bridge. Out from the portal, were two Viacan troopers and a third Decepticon. This one was different from any other Decepticon, or Cybertronian for that matter. He was sleek and thin, and quite tall. But his most prominent feature was his face, or lack of thereof. It appeared he had no face at all, and all that was there was a black visor. "Soundwave," Megatron acknowledged as the two Viacons were by their leader's side, while the two young boys stuck to the wall of the cave. "Lord Megatron. You're still alive." They tried to help him to his feet, but he was able to stand on his own. "Of course, I'm alive, you fool," Megatron told his subordinate. "Sir." The second Viacan began to report. "The Nemesis has crashed onto this planet's moon. Though its engines and motor controls are inoperable, the ship's navigational systems are still active. And thanks to Soundwave's own surveillance abilities, we were able to locate your signal." "Sir. Excellent work, Soundwave." Megatron congratulated his surveillance chief, who nodded in response. However, the silent Decepticon turned his face toward the two boys who were pressed against the wall in fear. The two Viacons saw this as well and readied their blasters. "Lord Megatron, we have an infestation. Stand down," Megatron ordered, causing the two Viacons to lower their weapons. "These are natives of this planet." He looked toward the two young boys and he could see something in their eyes. Despite the obvious fear they had, there was a spark inside. A drive, something that didn't seem too dissimilar to his own. "Perhaps they may be of use to us," Megatron stated with an evil smile. 34 Earth years later, ATB 1997. All hail Emperor Charles Zi Britannia. 98th Emperor of the Holy Empire of Britannia. A royal guard announced in the throne room. Long may he reign. All hail Charles. All hail Charles. All hail Charles. All hail Charles. These cheers echoed throughout the entire massive throne room from which the new emperor, Charles Zi Britannia, now the age of 42, sat. He was much taller and larger than before, his hair was longer, stretching down to his shoulders with a small goatee on his chin. He was dressed in primarily red and white clothing fit for an emperor, with a purple cape hanging from his back. However, despite all the dozens of nobles cheering his name as he had now become the Emperor of Britannia, his face bore no emotion at all. It as if this entire accomplishment was empty. After the coronation was complete, Charles walked the grounds of the royal palace alone. He walked along the path that was lined by runes and ancient sculptures for some time until he felt a vibration along his side. He pulled out a small handheld device that bore the Decepticon insignia before pressing the symbol, and a 6-foot-tall hologram of Megatron appeared in front of him. Charles made a bowing gesture. "Lord Megatron." "Charles." Megatron gave an amusing chuckle. "Or should I say, Emperor Charles ZI Britannia. You are now the single and undisputed leader of your nation. I imagine this must be quite the accomplishment for you." "I have you to thank for that, Lord Megatron," Charles replied. "You taught me everything I know." Megatron noticed the tone in Charles's voice. "You do not seem very impressed by your feat. Is that not what you wanted? This victory feels rather empty," Charles replied. "Compared to the vast reaches of the universe, Britannia seems rather insignificant. And even then, it only represents 1/3 of this miserable planet. Everyone, including the people of this nation, continue to fight with no end in sight. Seems rather small when compared to the grand scheme of things." "Perhaps," Megatron stated. "But even then, I started out as a gladiator before I began my campaign. We both have started with nothing but will soon gain everything. It may take some time, but with my help, you shall subjugate this world and bring the humans to their knees. We shall build an empire that will not only span the Earth, but every inhabitant world across the universe. Your name will forever be engraved in Decepticon history." Charles smiled. "Everything I know, everything that I am now, is from your teachings. You made me the man that I am today," the new Britannian Emperor said in honest truth. "And while I may not say it to anyone else, I fight in the name of the Decepticons, and I will bring this world to its knees, all in your name, Lord Megatron." Charles bowed to his mentor one final time. "In due time, my protege," Megatron said. "For now, savor your victory, for you have earned it. Your brother would be proud of you." The hologram cut off as Charles put the device back in his pocket. Carol's attention was soon caught by the neigh sounds of a pair of horses. He looked towards a nearby lake as 2 young women, dressed in equestrian outfits, rode a pair of horses across the grassy field before they came to a stop and dismounted their horses. One of the girls was the age of 16, she had black hair tied back in a yellow bow tie with beautiful violet eyes and fair skin. The other girl had the same appearance with white skin and creamy yellow eyes, but what stood out was her long green hair. Charles. The new emperor looked down the hill and saw his brother, who still bore the appearance of a 10-year-old boy. He wore blue royal clothing and his blonde hair that stretched all the way to his feet. "Victor." Charles greeted his brother as he walked toward him. "You know that is not my name anymore, Charles," the seemingly young boy said. "I gave that up long ago." Charles bore a humorous smile. "Forgive me, big brother, but the name Vivi sounds like what you would give a machine." The boy now named Vivi laughed slightly. "So, tell me, Charles, have you learned anything by becoming emperor?" Charles's smile vanished. "Yes, big brother. From what I did to become emperor and from what we learned from Megatron, all the people of this world are liars, and this vast nation we call Britannia never changes." "That may be true, but it's just human nature, isn't it?" Vivi asked. "Not just human nature. Cybertronians, though advanced, seem to fall under those base feelings," Charles replied. "Hence the name Decepticons." Vivi said. "Are you certain Megatron doesn't know anything?" "I am, big brother," Charles confirmed. "He is not aware that you have become immortal even now, and nor does he know of our plan, which could take years to finish." He laughed slightly. "Ironic, here I was chasing others for lying, yet we both got to where we are now with lying and deception. We did learn from the best after all," Vivi stated. "But you won't forget, will you, Charles? Our contract." "I know. To kill God and smash this entire universe of lies." Charles said with a dark and empty look in his eyes. Charles. He and Vivi looked to see the dark-haired girl waving toward him, with the green-haired girl next to her. Come on over here. You should really see this amazing view of the palace. He smiled. I'm coming, Marianne. Charles walked over to join them. Though he seemed ignorant to the look Vivi gave when he looked in Marianne's direction. However, Vivi wouldn't let his jealousy get in the way of Charles's personal victory today. It really is amazing. Vivi thought to himself as he chuckled. Just how much you can do with geese. Chapter 2, Awakening. The year was 2017 in the Britannian imperial calendar, 7 years after the end of the Pacific War, in which Japan had been all but destroyed by the so-called Holy Britannian Empire. The empire had attacked Japan over its vast underground resources, and while the proud island nation was able to put up a good fight, the war lasted only a month as Britannia had introduced a new weapon of mass destruction, humanoid, autonomous armored knights known as the Nightmare Frames. With these advanced weapons, Japan was quickly brought to its knees. The oppressive Britannian Empire had stripped the once proud nation and its people of everything, their rights, their land, even their name, Area 11. Britannia prides itself on its beliefs on social Darwinism as well as its advancements in technology. However, what no one in the world really knew was that Britannia itself was nothing more than a puppet to an even greater evil. The reason why Britannia was so much more advanced than any other nation on Earth was because all their advancements in science as well as their own Darwinist beliefs were all given to them by arguably the most destructive force in the known universe, the Decepticons. This was something not even those in the Britannian royal family were aware of. Only the current Emperor Charles ZI Britannia, and a select few of his own personal followers, excluding his own family, knew. In truth, Emperor Charles was the student of the Decepticon leader Megatron. He learned everything from him, and with that, the Empire had simply become another face to the Decepticon cause. Britannia would conquer various nations for their resources, most notably a raw mineral they referred to as Sakuradite, which was in fact fuel for their Nightmare rays, or known by the Decepticons as Energon. While Britannia kept some of these resources for themselves, Charles ZI Britannia arranged for the Decepticons to acquire the vast majority of it. While Britannia continued its advancements on Earth, an entire army of Decepticons were based on the planet's moon, where the Nemesis crashed several decades ago after the exodus from the now lifeless Cybertron. The Nemesis had almost been completely repaired, yet their leader chose to have them remain on the moon until he stated otherwise. Said leader stood on the bridge of the Nemesis, his massive, spiky, and silver frame watched through the front screen of the room as his Viacan troopers made final adjustments. He stood proudly alongside his ever-silent surveillance chief. The Nemesis will be ready to fly once more, Soundwave. Megatron told his arguably most loyal servant. It is rather ironic, isn't it? We have yet to leave this planet's moon, yet we have also sent it hurtling into chaos. Humans are truly amusing. The door from behind opened to reveal 3 near-identical-looking Decepticons entering the bridge. The one in the lead was primarily silver with a skinny frame, long razor claws, and wings on his back. The one on the right was the largest with a similar build, only much more bulky, and was primarily blue. The one on the left was the shortest with a black and purple color scheme. Lord Megatron. The one in the middle greeted with a bow. We have received another shipment of Energon from the planet. Our cargo hold is nearly filled to capacity. Excellent, Starscream. Megatron replied. Yeah, good for us. The black and purple shorter con rolled his red eyes. Megatron turned around and fixed him a glare. Pardon? Have you something to say, Skywarp? Before he could respond, the big blue con spoke up. What he means to say is, Lord Megatron, we've been on this rock for several cycles. I can understand that the ship has been heavily damaged and we've had to work with what limited resources we have available, but Soundwave here can open space bridge portals whenever. So, why do we still stay up here? I will have to agree with Thundercracker as well, Lord Megatron. Starscream added. Why do we allow these humans to have access to Energon when we can just go down there and take it ourselves? Even puppets have their uses. Megatron replied. Why should we burden ourselves with retrieving this planet's resources when we can simply allow these humans to do it for us? It costs us less time and effort. But we should get all of it. Skywarp exclaimed. Those stupid humans don't even know what they're digging up. They can't even get the damn name right. What does Sakuradite even mean anyway? While I can agree it's more convenient for us to have Britannia dig up the Energon for us, why do you permit them such freedom? Thundercracker questioned as well. The struggles of humanity are beneath me. Megatron answered. Let Britannia continue to tear this world apart, eventually, they'll dig up our true adversaries. Starscream looked rather surprised. My liege, do you truly still believe Optimus to be alive? Master, it's been decades since you've last seen him. The Ark was heavily damaged when we emerged and it crashed onto the planet. I highly doubt any Autobots survived if they have yet to make an appearance. Optimus is not so easily destroyed. Megatron spoke up. We have millennia worth of battles behind us to prove it. Master, even if he were alive, why has yet to make an appearance? Why wait? Thundercracker asked. Perhaps he fears the safety of these humans. Megatron theorized. Optimus has always had a soft spot for the weak. So, you think if you turn Britannia into a Decepticon Empire 2.0 sort of thing, it'll push him back into action? Skywarp guessed. Something like that. Megatron answered. So, just to be clear, Master. Starscream began. We will continue to allow Britannia down its path and keep waiting for the unlikely appearance of Optimus Prime. Affirmative. Megatron turned toward the three Seekers. See to it the rest of our ranks know. We wait until the Autobots reappear, until then we stay up here. Am I understood? Starscream, Thundercracker, and Skywarp all reluctantly bowed. As you wish, Lord Megatron. They all said at the same time before walking and leaving the bridge alone to Megatron and Soundwave. Soundwave, continue to monitor all Earth-based transmissions from Britannia. Megatron told his silent subordinate. The moment that there is even a hint of Optimus, I want to be the first to know. Soundwave nodded before walking out as well. Megatron looked on the screen as he pressed a few key commands to get a good view of the planet Earth. I know you are out there somewhere, Optimus. Where are you? Earth, Area 11, formerly known as Japan. The Tokyo settlement was the capital of the Britannian-occupied nation. From an aerial view the entire settlement almost seemed like a normal city, aside from the fact that it was stolen from Japan and rebuilt to serve the Empire. However, despite the defeat almost a decade prior, there was still plenty of resistance, people fighting the oppressive forces. One such form of resistance was a truck driving along a bridge road in the settlement with a Britannian law enforcement aircraft tracking them. This is Alpha 3. Target is traveling from Delta 12 to Delta 14 at a speed of 80 km an hour. C.C.P to all mobile units, declaring a code 3 from floor 5 to floor 2. All units, take 2-8-8, I want the target intact. As this was occurring, an elderly man sat across from what appeared to be a Britannian nobleman at a game of chess with several bodyguards around him. A television along the side was displaying a newscast. Here's video footage of yesterday's terrorist bombings in Osaka. The secretary reported 59 casualties in this incident, 8 Britannians and 51 others. The timer went off as a guard turned off the TV via remote. You're out of time, he said to the elderly man. From here on you will make your moves every 20 seconds. The nobleman sat with a smug look on his face, filling his nails with a rather fancy and expensive nail file. Very well, I'm game. The old man looked as though he was about to have a panic attack when the door opened behind him. The nobleman maintained his smug look. Did your substitute arrive? The old man gave a relieved laugh as he stood up. Thank heaven I'm saved, he said as 2 teenage boys walked in. Are things going well at school? The nobleman looked at this as if it were a bad joke. What have we here? Schoolboys. One of the teenage boys, a young man with a skinny frame, raven black hair, and violet-colored eyes, carried a confident smirk. Well, look at this, a nobleman. I envy you kids today, you have so much time on your hands. Time for regrets. What's your name? Lelich, Lamperouge. Lelich's friend, a teenage boy with blue hair, looked at where the chess pieces were on the board. Whoa, now wait a minute. You can't win this one, It's impossible, right? Rivals, when do you think we would have to leave, in order to make our next class? Lelich asked. 20 minutes if we bust our hump. Rivals answered. Then be sure you drive safely on the way back. Lelich said, much to Rivals' surprise as he sat down. I'll need 9 minutes. And by the way, about yesterday. Understood, sir. The old man said. We'll discuss it later. 9 minutes. The nobleman questioned. You only have 20 seconds per move. Lelich picked up the Black King. Enough time. You start with the king. The nobleman then gave an enormous laugh while Lelich simply smirked. As this was going on, the news report of the so-called terrorist bombing had not only reached other areas in Area 11 but also the computer screens on board the Ark. The massive ship that served as the Autobots' exodus off Cybertron laid at the bottom of the Pacific Ocean at least 20 miles off the coast of Japan ever since it first crashed there several Earth decades ago. Though damages were extreme and the ship was obviously incapable of flying, systems still worked along the Autobots to access its database, and even possibly receive signals from televised broadcasts from the nearby nation. They even had a functional laboratory, medical bay, and a ground bridge station as well. Casualties among the Autobots were high. In fact, there were only 8 living Autobots currently based in the downed Ark. One was the small orange minicon known as Fixit, who helped to maintain the Ark's systems alongside the white and red Autobot medic Ratchet. There was also Bumblebee, of course, alongside Bulkhead, among the few survivors of the original Exodus, and even the veteran bot, the black and red muscular Ironhide. They also received 2 additons to their team recently, the smaller blue female Autobot named Arky and her partner, the red and talkative Cliff Jumper. Of course, there was their leader, the tall and strong, red and blue, Optimus Prime. They saw the same news broadcast from before as well as Fixit, who managed to hack into the Brighton Neon police systems to get an idea of what was going on. Oh geez, another one. Bulkhead groaned. Yep, another so-called terrorist attack. Ironhide replied. And by that, they really mean people trying to fight back against Britannia. Bumblebee communicated via bleeps as opposed to his own natural voice. 7 years and they're still fighting. Arky said. You do have to give them credit for their consistency. Persistency. Fixit said in between glitches. Ratchet scoffed. You ask me, it's a waste of time. Why bother fighting after they've already lost? Because they're still struggling to hold on to something. Arky exclaimed. The cons took everything from them, now they're trying to get it back. Arky, don't you mean Britannia? Cliff Jumper questioned. Same difference. Arky continued. We don't need to see Megatron's face to know this has Decepticon written all over it. Humans do have a bad history of violence, don't they? It doesn't have to necessarily be Decepticons. Fixit said. After awakening from stasis, they used the Ark's systems to access the internet on Earth to learn about the planet, including humanity's history. But the similarities are all there. Ironhide agreed with Arky. Britannia may think they're rolling now, but how much do you wanna bet the cons are pulling their strings? I highly doubt they aren't. Ratchet put in. Those so-called Nightmare rays of theirs, who else has access to technology like that? But why would Megatron even do this? Why make an human empire in his image when we can just come down here and do it himself? It'd probably be a lot easier than with Cybertron, Bumblebee pointed out. Bulkhead shrugged. Maybe he's too lazy. Or it's probably easier for him. Cliff Jumper added. After a long period of silence, Optimus Prime finally spoke up. While I agree that Britannia's current position is more than likely from Megatron's influence, I am doubtful the people of this empire is aware of this. So why are we still here? Arky questioned. Optimus, when you sent that message out, Cliff and I came to Earth hoping to take a stand against the cons, not hide and let them corrupt and tear this planet apart. Arky, you know that if we intervene, Megatron will more than likely take a direct approach as well. Optimus explained. Which in turn could lead to catastrophic results for all of humanity, not just Japan. The female Autobot rubbed her face in frustration. At least we'd actually give these people a fighting chance. Area 11, Ashford Academy. This school was considered one of the best in not only Area 11, but throughout the entire Brighton Empire as well. Granted, there were many more advanced academies in the homeland, but this was still considered quite elite. It was currently a lunch break as all the students sat through various spots across campus. Among them were 3 teenage girls eating and talking. "Where's Lelich?" The blonde girl, Millie Ashford, wondered. "He went somewhere with Rivolts." The autumn-haired girl named Shirley Fennett responded. "What? Maybe it's poker this time," Millie guessed. "They seem to forget that they're on the student council," Shirley exclaimed. "They're off gambling for money. Lulu may be smart, yet he wastes his brain on stupid things. If only he'd apply himself to school, he'd get high grades." The only girl who didn't speak, a meek and dark-haired girl with glasses named Nina Einstein, seemed to nod in agreement. Though Millie developed a bit of mischievous smirk. "Oh, I wish my darling Lulu would be a serious young man. How adorable is that?" Millie teased. Shirley tried to hide her blush. "Please, Madam President." Back on the highway, the stolen truck was being driven by a dark-haired man with a red-haired girl in the passenger seat. Both were wearing long white clothes and hats to serve as some form of disguise, though it was not working out for them right now. "Perfect," the man grumbled angrily as they saw the police aircraft above them. "After we finally steal this damn thing. It's all because Tamaki couldn't stick with the damn plan. Now we got a problem." The nobleman dropped his nail file as his jaw hung in disbelief. He had lost his game. Lelich had already called checkmate and had left with Rivolts. The two were already in the building's lobby. "I love playing against the nobility," Rivolts chuckled. "When they lose they always pay out of pride. By the way, 8 minutes and 32 seconds is a new record." He also didn't have much time to move either, Lelich said in a bored tone. "And as opponents go, the nobles are tepid. They're just overprivileged parasites, that's all." "Well then, why don't you challenge one of the 11s?" Rivolts suggested as he walked backwards out the main door. "They're nothing like us Brightonians." He looked in surprise to see Lelich was actually looking above him outside. He turned to see the news broadcasted being televised on a massive jumbotron on a building across from them. "What are they trying to prove by killing innocent people? Those 11s terrify me." As people continued to murmur amongst themselves, the screen switched the Brightonian Empire's flag. "We apologize for the delay. Now His Royal Highness, Prince Clovis, 3rd Prince of Britannia, will address the nation." The screen shifted to reveal a young man with olive green hair and dressed in royal clothing as he began to make his address. No one seemed to notice the subtle glare Lelich was giving towards the image of Clovis. "To all my imperial subjects, including of course the many cooperative 11s who choose to serve the Empire of Britannia. We're not 11s. We're Japanese," the red-haired girl in the truck exclaimed. The Autobots on board the Ark saw the public address as well, while Optimus, Ratchet, Bulkhead, and Fix-It gave serious looks. Bumblebee, Cliffjumper, Ironhide, and especially Arky, gave hard glares towards the image of the prince. "Do you not see my pain?" Clovis questioned as he held a clenched hand over his chest. "My heart was ripped from my chest only to have it torn apart. The remnants are filled with rage and sadness." "Geez, what a drama queen," Cliffjumper commented. "He's even more cheesy than Starscream. And that's saying something," Bulkhead added. "He'd actually make a pretty good actor if he chose to work in theater," Fix-It also commented. Optimus could see the look in Clovis' eyes and he could tell that this was just for show, and that the prince never really meant any of the words he was saying. He could only observe seriously while Arky just glared and clenched her fists in anger. "However, as ruler of Area 11, I will not tolerate terrorism of any kind. Because the battle we fight is a righteous one. A virtuous battle to protect the well-being of one and all. Now then everyone, I would like you all to join me in observance of the 8 who died for justice in the name of duty." Clovis finished. "A moment of silence please." "Only 8. Bumblebee scoffed in his bleeps. "I seem to recall over 50 other people dying. But they're not Brightonians," Ironhide said in resentment. "They mourn only their own while everyone else can just rot to them. What a disgrace." Optimus, this is exactly what I'm talking about. Archie spoke to her leader. Innocent people die practically every day. We can do something about this. Why don't we? Archie, your spark is in the right place. Optimus told her. However, we must also think of the consequences of our intervention. We all feel the same way, see? Bulkhead also added. I want to help as much as you do, but I got a feeling we'll only make things worse. All Archie could do was shake her head. You're always talking about the consequences if we step into this. But maybe you should think about those that'll happen if we don't. She turned around and walked out of the bridge, leaving the rest of her team looking in concern. As she walked out, Bumblebee and Cliffjumper both looked towards each other with concerning and knowing looks. Back in Area 11, Lelich had finished paying the parking fee on Rivolt's motorcycle. Well, aren't you gonna join in? Rivolts asked, as Lelich wasn't partaking in the moment of silence. Aren't you? Lelich asked in response. Rivolts chuckled slightly. It's sort of embarrassing. And I agree with you. Besides, spilling tears over those people won't bring them back to life, now will it? Dang, that's dark, buddy. Rivolts commented. It's all about self-satisfaction. Lelich said, as he looked at the screen that still showed Clovis' face. It doesn't matter how hard you try, you can't do it, there's no way you can change the world. The camera crew cut off in the Area 11 throne room as Clovis stepped down the stairs towards his well-dressed guests. You were magnificent, Your Highness. A woman praised. One would have never guessed you were attending a party while doing that. After all, the Viceroy is the marquee actor of Area 11. Clovis said as his bodyguards took off his overcoat. Honestly, he couldn't care less about those people who died. I need to chance costumes quickly. You're so self-confident. Another one of his guests said. It's all in the performance. Clovis responded. Since the media want a charismatic prince, I give them one. He commented as he glanced towards the media staff also attending. How true. Prince Clovis, our keep in this line of work is to assist you in any way we can. Though there was one media worker along the corner who didn't appear as excited. His reign is a pathetic sham. He uttered. Your Highness. An overweight and middle-aged military general ran towards Prince Clovis. How boorish of you. The prince commented. I beg your pardon, Your Highness, my lord. He spoke in a subtle whisper. Not another appearance for him. The previous media worker muttered, as he was about to walk out. Hope it's not as dreary. You fool. Clovis' exclamation caught his attention as he turned around. The general, however, spoke the next part in a whisper so no one else could hear him. The police were informed that it's medical equipment, that's all. If we scramble the army, there'll be a deploy the royal guard. Clovis ordered. The Knight Marrays as well. Several soldiers all scrambled to enter their Knight Marrays. Among them was a man with teal hair and orange eyes, a younger man with light brown hair and blue eyes, and a beautiful young woman with dark skin, silver hair, and yellow eyes. Alert 1. Alert 1. 4th, 7th, and 8th Rapid Reaction Companies, as well as the 31st Air Assault Team, immediate scramble. Special Division 9, stand by for deployment. The purple nightmare frames powered up as the head units stood upright with a pair of green lights shining inside. Rivolts drove his motorcycle down the freeway with Lelich riding in the passenger seat. That first move you made, why'd you start with the king? Rivolts asked, as Lelich started with the king in the chess game. If the king doesn't lead, how can he expect his subordinates to follow? Lelich responded. What's with that? With what? Do you fantasize about running a major corporation? Rivolts wondered. No way, ambitions like that will ruin your health. Lelich replied. The two heard a loud honk behind them and looked in surprise to see a large truck, the same one that was stolen, speeding quickly behind them. Rivolts screamed as he tried to steer out of the way. We're gonna die. You idiot. Watch where you're going. The disguised driver exclaimed as he steered right to avoid running them over. No. Not that way. The red-haired girl exclaimed, but it was too late as the truck steered into a construction zone. It swerved and ended up crashing into a building under construction. Rivalts stopped his motorcycle as the two looked over the railing to see the crash. Was that our fault? Rivalts wondered. I don't think so. Lelich replied. The police aircraft saw this as well and immediately reported it. Control, the target has crashed at the abandoned VO construction site. The military will take over. General Bartley's command. Him. General Bartley, the same one who spoke with Clovis earlier, walked through the hall with stress and nervousness clearly evident on his face. We have to retrieve at all costs. That thing. In the wrong hands. Lelich got off the sidecar and saw, as the dust cleared away from the truck, what appeared to be some kind of energy emanating from it. What the? Oh man, this sucks. Rivalts exclaimed. Looks like the power line on the bike got cut. Lelich wasn't paying attention as he saw the faint glow of energy take the shape of a humanoid before disappearing. Yeah. Rivalts, come check this out. Hey, over here. Lelich turned towards the side where multiple people had gathered to look and observe it, some of them even took out their cell phones to take pictures or record it. Whoa, nasty crash. What happened? Some sort of accident. Probably a drunk driver. It's always some moron. Hey, maybe somebody ought to go help. Lelich could only glare. Any one of them could go down there and help, or use their phones to call for an ambulance or something, but no. They're just taking pictures, not even caring if the people inside are seriously injured. Idiots. Lelich grumbled before running down in that direction to do something himself. Both the man and girl inside the stolen truck were alive, and not too badly injured, thanks to the airbags, but it still hurt. Lelich had already run down toward the truck where all the civilians saw him. They either made jokes about it or suggested calling for help, despite that they had their cell phones out. Hey, are you alright? Lelich called to the driver as he tried to get in, but some rubble blocked the front door, so he tried to climb up from a ladder along the side. At the same time, Rivalts was pushing the bike down to try and get down with him. Yeah, I know it's the right thing to do, but I wish the guy would just quit flaunting his pride and give it a rest for a while. He complained. Now we're gonna be late for school. The airbags inside the truck had deflated, as the girl was the first to regain her senses. Najita. She called to him to get back into the game. Meanwhile, Lelich had already climbed onto the top of the truck. Can you hear me? Are you okay? He tried to call to the driver. Suddenly, a vision of a tunnel with multiple colors entered his mind as he heard a woman's voice. It's you. Finally I have found my... Where? The confused Lelich had no idea what to make of that. Inside the truck, Najita had already put the vehicle in reverse and gunned it. This caused Lelich to accidentally fall into the hole in the truck's carrier. The only thing inside other than himself at the moment was a large sphere-like device. Stop. I'm in here. He tried to call, but they obviously couldn't hear him and drove on. Rivalts saw the truck drive away and looked confused. So, would you call that a hit and run? The Ark. Arky appeared to be alone in another area of the Ark. The chamber she was in had a series of tunnel-like rooms along the side of the wall. These were originally designed as space bridge portals but have now been repurposed as ground bridges. She came to the console of one of the bridges and began to enter the coordinates for the Tokyo settlement. She sighed at the thought of disobeying Optimus' orders, but she couldn't stand by and let more people die, especially at the hands of some wannabe Decepticons in human skin. She was going to help one way or another. After entering the coordinates, she pulled down on a lever at the console and one of the portals activated. It was a large and swirling green portal with a white light in the center. Arky was just about to walk in. Going out for a drive. She turned around in surprise to see Cliff Jumper and Bumblebee standing by the entrance to the room, the former having a knowing smirk on his face. Cliff, B, I know what you guys are going to say. Arky began. But I can't just sit by anymore. I'm going in and you guys aren't going to stop me. Who said we were gonna stop you? Cliff asked with a smirk still evident on his face. We're coming with you. To say Arky was surprised would be an understatement. What? Everyone feels the same way, Arky, Bumblebee said. Even Optimus. We get that he's worried we'd draw in Megatron, but since he's pretty much controlling Britannia right now, he's gonna show up anyway. So we figured, why wait? Cliffjumper joked. Archie couldn't help but smile. Thanks guys. Now let's go cause some trouble, Cliff said before the three of them transformed and assumed their Earth-based vehicle modes. Cliffjumper transformed into a red 1970 Dodge Challenger with horns along the hood. Bumblebee took the form of a yellow Urbana 500 muscle car with black stripes. Archie's vehicle mode was a blue motorcycle, in which a hologram of a woman wearing a leather suit with a helmet took form on the seat before all three drove into the ground bridge portal before it closed automatically. As the truck drove away and began to pick up speed, Lelich began to look for a way out. You'd think they'd stick a ladder on the inside to stop the vehicle. Outside, a trio of military helicopters was now following the speeding truck with their guns primed and ready. Surrender now and you'll get your chance to defend yourself in court. Stop, and surrender at once. They immediately opened fire around the truck as a form of warning shots. Give up now, or we'll shoot to kill. Najita grunted in frustration while still driving. Now what do we do? That's the army. The girl took off her hat to reveal her face with messy red hair and blazing blue eyes. Have you forgotten, that's what I'm here for? Along the side of a parallel road, a ground bridge portal opened up revealing the vehicle forms of Archie, Bumblebee, and Cliffjumper as they sped out onto the road right when the portal closed behind them. They drove along the side and got a good look at the helicopters chasing the truck. Guess we arrived in the nick of time, eh? Cliff joked. Well, let's get in there. Archie was ready to speed in, but Bumblebee intervened. Hold on. We still don't know what's going on yet. We might end up fighting Britannia, but let's not actually start a fight. He's got you there, see? Cliffjumper told her. Fine. The three of them continued to drive parallel to the chase and would only intervene if something extreme happened. Lelich was unable to find a way out of the carrier and hid behind the sphere device. If I jump out I have the choice of either breaking my neck or getting shot. He reached for his cell phone in his pocket. I can try to call. The door in the front opened, forcing Lelich to hide and keep himself quiet as he saw the girl walking past his hiding spot and throwing away her disguise to reveal a red suit underneath. Can you enter the subway via the Azuma route? She asked to Najita, who was still driving. Colin, let's use it here. Why not? Najita called to her. Cause that would mean a bloodbath. The girl apparently named Colin responded as she climbed up a ladder to something hidden. The still hidden Lelich got a good look at her. I've seen her before. Back at the construction site, Rivalts was still looking for his friend. Lelich, come on, where are you? We've got to get to school. Bumblebee, Cliffjumper, and Archie continued to follow the chase via a parallel route as the choppers continued pressing against the truck. Target is moving from the settlement toward the ghetto. Copy that, corner them. Roger. The helicopter was about to open fire again when something shot out from the back of the truck's carrier, and destroyed the middle helicopter before retracting back. Whoa. What was that? Cliff questioned. A Harken. One helicopter pilot questioned at the same time. That could only come from one thing. Archie commented. They all saw the door on the back of the carrier open up to reveal a red nightmare. A nightmare? The helicopter pilot exclaimed in shock. No way. Bumblebee bleeped. This just got serious. He said as the red nightmare hopped out of the truck, its wheeled feet caught the road as it rode backwards and kept aim on the helicopters. Lelich looked in shock as the gate closed. Crap. These guys are real terrorists. You fellas know full well what this badass mother can do. Colin exclaimed as she maneuvered the nightmare around the gunfire and shot another Harken at the second helicopter, destroying that. Cliffjumper whistled as the Autobot trio continued to follow unnoticed. Not bad. However, a shadow loomed past them and towards the chase. They saw what it was and couldn't help but wince. Oh. Archie said. It was an aircraft carrying a purple nightmare as the pilot inside, the same teal-haired man, spoke. The rest of you back off, I'll take this guy. He then spoke to the pilot directly. I can only assume that you dug that obsolete relic out of some scrap heap. The Brighton Neon Nightmare was dropped onto the road as it fired its own Harken to intercept the one shot from Colin's Nightmare. An over-the-hill Glasgow is no match for a Sutherland. His Nightmare was equipped with a gun as he entered the battle. Not to mention a filthy 11 who spurs the compassion of our glorious Emperor. His Nightmare shot with its gun and it shot off the arm of Colin's Glasgow. That, filthy 11, comment did not sit well with Archie. That's it. That Yahoo's going down. She sped up along with Cliffjumper and Bumblebee down the road to the exit from their road that connected to the one where the action was taking place. Colin heard Najita contacting her via communicator. Colin. We should both split up. Both of us can't risk being killed. Run for it. But Colin was about to object when she saw something coming up fast behind the Sutherland she was against. It was a yellow and black muscle car that drove at high speeds and rammed the Sutherland's feet, causing the pilot inside to stumble. What? Bumblebee drove past the Sutherland and veered in front of it before slamming on the brakes and swerving on the side before the Sutherland tripped right over him and landed face first on the road. The Brighton Neon pilot groaned as he tried to get his Nightmare back up. What the hell was that? Colin could only look in surprise, not knowing what to say as she saw the yellow and black car drive alongside her before zooming past the Glasgow. Colin. Are you there? Najita. I just saw a car take down a Sutherland. What? Najita questioned over the communicator. He looked up in surprise at the sight of another Sutherland appearing in front of him. Crap. It opened fire as he turned the truck down a turn that would lead toward a tunnel towards the ghetto. The female pilot inside had a cocky smirk on her face. Simple-minded 11. However, her attention was caught by a reveilling sound. Her Sutherland gazed upwards to see Archie in her motorcycle form skipping over a bridge and above the Nightmare, while at the same time she failed to notice Cliffjumper zooming towards her at high speeds from behind before swerving its back toward the armor's legs. Archie clipped the head of the Sutherland just as Cliff's swerve tripped it off its feet. It fell backwards onto the ground before Archie and Cliffjumper drove and blocked off the path that the truck drove down. Colin turned her attention to the Brighton Neon Nightmare that was getting back up on its feet. She was about to engage it, but the yellow and black car from before drove in front of her facing the Sutherland. It honked its horn and flashed its right turn signal, telling her to get out of here while it handled this. Ordinarily Colin hated the idea of leaving someone alone to fight a Brighton Neon Nightmare, especially with a car, considering he probably only just got lucky knocking the Sutherland down, but she had to help her friend. Thanks. She said before driving her Nightmare down a turn as the Bumblebee faced the Sutherland. The Brighton Neon pilot looked at the car in disbelief before it turned into a glare. You. He spoke to it directly. I'll give you points for bravery. You must be a very cocky 11, thinking you can take on a Sutherland with just a puny car. However, I'll make sure you'll regret your arrogance. He shot his Nightmare's gun towards Bumblebee as he zoomed directly at the Sutherland who mirrored his action, while still shooting at him. The two appeared to be playing chicken with a car against a Nightmare, but this was no ordinary car. Right when the two got close enough, a pair of energon blasters emerged from the sides and shot at the Sutherland, knocking it back and the gun out of its hands before Bumblebee put on the parking brake, causing his vehicle form to flip directly towards the Sutherland, smacking its roof across the front of it, knocking it down as Bumblebee continued to flip before landing on its wheels and driving off, leaving the Sutherland in the dust, literally, as a sign of disrespect. The pilot could only look on with a mixture of disbelief and rage. Meanwhile, the female Brighton Neon pilot steadied her Nightmare back on its feet and was about to pursue the truck when both Archie and Cliffjumper's respective vehicle forms stood in its way. Cliff teased. Get out of the way. You're interfering with military business. She warned as she aimed her gun at them. Why don't you make us? Archie challenged. The woman glared at the holographic image of the motorcycle's driver, unaware who it was that was really speaking. Have it your way. She opened fire with her Sutherland's rifle, forcing Cliffjumper and Archie to split. They drove and began to circle the Sutherland at a rapid pace. The female pilot would have shot a Harken at them, but didn't get the chance as both Archie and Cliffjumper put the brakes on and swerved in circles around the Sutherland, creating a smoke screen to blind her. What the? I can't see," she exclaimed in frustration before yelling in shock as she felt both vehicles ram the Sutherland from behind and knocking it down before going down the same path they previously blocked. The woman regained her breath as the dust began to clear and she saw the Sutherland being piloted by her comrade get back up and make its way toward her. She was soon able to pick her Nightmare back up as well. "Lord Jeremiah," the woman began. What just happened?" "A couple of cocky 11s managed to catch us off guard," Jeremiah responded. "They're certainly skilled drivers, I'll give them that." He soon glared. "However, they will not trip me up again." Meanwhile, Lelich was still stuck in the truck's carrier. He looked at his phone and scoffed in frustration. No cell phone reception. We're out of range. Judging by the darkness and road surface, we must be driving along the old subway lines. They're headed for an exit somewhere in the ghetto. Getting out will be dangerous, but still. He tried to think of any possible way out of this situation. Only one thing came to mind when he saw he was holding a walkie-talkie of sorts. "Okay, I got it. I'm not big on the military, but I'll take their protection. If I give them a terrorist communicator." "Oh wait, I forgot." Rivalts found himself pushing his motorcycle along the side of the road, having been forced to walk all the way back to Ashford Academy. "Some friend. Leaving me behind like that. Aha." A tall man with lavender hair, grayish-blue eyes, glasses, and an overly long lab coat was staring directly at General Bartley with an odd smile. "What are you doing?" the older general questioned as an arrangement of military tanks rolled past them. "Looking at a man who blundered, am I right?" "Why you?" the general growled. "You really screwed this one up. Terrorists came along and stole whatever it was that you and Prince Clovis were secretly working on. Retrieving it is simple, but you want to sweep up all of their compatriots in addition. Let the terrorists go and you can find their hideout too." He turned around to look at his assistant, a young woman with indigo hair and blue eyes. "Congratulations, your reasoning was spot on," he told her. The woman looked a bit shyly while also standing straight. "It was nothing, I just thought it was strange." "Okay, that's enough. What is it that the Special Corps wants out of this?" Bartley demanded. "I'm merely saying I'd like to assist with the cleanup," the man with the glasses responded. "To assist?" Bartley questioned in confusion. "Correct, because it's data I want." The woman had a question. "Excuse me, but what in the world have they just stolen anyway?" Bartley stuttered a bit before coming up with a lie. "Chemical weapons, in other words, poison gas. The Shinjuku Ghetto, one of many ghettos all throughout Area 11. It was once a proud city filled with life and beauty, but now it was nothing more than ruins with innocent men, women, and children literally feeding off scraps to survive. These people were once Japanese but had their rights stripped away by the oppressive Britannia upon their invasion. Some were lucky enough to become honorary Britannians and regain at least some of their rights, but not all. However, to a majority of the empire, the frightened and helpless people barely living in the ghettos were the equivalent of rats. And at the moment, these people could only cower and hide in fear as several Britannian aircraft flew over the ghetto and began to drop off multiple stormtrooper-like soldiers bearing black and gray suits and helmets. They were at the moment receiving orders from the superior officer. "The terrorists are hiding in the subway system. Your mission is to locate the weapon that they've stolen. Investigate the old subway system that runs through the 11 residential district in the Shinjuku Ghetto. Report in the moment you spot them. Recovery of the target will be handled by us, the Royal Guard. You people bear the honorary title of Britannians now, but you were born 11s, therefore the stench of these monkeys out to be a familiar one. If you want to earn the right to carry arms, then show some results. This is your opportunity to show your loyalty to Britannia." "Yes, my lord," they all stated at the same time as they began their invasion/search. Meanwhile, Bumblebee, Archie, and Cliffjumper had made it into the ghetto as well. They drove into an abandoned and ruined building before transforming back into their Cybertronian form. They had to crouch a bit to fit, but they could be hidden here. The three of them got a good look from an opening of the invasion that was going on. "Ugh. That can't be good." Cliffjumper winced. "Why do I get the feeling we're a bit in over our heads here?" Bumblebee wondered. Archie however could only glare. I don't regret coming here at all, in fact I'm glad. Look partner, I know you are glad about finally standing up to these wannabe cons, so am I. But look at this, as awesome as we are, I don't think we're gonna last long against all that. Cliffjumper told her. Cliff's right. Bumblebee added. Maybe we should contact Optimus. The smaller blue Autobot looked out the opening towards the invading Brightonian forces, before gazing downward at some children hiding underneath some rubble. Even she knew when to admit she was in over her head, just the three of them alone can't stop this and protect all these people. She sighed. You're right. Najita was gravely injured, having been shot in the shoulder by one of the Sutherlands from before. Blood was pouring from his wound down his right arm as he tried to steer with his left hand, only to stumble right into a ditch, getting the truck stuck. Lelich stumbled a bit inside as well. An accident? Or else? A nearby masked Britannian soldier heard the crash as well. The injured Najita tried to get the truck out of the ditch, but it wouldn't budge. The tires stuck. He struggled to reach for a switch on the dashboard. Please oh guy, find me. He hit the switch, causing the door on the side of the truck's carrier to open, giving Lelich an exit, though he quickly hid behind the wall to avoid being seen by any possible people outside. The same Brightonian soldier spotted the door open and saw the spherical device inside, presumably the weapon they were searching for. He pressed on a communicator to report what he found to the Royal Guard. 4-0-4 has spotted the target. Roger, prepare for recovery. The masked soldier however seemed to spot someone inside the truck's carrier. Lelich was about to get out only to find the soldier already leaping at him before delivering an airborne roundhouse, which he tried to block only to be knocked down onto the ground. Are you Brightonian? Lelich growled only to have the Solider force him down by the collar of his shirt. The mask came off from the soldier as he spoke. That's enough mindless murder, he exclaimed, mistaking him for a terrorist. Wait. I'm not one of planning on using poison gas. Don't play dumb with me. Get off me. Lelich shoved him off as he tried to get back up. I'm not here by choice. And if that's poison gas, it was made in Britannia, wasn't it? The soldier got a good look at his face and could only gasp in shock. My God. Mindless murder. Then why don't you just obliterate Britannia? Lelich exclaimed in anger. Lelich. The soldier took off his helmet to reveal the face of a tan-skinned young man, the same age as Lelich, with messy brown hair and green eyes. It's me. Suzaku. He couldn't believe his eyes. It was him. Suzaku Kuragai, Lelich's first and only friend upon arriving in Japan before the invasion. You became a Brightonian Solider? Lelich questioned, still not over his shock. Yeah, and what about you? Are you? Suzaku began but was interrupted by Lelich. What are you saying? Before they could continue, there was a flash of light coming from the spherical device near them. It began to split open as the locks on it all unlocked. Several colors of light flashed, surprising Lelich before Suzaku took him to the ground and covered his face with a gas mask, believing the supposed poison gas was about to emerge. However, when it opened, there was no gas but instead a bright light and the silhouette of a woman inside. The light faded to reveal a woman with long green hair and yellow eyes, completely bound and gagged in a straitjacket and other restraints all over her body. Both Lelich and Suzaku did not expect to see that. That's not poison gas, Suzaku said in shock. What is it? Meanwhile, Colin and her Glasgow had safely made it underground where she was reporting to her superior. In all the confusion, I left it in the coat. It's okay. The Glasgow's circuits are usable. So, were we right? Think so. Colin replied. I bet it's poison gas like intelligence said. And Najita? I don't know, I think he made it underground. She replied. But, on the way here, I saw something rather odd. Odd how? Believe it or not, I saw someone in a yellow and black muscle car take down a Sutherland, twice. Colin stated. Whoa, are you serious? Yeah, I still find it hard to believe. This guy must either be really brave or just plain crazy, Taking on a nightmare with just a car? I still find that hard to believe, even after hearing it from you. Colin smirked a bit, wishing she could see the look on the Britannian's face after getting beaten like that. Well, if we see him again, maybe we can get him join us? We can sure use all the help we can get. Back with the stolen truck, Lelich and Suzaku had pulled the bound, green-haired woman out of the vehicle and began to undo her restraints. Tell me the truth, Suzaku. Poison gas? This girl. Lelich was trying to undo the restraints around her gag. Hey, it's what they told us in the briefing, I swear. Suzaku said as he undid the restraints around her legs. Soon a light shined on them as they saw a squad of Royal Guard soldiers pointing their guns at them. Stinking monkey. The captain of the Royal Guard cursed. Being an honorary Brightonian will not excuse you. Suzaku quickly ran up to him. But sir, I was told this was poison gas. How dare you question orders? Lelich's violet eyes shook as he still held the bound girl. This is bad, placed in this situation, which pose a threat to Suzaku's superiors if it was unleashed. However, in light of your outstanding military achievements, I'm going to be lenient. The captain handed Suzaku his gun. Private Kuregai, take this and execute the terrorist. Lelich looked in shock before Suzaku spoke in his defense. But he's not a terrorist. He's just a civilian who got caught up in all this. The captain did not like that response. You insubordinate little. That's an order. Didn't you swear your loyalty in life to Britannia? Yes, but... I can't. Lelich's eyes widened in borderline horror, knowing what would likely result from this. What? The captain growled. I won't do it. I won't shoot a civilian. He turned around and faced his childhood friend for what he thought would be his final time and gave a comforting smile. I can't follow your orders, sir. Very well. The captain then shot him in the back. Suzaku. Lelich practically screamed at the sight of his friend falling to the ground, presumably dead. The captain then gave a borderline evil smirk towards Lelich as his squad aimed their guns at him. Well, Britannian schoolboy, not a good day to cut class. He joked morbidly before ordering his squad. Collect the girl, after you've secured her, kill the student. Yes, my lord. However, inside the truck, Najita knew he was going to die as he already lost too much blood. He looked towards a photo of his family, his wife and baby son, as he reached toward a red switch. Death to Britannia. He smiled at the photo. Long live Japan. He flicked the switch. Boom. The whole truck exploded. Then fully the blast was directed upwards so Lelich wasn't caught up in it. This gave him the chance to grab the girl and run for the nearest tunnel. Prince Clovis Mobile G1 base had moved into the ghetto as General Bartley received the report from the Royal Guard. They got away? And you call yourselves the Royal Guard? He exclaimed in anger. Forgive me, my lord. The blast was mainly directed upwards, but Why the hell did you think I only told you people about this? Bartley exclaimed further to Captain. Well, we'll continue the investigation. He reported before cutting off. Clovis himself sat on the throne and was disappointed by these results. The plan has moved forward to the next phase. Bartley was stunned. But, Your Highness, if knowledge of her gets out, I'll be disinherited. Clovis said. Tell them back home we're carrying out a planned urban renewal here. He then stood up and began to speak with a more authorities tone. As Clovis, third prince of the empire, I command you. Destroy Shinjuku Ghetto. Leave no one alive. The Ark. Optimus had walked through the ground-bricked bay alongside Ratchet, with Fix-It beside them at a catwalk built into the side wall. They met Bulkhead and Ironhide on the other side as they entered. Anything? Ratchet asked. Nada. Bulkhead responded. Can't find Arky anywhere. Bumblebee and Cliffjumper are gone too. Ironhide reported. Fix-It accessed a Minicon exclusive console onto the wall, which was what would normally be needed to access Teletran 1, but since that was currently offline, it also served as a means to locate any Autobot signals currently on the ship. I am not picking up the signals of Bumblebee, Arky, or Cliffjumper. Fix-It informed. Perhaps they went out to get some fair air. He glitched. We don't need to breathe, remember Fix-It. Bulkhead reminded. Where could they have gone? Ratchet wondered. Ironhide could only sigh. Oh, these young bots today. I don't believe we need to guess to know where they may have likely gone. Optimus said. Britannia. Fix-It, Ironhide, Ratchet, and Bulkhead all said at the same time. However, before anything else could be said, Arky's voice came in via their comms. Arky to base, do you read me? Arky, where in Primus name are you? Ironhide questioned. Are Cliffjumper and Bumblebee with you as well? Optimus asked in a more patient tone. Yeah, we're right here. Bumblebee responded. You three know better than to leave the Ark without permission. Ratchet began but was cut off by Cliffjumper. Lecture us later. We need backup. Now. They were taken by surprise by the urgency in Cliffjumper's voice. What's going on? Bulkhead asked. A freaking slaughter. That's what's going on. Cliffjumper responded. Optimus, we spotted Clovis personal transport and it just launched an army of Brighton Neon Night Marrays right into the Shinjuku ghetto. They're killing everyone left and right. Arky exclaimed. What? Ironhide shouted. Fix-It, Ratchet, Bulkhead, and even Optimus' faces were plagued with horror. How the hell did this happen? Bulkhead questioned. We don't know, Bumblebee replied. But before you say anything, this was not our fault. We just knocked down 2 Night Marrays, that's all. No one saw us, just our vehicle modes. But that's not important right now. These people need our help. Optimus, I know how you told us that we shouldn't get involved because we'd put humanity in the crossfire between us and the cons, but innocent people are dying now. Families. Children. Arky stated. It's bad enough Britannia stripped everything away from them, now this. I can't stand by anymore. I just can't. I'm going in and I'm going to do everything in my power to help these people. So am I. Cliffjumper informed. That makes 3 of us. Bumblebee added. But, we absolutely need your help right now. Please. Arky was practically on the verge of pleading. Optimus looked down slightly. Deep in his own spark, he hated not being involved. He knew the injustices Britannia had committed and truly did want to help take a stand against them, but at the same time, he feared that if the Autobots became involved, the Decepticons would as well, and there would be no telling what sort of horrors they could unleash on the Earth. Britannia was cruel, no question, but Megatron was on a whole another level. However, it was in that hesitancy that Britannia got as far as they did, and even now innocent humans continue to suffer at their hands. But not anymore. Arky, you are absolutely right. Optimus said with a fierce and ironclad resolve, surprising Ratchet, Fix-It, and Ironhide, though Bulkhead smiled at this. For too long we've remained in hiding out of fear. This may not be our planet, but freedom is the right of all sentient beings. Though we may be outnumbered, we will not allow Britannia to hurt any more innocents. Arky, Cliffjumper, Bumblebee, we will join you shortly. For now, I want you to do everything in your power to halt Britannia's advancements and protect the civilians of Shinjuku. However, it is essential that you maintain vehicular cover unless absolutely necessary. Understood. Arky relayed. Yes sir, Bumblebee replied. You got it, boss. Cliffjumper responded. Ratchet, set the coordinates for Shinjuku. Ironhide, Bulkhead, you two are with me. Optimus began to instruct the rest of his team. Fix-It, maintain communications. If we find there is a resistance within the ghetto, it would be wise to best work with them and formulate a strategy to push the Brighton Neon forces back. I'm on it. Fix-It gave a salute before speeding as fast as he could back to the bridge. About time we're doing this. Bulkhead stated. Heaven had a good fight in cycles. Optimus. Ironhide looked to his old friend before smiling. It's always good to see you step up. The Autobot leader nodded. I only wish I'd done it sooner. Ratchet spoke up after putting in the data on a ground bridge console. I have the coordinates set. He pulled a lever to activate one of the portals. But Optimus. Ratchet began. There's no turning back after this. If Megatron truly responsible for Britannia's current position, then there is a strong possibility of us waging war against him once more. Optimus understood. It would have happened eventually. I only regret that we had to wait till now. He turned to the portal. Autobots, transform and roll out. Bulkhead had transformed into a dark green SUV as Ironhide took the form of a black pickup truck with red lining along the side. Optimus' vehicle mode was a large red and blue semi-auto truck. They drove into the portal before Ratchet closed it behind them. Good luck. As the slaughter began around the ghetto, Lelich ran with the still-bound green-haired girl through a tunnel underground. She tripped and fell. What the hell are you? Lelich exclaimed as it looked like he was about to have a panic attack. He leaned against the wall and held his face. This chaos is all your fault, isn't it? He almost screamed. Not only that, but Britannia they even killed Suzaku. The girl could only look at him with an unreadable expression in her eyes. Not there. Lloyd Espond, the same man from before who questioned Bartley, questioned out loud as he sat on the back of a large vehicle with some sort of nightmare hidden underneath a tarp. He and his assistant, Cecile Crumey, were close to Clovis Mobile Base, which was heavily guarded. It looks like he's gone to the front lines. Cecile responded. Even though we brought the Lancelot here? Lloyd questioned further. Now what do we do? Cecile asked. Lloyd looked at what appeared to be an ignition key in disappointment. We steamrolled our way in here, but we don't have a devicer to use it. Lelich and the green-haired girl hid underneath the floor from a set of stairs that led from underground to the surface inside a ruined warehouse. Lelich was at the front, trying to stay as low as possible. Stay quiet and wait here. He told her as he was about to check to see if the coast was clear. But he ducked his head down when he heard gunfire. The soldiers of the Royal Guard had came in and gunned down several civilians seeking cover in the ruined building. Report. The captain instructed. We found only 11s here, sir. The captain looked around. You're sure of it? That exit comes out here. Yes, sir. It matches with our map of the old city. Lelich had heard this and was about to slowly and quietly sink back down with the girl, that is until he heard a little girl crying before she too was gunned down, much to his horror. He didn't even have a chance to dwell on it as his phone rang in his pocket, getting the Royal Guard's attention. He quickly hung it up, but it was already too late. Shirley had held the phone to her ear as a blank look came to her face before one of anger and disbelief took over. That jerk. He hung up on me. I can't believe it. Bumblebee, still in his vehicular form, had found cover in a nearby alleyway. He honestly couldn't believe this. He had seen more than his fair share of horrors during the war for Cybertron at the hands of the Decepticons. Heck, he even had his own voice box crushed by Megatron, and yet he still found this whole thing sickening. These people had already lost everything, and now Britannia is coming in here and taking their lives for what? Just for the hell of it? Anger seethed through Bumblebee's circuits as he wanted nothing more than to transform and beat the scrap out of any Britannian nightmare in his field of vision. But then he remembered Optimus' orders and knew better than to let his emotions get in the way. Still though, this wasn't just cruel, it was evil. His audio receptors picked up a cell phone ring from a nearby building. His optics zoomed in through a hole in the wall where he saw a black-haired boy being beaten back with guns trained on him. Oh no, you don't. Lelich was shoved back against the wall at the back of the warehouse as two soldiers held the green-haired girl, still in restraints, back. What an appropriate location for a terrorist to meet his end. The captain said as all his squad's guns were pointed at the young man. You scum. Lelich growled in disgust and hate at them. Still, you did well for a student. But that is to be expected, you're a Brightonian. Unfortunately, my clever young friend, you have no future. All their guns were trained on him as Lelich closed his eyes. The girl quickly ran in front of him as the gag slipped off her mouth. He mustn't die. Crash. Right as they opened fire, a yellow and black car crashed through the wall and in front of the squad. Most of the bullets bounced right off its body, but one managed to hit the girl in the forehead, right on a red mark that appeared to take the form of a bird in mid-flight. Lelich had ducked below the car just as the girl fell to the ground with a hole in her head. The royal guard could only look in shock and anger at the car that got in their way. What the hell? You! Get of the car! Right now! Do it or we will open fire! The captain angrily yelled at the supposed car. Lelich, however, could only look in shock, disbelief, fear, and horror at the supposedly dead girl that laid at his knees. So many emotions ran through him at once: anger, fear, sadness, despair, and many others. His hand and whole body shook. How can this be happening? First Suzaku's killed, now this girl. Now I'm about to die. Before I had a chance to do a single thing with my life. The image of a young girl in a wheelchair with closed eyes and an angelic smile passed through his mind. It's gone in a heartbeat. Nunnally. The girl's hand suddenly grabbed his wrist, and all of a sudden, Lelich's mind felt as though it was pulled out of his body. You don't want it to end here, do you? Lelich could not believe what he was hearing, nor what he was seeing. It was as if he was falling down a hole filled with many colors. You appear to have a reason for living. If I grant you power, could you go on? He saw her colorless body flashing throughout a white space. I propose a deal. It looked as if he was now in between two different worlds. One was the world he knew, the other being completely covered in metal. In exchange for this power, you must agree to make my one wish come true. Accept this contract, and you accept its conditions. While living in the world of humans, you will live unlike any other. A different province, a different time, a different life. Many images entered his mind. He saw countless people, as per some sort of religious following, each with the same red marks on their forehead. He even saw what appeared to be two giant metal titans, one with flowing blue energy around him, the other covered with dark purple chaotic energy, clashing in the depths of space. The power of the king will condemn you to a life of solitude. Are you prepared for this? A new voice was suddenly heard. It wasn't the girl's, but Lelich recognized it all too well. It was his father's. A convergence with the Ragnarok connection? So the myth is beginning once again. Hearing the voice of the man he despised more than anything gave Lelich all the motivation he needed. A reminder of his promise to his sister and to himself. Yes. Lelich's voice echoed. I hereby accept the terms of your contract. Bumblebee found himself in a tight spot. On one side were soldiers pointing guns at him, the other side was the boy that he saved and the girl that he couldn't. While he failed to save this girl, and all these people in this place, he could still save this boy. But how? The bullets the soldiers had wouldn't affect Bumblebee in the slightest, but one shot could get this boy killed. He could transform and knock them back. No, Optimus orders. He could just run these soldiers over, but that sounded a bit too morbid. However, before he or any of the soldiers could do anything, he felt a hand placed on the roof of his vehicle form as the black-haired boy slowly stood up, using the car to stand up straight. He held a hand over his left eye as he spoke in a more confident and intimidating tone. Say, how should a Brighton who detests his own country live his life? Huh? Bumblebee thought in confusion as he heard this. Are you some kind of radical? The captain of the Royal Guard questioned. However, he looked a bit confused at this aura that surrounded the boy, this aura of confidence and strength. What's wrong? Why not shoot? Your opponent is just a schoolboy. Or have you finally realized, the only ones who should kill are those prepared to be killed? Say what? Bumblebee thought as he was more and more confused by the second. In his left eye, a red sigil resembling a bird in mid-flight manifested itself as the Royal Guards could only look in confusion. What's happening? I Lelich 6 Britannia command you. Now all of you. Die. The red mark flew from his left eye and into the eyes of all the soldiers present. The light entered into their minds, rearranging and changing patterns in their brains till their red rings formed in their eyes and Lelich's own will completely overridden theirs. The captain maniacally laughed. Happily, Your Highness. He and his men all placed their guns to their own necks. Fire. They fired and killed themselves, spilling blood everywhere. Even a bit fell onto Bumblebee's paint job as his own optics could not believe what he had just seen. Even Lelich was more than a little surprised at what he just did. He ordered these soldiers to kill themselves and they did without question, with joy even. That was the turning point. Lelich thought to himself. Since that day, I've lived a lie, the lie of living. My name too was a lie, my personal history, a lie. Nothing but lies. I was sick to death of a world that couldn't be changed. But even in my lies, I refused to give up into despair. But now this incredible power, it's mine. A devilish smirk formed on Lelich 6 Britannia's face. Well then. Bumblebee had absolutely no idea what to think of this. Lelich 6 Britannia? A prince, who hates his own country. Just ordered a squad of soldiers to die and they did. The Autobot scout mentally sighed. Oh Primus, what have I gotten myself into now? Chapter 3, Roll Out. Innocent people were gunned down left and right all throughout the Shinjuku ghetto. It was nothing short of a massacre as Brightonian nightmare frames, primarily Sutherland's, laid waste to the already destroyed city. Men, women, and children, all dubbed 11s by the oppressive, borderline evil, Empire of Britannia, all laid dead and bleeding on the ground, no one was spared. 2 children, a boy and a girl, laid hidden in a ruined building as they clung to each other as they heard the gunfire outside. They both screamed as the wall in front of them exploded to reveal a Sutherland with its rifle trained on them, ready to gun them down. This is what you 11s deserve. The Brightonian pilot inside gloated almost sadistically as the children closed their eyes and waited for their inevitable end. Long live Britannia! However, right before he opened fire, a dark green SUV drove out from the side and rammed the Sutherland in the side and pushed right through a wall before it fell down and the SUV ran it over, crushing its head. This was the disguised Autobot known as Bulkhead. The dark green vehicle form drove through another wall and happened to run into another group of Sutherlands that immediately trained their guns on him. Scrap! Bulkhead cursed. Fortunately, a pair of blue lasers shot down some of the nightmare frames from the far left side as the vehicle forms of Optimus Prime and Ironhide, a red and blue semi-auto truck and black and red pickup truck respectively, drove in each with a pair of energon blasters on their vehicle's sides, blasting and ramming down the Sutherlands. Ordinarily, a simple car would have crashed if it rammed itself into a nightmare, but these were no ordinary cars. Cybertronian outer metal skin was far stronger and durable than any Earth-made metal. Thanks guys. Bulkhead told his teammates. Next time, think before you charge in. Ironhide scolded slightly. Hey, I'm a wrecker, it's what I do. Bulkhead replied. Enough, we need to focus on the situation. Optimus said as he drove off, with Bulkhead and Ironhide right behind him. As they drove, the trio of robots in disguise passed by several bodies of countless innocent people. Ironhide couldn't help but feel resentment in his spark. Damn wannabe Decepticons. I'm starting to understand why Arky and the others wanted to get involved. Yeah, this is all kinds of cruel. Bulkhead agreed. What did these people do to deserve this? That is why we are here. Optimus told them. He saw all these dead bodies and in his spark he felt a great deal of despair. These were families, children, and Britannia stomped on them like insects. This was no different from Megatron when he plunged Cybertron into the Great War. We must find our teammates and any possible resistance so that we may push the Brightonian forces back. Arky, B, Cliff, do you guys read us? Bulkhead asked on the comms as they continued to drive. We read you, loud and clear. Cliff Jumper responded before a crash was heard on the other side of the line. Who? Take that you piece of scrap. We just arrived in Shinjuku, we're on the westward outer side of the ghetto and moving towards the center. Ironhide informed. Where are you guys? Cliff and I just passed on Old Train Station near the south end. Arky informed. We just recently spotted a Glasgow which is being piloted by a rebel and we're working to find it and see if we can locate any other resistance. Where is Bumblebee? Optimus asked. Don't know. Cliff responded. We lost track of him when the whole mess started. We tried to contact him, but no response. Optimus immediately contacted the ARC. Ratchet, do you have a lock on Bumblebee's signal? ARC, the bridge. As Fixit was on communications, Ratchet worked on a console which projected a screen and a two-dimensional map of the ghetto where he pinpointed the signals of each of his comrades. I have a lock. Ratchet told them. He's deep within the ghetto, close towards the center. I've tried to contact him but like Cliffjumper said, received no response. Communications seem to be functionally normal. Fix-It informed. Perhaps he's under some form of radio appliance. Compliance. Silence. Radio silence. Ironhide questioned. What, he's afraid Britannia hacked us? Highly unlikely. Ratchet dismissed. Autobots, proceed towards Bumblebee's location. Optimus directed. We need to find him as soon as possible. Roger. All the Autobots said at the same time before ending communications for the moment. Why would Bumblebee not respond to any of our hails? Fix-It wondered. Could something be wrong with his communicator? Either that or he's found himself in a tight spot. Ratchet replied. I just hope he hasn't gotten himself into any trouble. Bumblebee couldn't even think of any sort of response, not only to the frequent hails of his teammates, or of the current situation as he was just wrapping his head around it. Here he was in an abandoned warehouse, with a Brighton Neon prince, presumed dead, who openly stated his hatred for his own nation. He wasn't too surprised though by that, prince or not, it wasn't hard to find a reason to hate Britannia. No, what really had Bumblebee silent was what the young prince just did. He simply looked at the soldiers and ordered them to kill themselves, which they did without any hesitation. Bumblebee's own optics even saw something glow in the boy's eye as he did it. Did he have some kind of power? Do other humans have this kind of power? More and more questions popped into his mind and he had no answers to any of them. Lelich himself was still trying to wrap his mind around it as well. I don't understand, what is it you wanted me to do? He thought to himself as he looked at the body of the green-haired girl at his feet. Why did you give me this bizarre power? Before either Lelich or Bumblebee could do anything, an explosion erupted from the entrance of the warehouse where a Sutherland rolled in. Scrap. Bumblebee thought. Valletta knew, the dark-skinned woman who piloted the Nightmare, activated its fact sphere sensor to see past all the dust where she saw all the bodies of not only the civilians but the Royal Guard soldiers as well. How could all these Royal Guards be dead? She questioned to herself. Her screen caught the image of the yellow and black car. The same car that ambushed Lord Jeremiah. She noticed the teenage boy standing behind it before her look hardened and Valletta accessed her Nightmare's speaker to address Lelich directly. What happened here, boy? And why is a Brighton Neon student in a place like this? Is that your car? Lelich didn't answer. Are you deaf? Answer me. She opened fire with warning shots around him. This isn't good. Bumblebee thought to himself. I could transform and beat it back, but if I did. Lelich activated his geese. I order you to come out, at once. Valletta looked in disbelief. Who the hell you think you are to order me? It didn't work. Bumblebee thought in confusion. Lelich seemed to understand however as he deactivated his newly acquired power. I see, it only works with direct eye contact. He raised his hands and quickly made up a lie. My name is Alan Spacer. My father's a duke. Nobility. Valletta questioned. Just what is he? The confused Autobot wondered what he was doing. My ID card's in my breast pocket. After you confirm who I am, I'll request your protection. She deactivated her Nightmare and pulled out the ignition key before opening it up from the back of the cockpit. Lelich smirked as he saw her lower herself down via the stirrup, but kept her pistol trained on him. Keep your hands up in the air, I'll take out your ID. She said as she began to walk towards him, but it was too late. Now then, hand your Nightmare over to me. The red sigil flew from his eye directly into hers. A pair of red rings formed in her eyes as she was under his control. She lowered her gun. Understood. The code number is XG2-1G2D4. She tossed him her ignition key. Got it. Lelich caught it. Oh, he has to make eye contact for it to work, I get it. Whatever it is. Bumblebee seemed to get it. Lelich was about to walk to the Nightmare when he turned around to face the car. Though he couldn't tell, Bumblebee was a bit nervous. Lelich didn't know who the driver was, but he knew that they saw him use this new power, and how he openly said he was a Prince of Britannia. He probably couldn't use it on the driver, as they wouldn't willingly lower down the window so they could willingly allow themselves to be controlled. "Hey, listen," the former prince began. "I don't know who you are, and I hate to owe anything to anyone, but if you could do me a favor and not tell anyone what happened here. And you did save my life, so, thanks. Whoever you are." He walked towards the Sutherland and was about to use the stirrup to get in. "By the way, that's a very nice car." He got into the Sutherland, started it up, and drove out of the warehouse. Bumblebee happened to follow close behind, not wanting to be around when the woman pilot snapped out of it. Valletta's vision cleared as she saw that no one was in front of her. The student was gone, as was the car. She looked around to find her Sutherland had vanished as well. What the? Bumblebee maintained a safe distance as he kept an eye on Lelich in his Sutherland, driving to find some cover as he contacted his team. Bumblebee to Team Prime. "Does anyone read me? This is Optimus, we read you, Bumblebee. Where in Cybertron's name are you?" Ratchet exclaimed. "We picked up your signal and sent multiple hails, but you didn't respond to any of them." "Yeah, about that. Just found something you guys should hear," Bumblebee said as he replayed a recording over his radio and through the Autobot communications. "I Lelich 6 Britannia command you. Now all of you die." Whoa, back up," Cliffjumper replied. "Lelich 6 Britannia, as in a Prince of Britannia." "Yep," Bumblebee confirmed. "Just saw him." "Is he with Clovis?" Archie questioned. "Definitely not. Hold on a moment." Fixit stated as back at the Ark he accessed the historical databanks and records the ship downloaded from Britannia news reports long beforehand. It says that Prince Lelich 6 Britannia, 17th heir to the royal Britannian throne, was killed 7 Earth years ago once Japan was invaded. Well, apparently those reports were slightly exaggerated. Cliffjumper stated. "Okay, so you found a Britannian prince supposedly dead. What about it?" Ironhide questioned. "Well, for one thing, he's not with Britannia," Bumblebee replied. "In fact, he said he outright hates it." He played another recording. "Say, how should a Britannian who detests his own country live his life? Well, it's kinda hard not to hate Britannia," Bulkhead said. "So what does all this have to do with us, B?" "That's not all," Bumblebee began. "This might sound a little crazy, but he's got some kind of power." "Power?" Archie questioned. "What do you mean power?" Ratchet questioned as well. Optimus, who had remained silent throughout this exchange, spoke. "Bumblebee, what did you see?" "Well, I saw something in his eye glow. He ordered a bunch of soldiers to kill themselves and they did." "What?" Ironhide questioned. "Yeah, they even laughed as they did it," the Yellow Scout added. "Well, isn't that morbid?" Cliffjumper spoke. "He also stole a Sutherland the same way," Bumblebee continued. "He ordered a pilot to give him her nightmare, his eye glowed, and she gave it to him. And he did it just by looking at them." Ratchet questioned. "Yep." "Bumblebee, where is he now?" Optimus asked. "I've got my eyes on him, but I'm maintain at least a few clicks away." "All right, maintain watch. Perhaps we may found a possible ally," Optimus said. "An ally with a Britannian prince?" Archie questioned. "An ex-prince," Cliffjumper corrected. "But a Britannian prince all the same," Ironhide stated. "There is still much we don't know," Optimus continued. "For now, Bumblebee continue to follow him. Autobots, converge on Bumblebee's location. If you find any resistance, report immediately. We may have to organize an attack if we are to succeed." All the Autobots, some reluctantly, agreed on this course of action. "So are we having a bad day?" Lloyd Asplund enthusiastically asked Suzaku as he regained consciousness. His shirt was gone and the upper half of his body was covered in bandages. Lloyd's assistant, Cecile Crumey, was by his side as well. "Looks like you missed a chance to go to heaven, Private Kurugi." "I did?" Suzaku questioned as he groaned while trying to sit up from the bed of the ambulance he was in. "Where?" We're still in the Shinjuku ghetto." Lloyd responded. They were in one of the many ambulances close to Clovis Mobile Base with 2 Sutherlands guarding it. With Prince Clovis nearby, this is probably the safest place anywhere. Cecile informed as she handed Suzaku a broken pocket watch. This is what saved your life, Mr. Suzaku. You're lucky it was under your protective suit because that was what deflected the bullet. Lloyd added. Is it a keepsake? Cecile asked. Yeah, very. Suzaku took the watch and gave it a reminiscing look. You 11s believe gods exist inside of everything, even objects, don't you? Lloyd asked. I guess this one is Lelich. Suzaku stopped himself before he spoke again. What's the latest on the situation? It looks like the poison gas was released. Lloyd answered. Massive 11 casualties have been reported. They haven't caught the perpetrators yet. Cecile added. They haven't, huh? Not yet. Suzaku thought to himself. He knew that was not poison gas that was stolen. Someone somewhere had obviously lied, and all these casualties, possibly the result of the conflict between the terrorists and soldiers. Private Kurugi, how much experience do you have piloting a nightmare frame? Lloyd asked with a knowing and eager smile. Needless to say, Suzaku did not expect a question like that. Wah, but there's no way an 11 would be made a knight. Lloyd hadn't lost his smile as he held up a gold ignition key. Well, supposing you could. Suzaku didn't know what to say. Was he seriously being offered a chance to pilot a nightmare? Though he was no fan of the destruction it was capable of, this could be the chance he needs to get back into Shinjuku and find Lelich, maybe even that girl he was with. Before he even realized it, the key was in his hand. Congratulations! Lloyd enthusiastically exclaimed. The only nightmare of its kind awaits you. Once you take the controls of this big beauty, everything will change. You and your world. Whether you want it to or not. Bulkhead soared in his vehicle mode as he rammed down a Sutherland and sent it rolling down a hill onto a tank, destroying them both. He drove away to avoid gunfire from another group of Sutherlands, however they were quickly blasted away by Ironhide. On the side of his vehicle mode, 2 large cannons came out from the doors and opened fire. Large balls of energon shot and exploded, blasting the Sutherlands to bits as he drove through the smoke. Optimus himself drove in his vehicle form directly toward a squad of at least 4 Sutherlands and 2 tanks. He turned and swerved his truck form as it began to spin in donuts before ramming and swerving into the enemy, knocking down and tripping up all the Nightmares as well as bashing down all the tanks in the process. Another Sutherland was about to open fire on Optimus when a car's revving sound came from the side. It turned around just in time to see Cliff Jumper's vehicle form crash through the wall of a destroyed building and tear the Nightmare in half. Ah yeah. Mess with the Cliff, you get the horns. Cliff Jumper, Optimus, Ironhide, and Bulkhead drove up to meet with their red comrade. Where is Archie? She spotted that Glasgow and is driving up to meet with it and get to our rendezvous with B. Cliff replied. Apparently it's also where a bunch of rebels are hiding out too. Well, ain't that a coincidence? Bulkhead noted. Autobots move out. We need to meet up with Bumblebee, Archie, and these rebels as soon as possible. What about His Majesty? Ironhide asked, referring to Lelich. Depending on his motives, we may very well work with him as well. Optimus replied. But for now, let us keep this finding a secret until we know more. Alright, let's go. Follow me. Cliff Jumper made a donut before driving in the direction where Archie would be with Optimus, Ironhide, and Bulkhead close behind. A Brighton neon tank's turret just gunned down a group of civilians before a Harkin from Colin's one-armed Glasgow tore through it. Inside, Colin had tears of anguish in her eyes at the sight of this atrocity. Those damn Brighton neons. She cursed in anger and grief. Colin, can the Glasgow still move? Ogai questioned on the other side, as he and a small group of rebels were barely holding their own near the center of the ghetto. Don't worry, Ogai. It's alright, I'll decoy them. Get the people out of here. The only ones that'll be captured are those of us in the resistance. I know, but we're trapped. They got us completely surrounded. Hang on. I'll try and... Before Colin could finish, Her Glasgow shook as she barely dodged any fire from a Sutherland heading from her left side. However, before it could fire again, Archie in her vehicle form drove off the roof of a small building and rammed into the head of the Sutherland, completely decapitating it before skidding to a halt in front of Colin's Nightmare. "Follow me!" Archie exclaimed with the hologram of the motorcycle driver waving its arm for Colin to follow her. "Wah, who are you?" Colin asked, her voice projected out of the Glasgow. Archie was somewhat surprised. From the sound of it, the pilot was actually a young girl, but that could wait. "Doesn't matter. Just come with me if you want to live." The blue living motorcycle drove eastward with Colin following her in the Glasgow. She was actually quite impressed considering this person just took down a Sutherland with only a motorcycle. Maybe they might have a chance of surviving this after all. Ashford Academy. Shirley was in a locker room getting changed into her bathing suit, as she was part of the school's swim club. A few of her friends were watching some TV on a laptop while she changed. However, she was surprised to hear her phone ring. Shinjuku Ghetto. Lelich was still in his stolen Sutherland, with the disguised Bumblebee not far from him, and tried his best to remain hidden when Shirley answered his call. "Lulu? What in the world have you been doing? Where are you now? If you keep cutting class, you'll get held back. Are you near a TV?" Lelich asked. "A TV? Sorry, but this is important. Hang on." Shirley went over to her friends. "Hey, can I change the channel?" "Huh? To what?" "The news." Lelich answered as he typed some data into the Nightmares database. "Is there anything about Shinjuku? News?" "Hang on." Shirley looked at the news report before answering. "There's nothing on. Traffic restrictions." "Why is it restricted?" "I don't know, they're not saying." Shirley answered. "I get it." Lelich thought to himself. Once they finish everything off, they'll release news that favors the military. He took notice of some broken toys near the Sutherland's foot, particularly some chess pieces. "Oh, you're gambling again, aren't you?" Shirley accused. "I've warned you before more than once how dangerous that is." Lelich bore a humorous smile. "Yep, you caught me. By the way, tell my little sister that I'm gonna be home late tonight." "Thanks." He hung up. Back at Ashford, Shirley was quite miffed that Lulu had hung up on her yet again. "Oh. Why does he always hang up on me like that?" She tried to dial back. "The number you have called is beyond service range." "Oh darn it. Not this again." Lelich had the map of the ghetto laid out on the screen in his Sutherland. And seeing as how a military officer piloted it, he had all the signals of all the Brightonian nightmares in the ghetto. He could find and locate any possible hostiles with this. They need to keep a lid on this information so it'll be hard for them to call in reinforcements. Lelich spoke to himself, analyzing the situation. They'll have to make do with the pieces they have on the board, but I'm hemmed in here. It'll be tough to break through by myself, gaining refuge carries its own risk too. He opened the cockpit to get down and gather those chess pieces. As he sat down from the stirrup he saw an explosion above and a flaming helicopter being brought down. "I want payback for being dragged into your fight, but I can't do it alone." He spoke to himself. He picked up the chess pieces, but as he got back up, he happened to turn his head to the right as he looked in surprise to see the same yellow and black car from before. "Ah bolts, he saw me?" Bumblebee grimaced. Lelich's look became serious as he remembered that the supposed driver not only knew his identity as the former Prince of Britannia, but also of his newfound power. Maybe, however, he could use that. Perhaps he found himself a possible ally. "Hey, I'm surprised to see you're still here." He walked over and placed his hand on the hood. "Barely any scratches, despite having taken some bullets no doubt. I'm guessing that's no ordinary car you're driving, is it?" Bumblebee didn't answer. "I'm also assuming that you're probably no fan of Britannia." Lelich smirked a bit. "Well, neither am I. That being said, perhaps we can help each other out." Archie just witnessed Colin take out a helicopter with a Harkin and smirked inward. "She's good," she hummed to herself. However, a pair of Sutherlands, one of the pilots being Jeremiah, appeared behind them. It's our Glasgow friend. Oh, and even that cocky motorcycle from before he mused as he opened fire. Scrap. Archie cursed as she and Colin drove off to avoid the bullet shots. She led Colin down a narrow path with the Sutherlands close behind. Archie to Optimus, I've found the Glasgow rebel, but we've got a pair of Sutherlands hot on our heels. Stand by, we're only a few clicks out. Optimus informed. At the same time, Colin saw the Glasgow was running out of power. Just 30 minutes left. Suddenly a voice came in over her radio. The west entrance. She couldn't recognize the voice. Use the tracks to move toward the west entrance. Who's this? How do you know this code? Colin questioned. What she didn't know was that it was Lelich, using the communicator he got from the truck he accidentally fell into before, which was how he got dragged into this whole mess. That doesn't matter. If you want to win, you're just going to have to trust me. To win. At the same time, Bumblebee made contact with his teammates as well. Archie. I made contact with Prince Lelich. I need you to follow that Glasgow. He's giving her instructions. What? B, what are you? Archie questioned. Trust me. Just do it. Archie sighed inward, seeing no possible choice. She followed Colin's Glasgow. The Red Nightmare drove toward a set of train tracks before hopping on top. Archie followed suit as she drove up a makeshift ramp made from rubble and landed along the side of tracks, moving side by side with Colin. Okay, what am I supposed to do now? Colin asked as the Sutherlands were still chasing her and Archie. Jeremiah, however, maintained his smirk. You pathetic 11s. If you simply run away, this hunt doesn't have much to offer in the way of sport. As the chase went on, a train was coming in from the other side of the tracks, right as Lelich's voice came over on Colin's radio. Since you trusted me, you're going to win. Jump onto the train. Gotcha. Colin made her Glasgow jump onto the train as Archie sped up and revved her motorcycle form so that it skipped up onto the train as well, right behind Colin as Jeremiah's Sutherland began to halt the train by pushing it back. You think you can get away that way? If that's your plan. Jeremiah then contacted his comrade as he halted the train, right next to a ruined building on their left. You. Go after the Glasgow. Yes, my lord. However, right as his Sutherland began to jump, it got torn apart by a pair of Harkins coming from the building on the left, which pushed it back over the tracks. What the? Jeremiah saw the Sutherland from an opening, the one that just shot down his comrade. Shot by friendly fire. He questioned before speaking directly to the pilot over the speaker. What's your name and unit? We're after the one-armed Glass. The Sutherland opened fire with its rifle, causing Jeremiah's own nightmare to back up as he looked in shock. Oh my god. A terrorist. Crash. Jeremiah couldn't react in time as Bumblebee's vehicle form burst through the same building, driving at high speeds and shooting out like a missile. He rammed right into the Sutherland's side and completely tore through its legs as he landed hard on the tracks and halted, facing the Brighton neon. You. Jeremiah recognized the car that had knocked him down before, and it made him quite angry. You son of a... He was about to shoot his rifle at Bumblebee when he was quickly rammed from behind, courtesy of Archie in her own vehicle form. It knocked the Sutherland back and Colin was close behind ready to finish it. Jeremiah knew he couldn't stop them, so he activated his cockpit's ejector and bailed out at the last minute as Colin's Glasgow got off the train. You saved me. She breathed in relief, speaking to the voice over the radio. But how did you get a hold of a Sutherland? However, she was surprised to find that he was gone. Where did? She gasped as she only now just noticed the yellow and black car. Archie rode up towards Bumblebee. Thanks for the assist, B. So, was that His Royal Highness? Yep. Bumblebee confirmed. And he is no fan of Britannia. Hey you. Colin's voice came over the Glasgow as she rode it close towards them. She spoke to the supposed driver of the car. That's 2 IOU, thanks. Colin. Coming up from behind were Ogai and a small group of armed rebels. What the hell was that radio message earlier? What? He contacted you two. Yep, and Yoshi and his group ought to be here soon. Ogai answered. He looked past Colin and looked in surprise to see several vehicles approaching them. Cliffjumper, Ironhide, Bulkhead, and Optimus joined Bumblebee and Arky as they maintained their vehicular cover, all of which were now present on the train tracks. "Hey guys. Glad to see you're alright." Bulkhead spoke to the duo. "That makes two of us," Arky replied. "Well, looks like we found some rebels." Cliffjump noted. "Did you guys do this?" "Nah, that was our little prince back from the dead," Bumblebee communicated in bleeps, while also admitting it was good to speak like that so none of the present rebels could understand him. "Better find their radio frequency, cause we got company right now." Ironhide nodded as Ogai and his group came up to the vehicle forms of the Autobots. "Hey you guys," Ogai said. "Was that radio message one of you?" "Ogai." Colin spoke through her Glasgow's speaker. "That yellow and black car, it was the one I mentioned before. And it just tore a Sutherland completely in half." "Shit. Really?" One rebel, with short spiky red hair questioned in disbelief. "Who are you?" Ogai questioned towards them. Arky rode up and spoke. "We don't exist," she quickly said. "That's all you need to know. We'll help you bring down Britannia, but that's it. You won't see us again after that." "What do you mean?" Ogai asked, talking to what he thought was the woman driving the blue motorcycle. However, a voice spoke over his radio. "Are you in charge?" This was the voice of Lelich. Yeah. I present to you the cargo in that train over there. They're tools for your victory. If you want to win, then follow my orders." Meanwhile, Optimus contacted Ark over the comms so no one could hear him speak. "Ratchet, fix it, we have managed to locate the rebels. Prince Lelich appears to be aiding us as well as..." "What? Optimus, are you certain of this?" Ratchet questioned. "I am," the Autobot leader confirmed. "Fix it, I'll need you to connect our communication lines to the rebels as well as Lelich, who is no doubt using the same frequency." "I'm on it." Fix it then accessed the communications systems as he began to sync the Autobot communication signals with that of the rebels. "Optimus, we still little to nothing of Lelich's story," Ratchet began. "We may say he's against Britannia at the moment, but that could change. And what's with this power of his that Bumblebee spoke of?" "I agree there are many unanswered questions," Optimus replied. "However, if we are to have any hope of saving those living within the ghetto, then communication is paramount. Anything else can wait for the moment." Ratchet knew what was important right now, protecting the people from Britannia. Maybe they can get some answers from Lelich himself later, but that may involve revealing themselves to the prince, which he was not comfortable with. But they can cross that bridge when they get to it. First things first. "It's done," Fix-It announced. "Communication lines are cemented, fermented, connected." Shinjuku. Ogai and his rebels opened the cargo doors for all the train cars, and they could not contain their surprise. There were Sutherlands, more than a dozen total. "There's more in here too." "Here too? Amazing. Maybe we should give this guy a chance." Colin was still in shock. All of this, but how? Ogai was about as shocked as Colin. "Are you the leader of this resistance?" A new voice spoke over the radio, one deeper and more commanding than anything he heard before, the voice of Optimus Prime. "Yeah, I am," he answered. This was a new voice, definitely not the person who stole the Sutherland and helped Colin. A look of realization crossed his face. "Wait, are you in one of those cars or trucks?" He turned towards the group of vehicles that drove up towards the train. "You could say that." The voice of Cliffjumper spoke up. "Who are you? Are you possibly with the Japan Liberation Front?" Ogai asked. "No, we're not," Bulkhead's voice answered. "You could say we're from out of town. Listen up, soldiers." Ironhide's voice spoke through all of the rebel radios, including the one Lelich was using. "We're syncing our communications with yours to better coordinate. We're gonna help you send these Brighton neon punks packing." Ogai shared concerned expressions with his comrades in arms, though this was a surprise to them. They could use all the help they could get right now. Considering that now they have Sutherlands, maybe the odds of them whining had just increased. Woman in the Glasgow. Lelich's voice spoke up. Why, yes. Colin answered. Stay where you are, your unit is gonna run decoy. Got it. Understood. Energy filler status. About 15 minutes worth. Then recharge it. In 10 minutes, I'll contact you with your next instructions. Lelich stayed in his Sutherland as he hid in ruined building, near the top floor. He turned off the radio and sighed a bit. This is wearing me out. He spoke to himself. Regardless, I'll need determination to succeed. After all, I'm betting my life in this game. He held the Black King chess piece in his hand when a voice spoke over the radio he had. Are you Lelich VI Britannia, the 17th heir to the Royal Britannian Imperial throne, presumed deceased? The voice of Optimus Prime questioned. Lelich could not contain his surprise. How did? He tried to regain his composure. Are you the one driving that yellow car? No, I am a comrade of his. Optimus answered. I assure you, I have no intention of informing anyone else of your identity, for at the moment I am your ally. My comrades and I will help you to push Britannia back, but once this is over, perhaps we could have a discussion. Lelich thought for a moment. So whoever this person was, he knew his identity, and more than likely also knows about his mysterious power. This could complicate things, but at the same time, maybe he may have found some more allies. However, right now he had to focus on simply making out of this mess alive, so right now he'll accept his help. Very well, but if you could keep this a secret. Lelich asked. Understood. Contact us when you are ready to begin the operation. But before we begin, we need you to provide us with the codes of your Sutherland so we can track the Britannian Nightmare rays within the ghetto. Optimus requested. All right. The code is XG2-1G2D4. I have it. We'll be ready to begin whenever you are. Optimus cut off communications for the moment. Prince Clovis Mobile Base. General Bartley and his staff were reporting the situation to their prince. The terrorists are mixed among the 11 populace and they're mounting a fairly minor resistance against us. But they pose little threat to our vastly superior army. We know that, moving on. Clovis urged. Understood, Your Highness. General Bartley replied. The gas capsules will be what the public thinks. Clovis interrupted. Yes, we'll keep searching for her. The general told him. Clovis was in a tight spot, but he still could get out of this unscathed if he played the right cards. Either way, I want her captured dead or alive. Meanwhile, other resistance fighters have managed to gather together with Ogai and his band of rebels, along with the disguised Autobots. Several of them had already taken their newly acquired Sutherlands and were ready to mount an assault. Ratchet? Are we ready or what? Ironhide asked. Back on the Ark, Ratchet had just put in the codes into the Ark's database. The screen in front of him lit up and he had the signals of all the Britannian Nightmare rays and could identify their locations. We have their locations and are ready to proceed. Ratchet responded. Fix-It, how are communications? Still steady. Fix-It replied. Hey, are you sure about this? A rebel soldier named Tamaki asked Ogai as he was in his Sutherland. They've all had their IFFs removed, what if it's a trap? The other side has total advantage in this war. Ogai spoke through his Sutherland's speakers. They don't need to set any traps. Are you ready to begin? Optimus spoke over the radio to Ogai. Yeah, we're ready. But are you sure you don't want to use a Sutherland yourself? You guys may be good drivers, but I don't think a few cars and trucks are gonna last long in this. We will be fine. You will need those Nightmare rays more than we will. Ogai felt a bit unsure, but there was little time to argue. Okay, but who are you? At least tell us your name. I am sorry but I cannot. Optimus replied. If you wish to save the lives of those within the ghetto, then we need to work together, that is all you need to know. He sighed. All right. Optimus' semi-auto truck vehicle mode laid hidden under a ruined building as he contacted Lelich over the radio. We are ready to begin. All right, if Q1 and A3 are on schedule, then enemy Sutherlands should reach them in 23 seconds. Shoot them through the wall. Tamaki looked annoyed. He's out of his mind. Hey, we're the ones risking our lives as bait here. Arky spoke over the radio in a tone that caused Tamaki to wince. But if you wanna be bait then by all means. Everyone, double check your weapons. Ogai ordered his rebels. What? Are you serious? Tamaki questioned. Just shut up and move if you want to live. Arky shouted at him. Tamaki winced. Okay. Okay. We're moving. He said in a tone like he were a child being scolded by his mother. Arky's vehicle form and Collins Glasgow came to a stop just under an enemy helicopter. We're in position now. Arky contacted. Enemy spotted at point F31. A staff officer informed Clovis as the screen in front illustrated the battle via a radar screen. A feint, eh? How pedestrian. Clovis mused. Tell Laszlo squad to go straight in. Bartley ordered. Have Eugen and Valeri strike from the rear. 3, 2, 1, fire. Ogai ordered as his Nightmare squad opened fire on the wall, which tore through the two Nightmare rays coming in from the rear. What? A Brighton Neon soldier panicked before his Nightmare exploded. A squad of 4 Nightmare rays was about to go straight towards Colin and Arky, when out of the rubble next to them, Optimus' vehicle form appeared as he rammed all 4 of them at once. He ran into them as if they were a straight line, piling on top of each other as he rode over them and ran them over, crushing the Nightmares' heads underneath his wheels. All 6 signals were lost. Sir Eugen, Sir Valeri, and Laszlo squad, all lost. Clovis lost his smirk. An ambush? Lelich chuckled. An ID signal can be a double-edged sword. He said to himself as he held a Black Knight piece in his hand. Besides, if these people follow the orders I issue, my task at hand is sure to be completed. That ambush worked almost flawlessly. Fixit said in surprise. We have access to their Nightmares signals, so of course we can pinpoint their locations. Ratchet said before accessing his communications. Bulkhead, Cliff Jumper, you have 3 Nightmare rays coming in 2 clicks from your current position. Got it, Docbot. Cliff Jumper responded. Bulkhead drove off the roof and let gravity take his truck body down as it crashed hard onto 2 Sutherlands, crushing them both, while Cliff Jumper drove out from a tunnel and rammed the Sutherland's feet to knock it down. Lelich saw this from his Sutherland's screen and looked amused. So these guys know what they're doing. Impressive. He accessed the communications again. P1, P4, P7, follow the black truck as it lures the enemy into position. Then fire your /Harkins toward 3 o'clock. You heard M. Do what the voice says. Ogai ordered his squad. Damn, what else does he want us to do? Tamaki complained as he got into his Nightmare. Get ready. I got M right behind me. Ironhide exclaimed through the radio. The black and red truck drove at high speeds as a group of Sutherlands chased him and fired their rifles at him. He avoided all the shots and got into position. Fire. Now. Ironhide shouted as the friendly Sutherlands shot their /Harkins and tore apart the Brighton Neon Nightmare rays. Bartley was beginning to look nervous, as 3 more signals were lost. The enemy is moving towards G2-8. An officer informed. Send Laszlo squad. I mean Globe squad. Bartley ordered. Clovis' attention was certainly caught now. This means, terrorists have our military weaponry. Colin used her /Harkin to pull her Glasgow onto a rooftop where she punched down a Sutherland. Arky drove fast as she lured 2 Sutherlands right where she needed them to be. Bumblebee's side doors opened as his Energon blasters shot through the wall in front of him and quickly gunned down the 2 Nightmare rays. Sir Globe has been ejected. His entire unit has been shot down. Change our codes. They're intercepting our transmissions. Bartley ordered. We already have, sir. 4 times. Do it again. Clovis stood up, his face raw with anger, but his eyes radiant fear. This failure is unacceptable. Bartley nervously turned toward his prince. Forgive me. A screen popped up on the window in front of them where they saw the face of Lloyd Asplund, with an ever-present smile on his face. Good afternoon. Wah, what is it? We're in the middle of an operation. Bartley exclaimed. I'd say it's time to deploy a certain special weapon I've developed. Lloyd proposed. We've no time for this right now. Bulkhead rammed a tank and sent it crashing into a building. R2. Fire Harkin. Lelich moved the Black Rook piece up. A Harkin shot down a helicopter. 06, enemy unit 20 meters ahead. The Prince moved up the Black Bishop piece. Optimus drove through the pillars of a small building quickly, which destabilized the structure and crushed the entire unit of Sutherlands nearby as Optimus drove out of the dust. N Group, you'll continue your advance. Lelich held the Black Knight piece. Bumblebee, Archie, and Cliff Jumper led the charge as they sped right toward a group of enemy Nightmare Rays while friendly Sutherlands shot toward the enemy from behind. You bloody 11s. One Brighton Neon pilot shouted as he and his squad tried to shoot back, but the disguised Autobots had already rammed into the Nightmare Rays, causing them to lose their balance as they were quickly gunned down. More signals were lost. We just lost the entire Bradlow squad. Clovis walked to the group of his staff officers. So do it. We'll have to bring up Quincy squad. My lord. That will break the encirclement. Bartley warned. Lelich's smile has yet to vanish. Now then, the enemy has only 5 options. Optimus Prime had similar thoughts as well. They can either call in a full retreat, try to gather what remaining forces they have, fall back and form a defensive line around Clovis, continue to press onward as they are now, or send out some of the units guarding Clovis to aid their offensive forces. Reinforce the breach with some of the units guarding me. Clovis ordered. All we know for certain is that enemy forces are here. The Nightmare Rays and tanks rolled out further into the ghetto. Jeremiah, who was trying to make his way back to Clovis mobile base, saw this and looked confused. Who ordered them to break formation? Ratchet saw the enemy's movement. Optimus, more forces have broken off from Clovis Guard. They're trying to encircle you and the rebels. Understood. All units move underground. Immediately. Lelich saw his own makeshift army moving as Clovis forces tried to encircle them, not to mention he also heard Optimus' instructions. Underground, Not a bad idea. He contacted his allies again. 06, do you have an area map? I have a map of the entire ghetto. Ratchet's voice answered for Optimus. I'll relay the information to our allies. Good. Clovis smirked triumphantly, thinking he was about to win. All right, send out Bertz and the others too. Concentrate our forces there. Surround them. He saw on the radar all his forces coming in on a single red dot. The enemy's main force is that center dot. Finish every one of them off. Pretty much every remaining Brighton Neon Sutherland proceeded toward that location with the hope to completely overwhelm the enemy. However, once they got there, they were surprised to see there was nothing there. What? Where's the enemy? Clovis demanded as the dot on the radar vanished. All the Resistance Nightmare Rays, including the Glasgow, as well as the vehicle forms of the 6 Autobots, all moved within the large tunnels underground as they all gathered together to form a perfect circle and aimed toward a central point. Is everyone in position? Optimus asked. Everyone's ready. Colin responded. All the Nightmare Rays readied their Harkins as Energon blasters opened up along the sides or tops of the Autobots' vehicle forms. Get ready, they're closing in. Lelich stated. Wait, 3, 2, 1. Fire. Harkins and Energon blasts were all shot and concentrated on a single point. The force was so great that it caused the ground above to completely collapse and take out all the Nightmare Rays with them. Fortunately, all the Autobots and rebel fighters were far enough away not to get caught up in it themselves. With this, I call check. Lelich said as he moved his Black King piece. It wasn't long before he burst into a triumphant laugh. Yes, it worked. I can do it. I can defeat Britannia. Optimus looked at the Ruble with both surprise and seriousness. He was able to counter all of Britannia's moves and provide a strategy that not only neutralized all enemy forces, but prevented any of his own soldiers from receiving casualties. His strategic thinking is most impressive. Perhaps, if we learn more about him, he may be a valuable ally. Clovis couldn't believe his eyes as he instinctively backed up. Almost every single one of his nightmare rays was lost. His eyes shook as fear was written all over his face. Who in the hell am I up against? What if he's even better than Todo? Lloyd. Yes, Your Highness. He mused, his smiling face still on the screen in front of the prince. Can it win? Will your toy beat them? Lloyd's smile was still present, but his eyes were radiant with seriousness and ecstasy. My lord, please be so kind as to call it Lancelot. Z0-1 Lancelot now activating. Lancelot activating. Releasing hatch. Z0-1 Lancelot standby for activation. Pilot interface initiated. Suzaku had just now put on the white and black pilot suit for the nightmare he'd be piloting soon as it condensed and fit itself around his body. Did you read the manual? Cecile asked on his communicator. Pretty much. Suzaku answered as he zipped up his suit. Well done. Cecile congratulated. You scored at the top of the class at the simulator. Hey look, about what you told me earlier. Suzaku asked as he began to walk outside towards the nightmare covered in a black tarp. Huh? Oh, it could be, but the possibility is nearly zero. But that means there's still a chance, right? Suzaku insisted as he stood in front of the covered nightmare. Yes, I'm afraid that's true. Even so, you're not to do anything reckless. The new system is not outfitted with an ejection mechanism. Okay, I understand, Miss Cecile. Suzka said. His eyes soon widened as the tarp fell off and he saw the Lancelot in its full glory. That's it. He breathed in an amazed tone of voice. Yes, the advanced weapon developed by us in the Advanced Special Envoy Engineering Corps, Lancelot. The world's first 7th-generation nightmare frame. This nightmare was large, slightly bigger than any Sutherland. It also had a much more humanoid appearance as it appeared like a knight covered in white and gold armor. It even had a head with its own set of green eyes. Needless to say, Suzaku was amazed. Well, if you're ready, Suzaku, shall we proceed with the initial startup? Lloyd proposed, ready to see his beauty in battle for the first time. With that being said, Suzaku quickly got into the cockpit of the Lancelot as they began to start up its systems. Initial startup, now proceeding from phase 20. Equipping energy filler. Confirm restart, energy filler now at full output. 30 seconds to reach critical voltage. Core luminous, shifting phase. Initiating devicer setup. Confirming entry of devicer into Z0-1. Mission control ID registration confirmed. Suzaku put the ignition key in as the Lancelot began to fully activate. Confirm man-machine interface engage. He gripped the controls. Lloyd smiled, as everything seemed to check out. So far it's going per the data. The ambulances cleared out of the way as Suzaku inputted the data as the Lancelot was now turned on. It took a stance as though it were a professional track runner ready to go at the sound of the gun. Lancelot, activate ME boost. Suzaku stated as the Sakuradite, or Energon, activated the system complete. Lancelot, launch. With a zoom, the Lancelot shot out like a speeding bullet. The wheels on its feet allowed it to move faster than any other nightmare frame of the previous generation. The after effects were enough to knock down Lloyd, Cecile, and all their co-workers. Lloyd couldn't help but laugh. Running right out of the gate. Suzaku could not believe it. This nightmare, it felt much more different than he had expected. Cooler than the manual, with this. He winced as he held the injury on his side. Tamaki spotted something on his screen. Huh? What is that? He didn't have time to react as the Lancelot zoomed in and decapitated his Sutherland with the swipe of his hand. Archie rode up next to Optimus as they drove on the streets. We've taken down pretty much every nightmare in the whole ghetto. Archie stated. And much of this came from His Royal Highness. Yes, Lelich's strategy was quite impressive. Optimus replied. Wait. Optimus, are you actually considering bringing him on this? Archie questioned. Perhaps. The Autobot leader began. If he truly stands against Britannia, his own strategic thinking as well as his knowledge of their inner workings could indeed aid us. He may be against Britannia, but what about the Decepticons? Archie asked. Optimus wasn't quite sure how to respond to that is until he heard a communications. This is B Group, reporting enemy presence. More Nightmare rays. Archie wondered. Lelich's voice responded over the communications. Status. Everyone ejected, but they took out 4 units in nothing flat. Enemy numbers. Lelich asked. Just 1. I think it's a new model. I've never seen anything like it. Ah. That caught the 2 Autobots by surprise. A new model? Archie questioned. Ratchet, a new nightmare has entered the field. Optimus contacted the Ark. Can you find its signal? Negative. Ratchet replied as he looked on the screen. Whatever it is, it's not using the same ID signal as all the Sutherlands. But I can pinpoint its possible location from the Resistance's Nightmare rays that were destroyed. I have the location. Fixit pulled up his own map. Bulkhead and Cliffjumper, you two appear to be the closest Autobots. Can you find out what it is? We're on our way. Bulkhead reported. A Resistance Sutherland had just been destroyed, its pilot ejected, as the Lancelot stood firm. Fact-shear sensors opened up on its breastplate briefly. Bulkhead and Cliffjumper saw the white nightmare as they drove onto the street. The red-disguised Autobot whistled. That's one nice-looking suit. It's definitely not a Sutherland. Bulkhead noted. 2 Resistance Sutherlands immediately opened fire. Bastard. They fired with their rifles, but the Lancelot lifted its right arm and an energy shield deflected the bullets. Did that thing just reflect bullets? Cliff questioned in surprise. The Lancelot shot at a speed equivalent to that of a race car and decapitated both Nightmare rays with just hand swipes. Holy scrap. That was fast. Bulkhead exclaimed in shock. Ratchet, I'm sending you a visual. A visual image, taken by Bulkhead's optics, appeared on the screen on board the Ark's bridge where Ratchet and Fixit got a good look at the Lancelot. What is that? Fixit asked, his tone indicated he was more than a little intimidated. I don't know. But it could spell trouble. Ratchet stated, his eyes radiant with worry. I've got a visual. Ironhide sounded. It's moving faster than a rocket. Whoa. That thing just tore through a squad like it was nothing. Optimus and Archie heard this as well. Ironhide, what is your status? His leader asked. I'm fine. It shot right past me like I wasn't even there. Because we're robots in disguise. Archie realized. So long as we're in vehicle form, it'll only target Nightmare rays. So yeah, we're safe, but what about all the rebels? Cliff asked. Hang on. I see it. I'll try and tail it. Bumblebee reported. Bumblebee wait. Optimus stated. Do not do anything reckless. Maintain visual but only from behind. Do not engage this nightmare unless absolutely necessary. I understand. Lelich's frustration had grown as half of his pieces had already been taken out. But was surprised to hear Optimus' voice through the radio. All units. A new nightmare has entered the battle. You are not to engage at any circumstances. All units are to fall back immediately. Fall back? Lelich questioned. I have uploaded a rendezvous point where we can reorganize and plan a counterattack. Optimus continued to inform as a dot appeared on Lelich's screen. Report there as soon as possible. If you spot a white nightmare, do not engage it. Eject immediately. Lelich was more than a little surprised. What happened? Something I didn't foresee. Pretty much every Resistance Sutherland was now falling back, save for 2 that tried to hold back the Lancelot. The white nightmare shot a slash Harkin from its wrist to decapitate on Sutherland as the other tried to shoot at it. The Lancelot punched the ground and launched another slash Harkin from its wrist to propel itself into the air. Damn it! The Resistance pilot cursed as it tried to shoot at him. But the Lancelot had already come down with an axe kick on the side. The pilot ejected as soon as he could. Yes, I can do this. Suzaku stated. With Lancelot, I can stop all this fighting at once. Bumblebee meanwhile looked in shock as he held back but still saw the Lancelot as it kept going. That thing, it moves. Like a Decepticon. Clovis saw the status from his mobile base. Though he was glad that the resistance was being pushed back, he also cringed inward. For heaven's sake. Now I'll owe my older brother a debt I don't mean to incur. It's for the best though. Despite several resistance Sutherlands trying their best to retreat, they still somehow found themselves against the Lancelot as it quickly made work of them. It tore the Knight Marrays apart and yet Suzaku tried his best to avoid any fatal shots and kill someone. He was only disarming them. He may have unknowingly passed by some Autobots, but as they maintained vehicular cover, Suzaku merely dismissed them as abandoned vehicles. While most of them, including Optimus, had already helped the remaining resistance fighters get to their rendezvous point, Bumblebee still continued to tail the Lancelot, while maintain a safe distance. Lloyd and Cecile continued to watch Suzaku's progress through the Lancelot's outer camera as well as the data they were receiving from Suzaku himself. These readings are even higher than predicted. Cecile exclaimed in surprise. Lloyd pushed up the brim of his glasses. It's because our pilot is taking his job very seriously. Suzaku grimaced as he held his injury, but he pushed himself to keep going. If I can stop all of the Knight Marrays, then this battle is over. No matter what, I've got to save Lelich and that girl. His fact sphere systems spotted something. The Lancelot's screen zoomed in near the top of an abandoned building. The systems locked onto a Sutherland that was hiding at the top, the one piloted by Lelich. Archie drove down an alleyway where she ran into Bumblebee, still maintain a fair distance from the White Nightmare, but the moment she turned she saw it. Whoa. That's what's causing all the trouble? She questioned in surprise. Yep. That's it, Bumblebee bleeped back in response. However, they looked in surprise to see it gunning toward a certain building. Wait, oh no. It's going for Lelich. Scrap. Archie cursed as she and Bumblebee zoomed after it as fast as they could. Lelich could only look in shock as a Harkin gripped onto the ceiling of his hiding spot. It wasn't long before the Lancelot pulled itself up and gunned straight for him. He instinctively used his Sutherland to block its strike. You mean this thing's what's ruining my plan? The Sutherland struggled against the Lancelot's superior strength. Are you the guy that's in command? Suzaku questioned, though his voice wasn't projected through any speakers. Lelich tried to push back as hard as he could. Nothing more than a pilot, how dare he? However, the floor gave way underneath both Knight Marrays as they fell several stories through the ruined building. Lelich grimaced and knew he had to leave. No choice, I gotta get out of here. He looked in further shock to see the Lancelot coming down toward him with a spinning kick. He tried to block it with the Sutherland's arm, but he was still quickly knocked down. The Lancelot was about to take him out of commission with a wrist-mounted Harkin when Collins Glasgow came in for a punch, which the Lancelot quickly caught. Hey! I'm returning the favor. Colin shouted toward Lelich over the radio. She launched a Harkin at the enemy, but the Lancelot caught it with its other hand and quickly crushed it while also crushing the Glasgow's arm. I can't hold it. She struggled. She wouldn't have to struggle much longer as Archie's motorcycle mode came in from a ruined floor and slammed into the back of the Lancelot's head, taking Suzaku by surprise. Go. Run. Archie shouted to Colin. The red-haired girl looked in surprise for a split second before pulling the Glasgow's ejection seat and bailing. Archie then skidded to a halt and faced the Lancelot directly. Suzaku's eyes widened in shock as he saw this. She's going up against a nightmare with just a motorcycle. He said to himself, thinking it was a woman driving it as he saw the hologram of the driver. Archie revved up before driving right toward the Lancelot. Suzaku tried to grab her, but moved slowly as he was worried he could kill the driver, but it was what Archie needed to swerve under it and begin spinning in donuts amongst the debris, creating a smoke screen to blind the Lancelot. Lelich drove his Sutherland out of the dust. I must remember that. He thought to himself. The most vital element in battle is the human one. He looked down to see the yellow and black car from before, flashing his lights at Lelich before turning around and driving off, motioning for the former prince to follow him, which he did. That's 2 IOU. He muttered to himself as he followed Bumblebee. Archie continued to spin circles and create plenty of dust around Suzaku. He tried to stir the Lancelot, but all this movement blinded him greatly. What's going on? I can't see. As she continued to swerve, she saw Bumblebee and Lelouch moving away and were at a reasonable distance. Now it was her turn to leave. She drove off in the direction that Colin ejected. The Lancelot waved its arms a few times to clear out the dust. Suzaku had found that everyone was gone. Where did they go? He turned on his fact sphere sensors again to pick up the enemy's location where he spotted the Sutherland from before as well as a yellow and black car moving away. Oh no you don't. Colin had kicked open the hatch of her escape pod as she tried to stand up and looked around at where she landed. Before her mind could wrap around what just happened, Archie had sped in front of her. Get on. Not losing a chance to escape, she quickly mounted the motorcycle and grabbed the seat as Archie drove off. What the hell was that thing? She questioned, referring to the nightmare. I don't know, but right now we need to get somewhere safe. Bumblebee and Lelouch continued to drive down the road. However, it wasn't long before the Sutherland's radar picked up something coming toward them. It was the Lancelot. You're kidding me? It's already caught up to us. Bumblebee thought in surprise. Lelouch turned the Sutherland back and opened fire with its rifle, but the Sutherland was quick enough to avoid all the bullets. Lelouch tried to shoot some of the rubble from the buildings to block its path, but Suzaku maneuvered the Lancelot and it was able to avoid everything that fell without even slowing down. That damn monster's unstoppable! Lelouch exclaimed. Bumblebee realized the situation they were in. This thing was obviously with Britannia. If it took down the Sutherland and found out about Lelouch, granted he was a prince, but still to take a stand against his own empire, it could put him in considerable danger. Bumblebee was a little more surprised that he was thinking of Lelouch's safety, but then again, he was an Autobot and the safety of the weak and helpless was his first priority. That thing may stand up against Nightmare rays, but what about an Autobot? He stopped and turned around before gunning straight for the Lancelot. Lelouch was beyond surprised. What? What are you doing? He stopped the Sutherland and watched as the car go straight for the enemy Nightmare. This movement shocked Suzaku as well. Is he trying to ram me? Maybe if I go around him. But Bumblebee had already kicked in maximum overdrive. Sorry Optimus, but I've got no choice here. He did the one thing that no one expected, he transformed. Bumblebee took his natural Cybertronian form and using the momentum from the speed he gathered in his vehicle form, he reeled back a fist before delivering a punch straight to the Lancelot's face. It was powerful enough to send the White Nightmare flying back quite a distance and crashing through some of the rubble previously brought down. Wah! What the hell? Lelouch practically screamed, his eyes ready to pop out of their sockets. Cecile shot right up out of her chair and Lloyd completely lost his composure, doubling back, as they saw the exact same thing from the Lancelot's camera systems. Did that car just transform into a nightmare? Cecile exclaimed in shock. Lloyd Asplund, for the first time in his life, was completely speechless. Suzaku's look couldn't be described with mere words as the dust cleared and he got a good look at the Autobot scout. His eyes were so wide they looked like dinner plates with his mouth in the form of a perfect O. Bumblebee, seeing how he made his enemy speechless, pressed his advantage as he charged right at the Lancelot and laid another punch across its face before delivering a roundhouse to knock it further back. Suzaku managed to stabilize himself, but his look of surprise did not fade when Bumblebee's wrists converted into his energon blasters which he opened fire immediately onto the Lancelot. The energy blasts hit the Lancelot, causing it to stumble back before Suzaku activated its shield to block the attack. He tried to regain his composure. Is that what is? He shook his head. Whatever it is, it could spell trouble. I have to take it down. He shot the Lancelot directly at Bumblebee, but he rolled out of the way to avoid the punch before opening fire again on the Lancelot's side. Lelouch used this opportunity to drive his Sutherland into an opening within a ruined building, but he stopped and found his eyes traced solely on the battle taking place in front of him. Is that some sort of specialized nightmare? No, it's far too maneuverable. He thought as he saw Bumblebee move swiftly under the Lancelot's swing to deliver an uppercut and hook to the White Nightmare's body which retaliated with a kick to Bumblebee's chest to knock him back. Lelich got a good look at the Autobot's face as he charged back at the enemy. That's definitely not a nightmare. It has a face, its own eyes move and shift with the battle. That thing, it's alive. The Lancelot fired a slash Harken from its wrist, which Bumblebee caught and managed to crush in his hand before running directly at the Lancelot and jumping to deliver a kick right at its face, causing it to stumble back. But when Bumblebee tried to shoot at it again with his Energon blasters, it leaped into the air to deliver a spinning kick, which Bumblebee tried to block with both his arms but still knocked him down all the same. Fortunately, the Autobot rolled out of the way as the Lancelot tried to swing its hand to possibly cut off his head and it impacted the ground. As he got up, Bumblebee tackled the Lancelot and rammed it into the wall of a ruined building before grabbing the Lancelot by the back of its head and smashing it repeatedly into the wall. Suzaku grunted until he had enough and shoved both the Lancelot's arms into the wall and activated both his slash Harken to knock him and Bumblebee back, but this caused a rift and tear in the building before a piece on an upper floor gave way. Lelich, Suzaku, and Bumblebee's attention was caught by a scream as they saw a woman holding a baby falling from the building that was recently damaged. Bumblebee's optics widened before he ran and shoved the Lancelot out of the way, disregarding the battle immediately. Suzaku's eyes also widened as he feared the worst. No. Don't you try and. He looked in shock to see Bumblebee leap into the air, reach out his hand and catch both the mother and her child in the palm of his hand before landing on the ground on his knees and his other hand, still keeping the mother and her child close and safe. It just saved them. Suzaku stuttered in surprise. Lelich was also shocked. In the midst of battle he rescues someone. Bumblebee carefully and gently put the mother down as she still held her child while looking at the Autobot with shaky eyes before screaming and running away in fear. This caused the scout to look down slightly, though it was expected. He resumed his glare as he turned to face the Lancelot, which had yet to make a move, as Suzaku didn't even attack yet. Seeing this as a chance to escape, as he possibly underestimated this nightmare and didn't want to drag out the fight, he punched the side of the building, causing a bit more rubble to fall down and create dust cloud. Suzaku tried to move the Lancelot into it, but when the dust cleared, the Autobot had already vanished. That thing saved someone's life. Suzaku was still in shock. Then, why was it helping those terrorists? What in the world is going on? Suzaku. He looked up to see Cecile's face on the communications screen. Miss Cecile, you saw what I saw. Right. Cecile nodded. I did, but I really don't know what it was. If you want, you could come back. We can take a break. Suzaku tried to straighten himself out. No, it's fine. I'll keep going. I don't know what it was, but I want to find out. He drove off further into the ghetto. Lelich stood up out of the Sutherland as he was still rather surprised by what had just happened. He heard a faint noise behind him and turned around, only to backpedal slightly as Bumblebee was looking straight at him. The two of them both hiding in the ruined building. The exiled prince straightened himself up as he stared at the Autobot, and Bumblebee stared at him. It was an uneasy silence until Lelich finally spoke. You're not a nightmare, are you? Bumblebee shook his head. Can you understand me? Bumblebee nodded. Lelich soon chuckled slightly before it erupted into a full-blown laughter. First he gained the power to control people just by looking at them, now he was speaking to some kind of sentient machine that could transform into a car at will. Oh God! He held his face as he tried to suppress his laughs. This has been one hell of a day. Bumblebee simply waited for Lelich to stop laughing. Although he had not expected this sort of reaction, something like this was only natural as this was the first ever human Autobot contact. He finally stopped laughing before Lelich only had a smile and simply looked at him. Are those other cars and trucks like you? Lelich asked as Bumblebee nodded in confirmation. I suppose I can talk to them later, but first things first. You know, we're not far from Clovis Transport, based on the Sutherland's data. What do you say we end this? Bumblebee nodded with a serious look in his eyes. Lloyd stood outside as he spoke to himself. Unbelievable. A nightmare that could transform into a vehicle. I had come here hoping to find the perfect devicer for the Lancelot. Not only do I succeed in that field, but I think I found something truly spectacular. He laughed giddily like an excited schoolgirl. I don't know what that thing was, but I want it, Bumblebee had transformed back into his vehicle form with Lelich in the driver's seat as it drove toward the side of the blockade surrounding Clovis. Though a few soldiers guarded it, there were only 2 Knight Marais up front, but that didn't matter. They just had to get past this one guard and they could end it here. A soldier raised his hand to stop the yellow and black car as it slowly came to a halt. The soldier walked up with a gun in his hands. "Stop there. Step out of the car, this is Prince Clovis' personal transport." Lelich smirked to himself. Finally. He lowered the window slowly to where the soldier could only see his eyes as he activated his geese. "I'd like you to let us pass." Red rings formed in the soldier's eyes. "Yes sir, understood." He lowered his gun and stepped aside as Bumblebee proceeded toward the transport. Archie drove Colin and skidded to a halt in front of an abandoned warehouse. "Colin. In here." Ogai waved to them from inside the door. Archie drove in with Colin as the door was closed behind them. She got off as she and Archie got a good look at this. There were only 4, maybe even 5 rebels left with a dozen civilians cowering and crying. All the disguised Autobots were present, including Optimus, Ironhide, Cliffjumper, and Bulkhead. "It's your fault," one civilian cried to the rebels. "This is what happens when you oppose the Brightonians." "What?" Tamaki questioned. "Why, you gutless coward," a woman cried in despair. "How many people were killed because of this?" "Shut up," Tamaki exclaimed. "Do you know how many of us were killed or captured?" "Do ya?" The Autobots communicate with each other via their comms so the people couldn't hear them. "Look at this," Cliff said with sympathy in his voice. "All these people lost maybe their friends, families, their own homes. All because of Britannia." Ironhide growled. "Primus damn them all. They're every bit as bad as the Decepticons." "Wait, where's B?" Bulkhead questioned. "He went to help Lelich last I saw of him," Archie answered. "Optimus tried to contact him." "Bumblebee, report in." "Where are you?" "We're going to end this right now." "Wait. We?" Archie questioned. "Ratchet, where's Bumblebee?" Ironhide questioned over the comms. "I've locked onto his signal. He's at the very edge of the ghetto. Right where Clovis transport is." "What?" Ironhide questioned before an explosion erupted from the gate up front. Everyone screamed as the Autobots rolled up front to protect all the civilians and rebels as a Brightonian tank and several foot soldiers swarmed in. "See? This is what we get for following a bunch of random guys we don't even know," Tamaki yelled toward Ogai. The disguised Autobots formed a defensive line in front of the Brightonian soldiers. No way would they allow more people to die like this. "So this is where you 11 vermin scurried off to," the soldier on top of the tank mused. "Prepare to fire." "Optimus." Bulkhead gazed towards them. Inwardly, Optimus knew they were in a tight spot. The only way to save all these people was to drop their cover here and now. Colin couldn't believe this. Was she going to die? Here. Now. All she could do was close her eyes and cry her deceased older brother's name. "Naoto." "Autobots." Optimus began. "Transf. Attention all forces. Cease fire at once." Clovis' voice echoed throughout the entire ghetto, surprising everyone, Japanese, Brightonian, and Autobot. "Cease fire." Archie and Ogai questioned at the same time. Even Suzaka was stunned from his location. "Cease fire." Ratchet and Fixit also heard the announcement over the Autobot communications in the Ark. "I Clovis, 3rd Prince of Britannia, and Royal Viceroy of Area 11, hereby command you." Every Brightonian soldier, including the stranded Jeremiah and Valletta, heard and looked in surprise, even Lloyd and Cecile. "All forces are ordered to cease fire at once. You will also cease destruction of any buildings or property. All casualties, whether Brightonian or 11, shall be treated equally and without prejudice. Any injured 11s will also receive the proper medical treatment and all soldiers will provide proper relief aid to all the survivors within the Shinjuku ghetto. In the name of Clovis La Britannia, you are hereby ordered, cease fire at once. I shall allow no further bloodshed." Bumblebee was parked behind Clovis Transport and would have smirked if his face were visible. "Bumblebee, was that your doing?" Ratchet asked him. "Well, it was more so Lelich than myself," he answered. "You and Lelich made it to Clovis?" Archie questioned. "How did you get past all the guards?" Aside from the fact that most of them were sent into the ghetto beforehand, Lelich used his eye power to get in. "Literally, I just drove in." "So where is Lelich?" Ironhide asked. "Having a little chat with Clovis right now." "Does that mean it's over?" Cliffjumper asked. Bumblebee would have laughed nervously if he could. "Not exactly." "What do you mean?" Optimus questioned. "Okay. Please don't be mad at me, but Lelich, sort of, saw me transform." The lights were shut off as Clovis glared toward the individual who had a gun pointed at him. He couldn't see his face in the shadows. "Are you satisfied?" he asked. "Very. Well done." Clovis scoffed. "And what shall we do now? Sing a few lively ballads? Or perhaps a nice game of chess? That has a familiar ring to it." Clovis looked in slight confusion. "Don't you recall? The two of us used to play chess together as boys. Of course, I would always win." "What?" He clicked his gun. "Remember? At the Ares Villa." Clovis' glare hardened with confusion in the mix. Who are you?" Lelich stepped into the light and revealed his face. "It's been a long time, big brother." Clovis shot out of his chair, his eyes ready to completely bulge out as his pupils shrank. No. It was impossible. It couldn't be. The eldest child of the late consort Marianne, 17th in line to the imperial throne, Lelich VI Britannia at your service. He performed a mock bow. "Lelich." Clovis could not believe his eyes. But, I thought that I was dead?" "You were wrong." Lelich couldn't hide his devilish smirk. "I have returned, Your Highness. And I've come back to change everything." Chapter 4, Robots and Students in Disguise. The sun had set upon the ruined battlefield that was the Shinjuku Ghetto. Brighton neon soldiers and nightmare frames were escorting all the 11s, including those in the residence, such as both Colin, Tamaki, and Ogai, out of the ghetto to where they would receive medical attention per the orders of Prince Clovis, though several soldiers were not happy about this. "Why the hell are we letting the 11s go?" Jeremiah demanded over the radio. "What about the poison gas they've stolen?" "But it's by order of Prince Clovis." One soldier responded. "What about Bartley?" "Get the general staff on the line." Jeremiah ordered. "They're not at their posts, sir." "Are you telling me Prince Clovis is alone on the con?" Jeremiah questioned in shock. As the people were being escorted out, Colin spared a glance towards Clovis mobile base. Why would a Brightonian prince call for not only a ceasefire, but order for 11s to receive medical treatment? And what happened to all those cars and trucks, or that woman on the motorcycle? Or even that voice on the radio? Were they somehow behind this? Just what in the hell was going on? Lelich kept his pistol trained on his older half-brother as Clovis tried to put on a relieved smile, though his eyes radiant with fear. "I'm overjoyed, Lelich." Clovis tried. "They said you died when Japan was brought into the fold. What a blessing to have you back. We should depart for the homeland immediately. So you can use me as a tool of diplomacy." Lelich skeptically questioned. "It seems you've forgotten why we were used as tools in the first place." Clovis gasped. "That's right. It was because my mother was killed." That image was still vivid in his mind. Despite it being only 7 years ago, it was a night he will never forget. The sight of his dead mother, her body covered in blood and bullet holes, protectively holding his younger sister, Nunnally, who was shot in the legs, her eyes wide and radiant with fear and trauma with her hands twitching. Mother held the title of Knight of Honor but was a commoner by birth. No doubt the other imperial consorts held her in contempt. His voice began to rise, with anger evident. "Even though you made it look like the work of terrorists, I'm no fool. You people killed my mother. It wasn't me." Clovis screamed in fear. I swear to you it wasn't. Then tell me everything you know. The truth cannot be hidden from me any longer. Lelich activated his newly acquired power as the geese sigil formed in his eyes. By whose hand was she slain? The red sigil flew from his eye and into Clovis. His brainwave patterns were rewritten before a pair of red rings formed in his eyes. He relaxed before answering. My brother and sister, second Prince Schneeisel and second Princess Cornelia, they can tell you. Lelich gave a slight gasp in surprise. They were at the heart of this. Clovis didn't answer. That's all that you know, isn't it? He deactivated his power. Clovis shot up as the power wore off and he looked once more in fear. I swear it wasn't me. I had nothing to do with it. I believe you. Lelich said, causing Clovis to calm down slightly. However, he put on his devilish smirk once more as he pointed his pistol right at his brother's head, right in between his eyes. Please. You can't. We may have different mothers, but you and I are still blood. You can't change the world without getting your hands dirty. Bang. Lelich crawled out from the emergency exit via the back of the mobile base. He still kept the pistol with him, best to avoid leaving anything behind. Even if he was wearing gloves and didn't leave any prints, it was best not to leave any form of physical evidence, despite that all surveillance was shut down. As the exiled prince walked out from the back, he looked in mild surprise to find not only the same yellow and black car, revealed to be a transforming mechanical being, still there, but all the same vehicles from before. A blue motorcycle with a holographic female driver on top, a dark green SUV, a black and red pickup truck, a red car with a bullhorn accessory on the hood, and finally a red and blue semi-auto truck. Let me guess, you are all some kind of transforming machines. Yep, pretty much, Your Highness. The red car responded. This caught Lelich by minor surprise, but since the yellow and black one already knew, he probably told the rest as well. Relax, we just want to talk to you. The blue motorcycle told him in a feminine voice. Lelich looked towards the driver. Is that a person with you, or what? In direct response, the hologram deactivated showing the motorcycle operating on its own. Kid, there's a lot going on that you don't understand. Cleary, that is the case. Lelich stated. So, what now? We need you to come with us. The black truck stated. Don't worry, we're not gonna dump you in a ditch or anything like that, we just need to talk. The red car assured. But preferably in a spot that's less Britannia. Lelich thought for a moment. Without a doubt, these vehicles were all some form of sentient machines, and from the looks of just one of them, far stronger than any nightmare he'd seen, even able to hold their own against that white nightmare from before. Maybe they could be useful in his goal to inevitably destroy Britannia. Very well, take me to where you need me to go. Lelich said as the yellow car drove up towards him and opened its driver door. Lelich stepped inside as the door closed and all the disguised Autobots drove off. The Autobots drove through several alleyways in the Shinjuku ghetto, far outside prying eyes. Once they were certain they were far enough away from any Britannian forces, as well from anyone of Japanese ethnicity forced to live here, Optimus contacted the Ark. Ratchet, open a ground bridge, we are bringing company back to the Ark. Right after the order was given, a green swirling ground bridge portal opened up. Optimus was the first to enter, followed by Ironhide, Arky, and Cliffjumper. Bumblebee entered with Bulkhead right behind him, and Lelich could only look in shock and surprise at this. A portal? He'd only ever heard of this in science fiction novels and television shows. The Autobots exited the vortex and were within the ground bridge station of the Ark. Lelich didn't get a chance to look in his surroundings as he suddenly felt sick in his stomach. Perhaps the portal gave him a case of vertigo. Fortunately for Bumblebee, Lelich kept his lunch down as the cars drove through a few hallways before coming up towards the bridge. The vehicles came to a halt as Bumblebee opened his door and Lelich stepped outside. Once he did, he saw all the vehicles transform where he could see the Autobots in their full glory, even a new one, a white and red Autobot that wasn't in Shinjuku. His eyes widened in surprise as he saw all of them. They came in many shapes and sizes, a few of them were even bigger and more bulky than Nightmare frames, but what amazed him the most was the largest of the group. A hulking red and blue robot-like being that carried a strong presence with him, one that was both commanding and compassionate at the same time. Needless to say, Lelich was nothing short of amazed. Cliffjumper chuckled slightly. Look at him, he's speechless. Lelich regained his composure. You aren't just regular robots, are you? Ratchet scoffed. Police. The largest of the Autobots kneeled down and looked at Lelich. Are you Lelich 6 Britannia, 17th heir to the royal throne of Britannia? Yes. My name is Optimus Prime. We autonomous robotic organisms from the planet Cybertron, also known as Autobots. Alien, sentient, machines. Lelich stuttered, still not quite over his surprise from all of this. Got that right, Princey? Cliffjumper teased. If you are from another planet, how can you speak English? Lelich questioned. We have learned your planet's languages through your internet. Optimus answered as he began to introduce his team. I am the leader of the Autobots and these are my warriors. Bulkhead, Arky, Cliffjumper, and Ironhide. Said black and red robot twirled pointed his arm cannons at Lelich which began to glow, startling the ex-prince. You feeling lucky, punk? Whoa, take it easy Hyde. Bulkhead tried to calm him down. Ironhide had an amused smirk. Relax, just showing off my cannons a bit, plus I wanted to see the look on his face. Though Lelich glared at that comment, he was also impressed. Whatever those cannons had, it could probably turn a nightmare into a pile of scrap metal in one shot. This my medical officer, Ratchet. Optimus introduced the medic who nodded in acknowledgement. A new voice spoke up. And I am the caretaker and maintenance chief of this vessel and Ratchet's assistant. A smaller, human-sized, robot rolled up to Lelich. Call me Fix-It. Lelich was quite surprised by this. You're smaller than I thought. I am what's known as a mini-con. Fix-It began to explain. A type of Cybertronian that is, as you might have guessed, smaller than others. Pleased to eat you. What? Eat you, greet you. Meet you. Fix-It glitched. Apologizes, but my system's a bit glitchy. Fix-It extended his hand. Is this how you humans greet each other? Shaking servos. Hands, but, yes. Lelich still shook his hand nonetheless. And you have already met our team's scout, Bumblebee. Optimus introduced the final member of his team as Lelich looked up to the yellow Autobot who played some rock music through his radio and motioned punches. Bumblebee, Well, nice to officially meet you then. Lelich greeted. Yep, same here Bumblebee responded in bleeps, confusing the black-haired youth. How can I understand the rest of you, but not him? Bumblebee's voice box was damaged in battle. Ratchet responded. Though his current form of communication is understandable for Cybertronians, it clearly isn't the case for humans. Lelich looked around at where he was. With the size of all the equipment, it was obviously Cybertronian made. So, where am I? What is this? He only just now noticed through the massive window of the bridge that they were underwater, evident by the sea life that swam around. What is this place? Are we underwater? We are at least 20 miles off the coast of the nation you call Japan. Arky answered. As for where we are, you're standing on sacred ground, kid. This is the Ark. Ark? Is this some form of transport? Yep, a massive Autobot ship. Bulkhead responded. But it's been grounded since the Exodus. Exodus? Lelich questioned before a serious look formed on his face and he addressed Optimus. If you are aliens from another planet, why are you here? On Earth. We are here because our planet is no longer inhabitable, ravaged by centuries of civil war. Optimus answered. War? Lelich questioned. Between two rival factions. The Autobots, and our sworn enemy, the Decepticons. Optimus continued. A bunch of trigger-happy psychos who keep spouting off about universal domination and all that stuff. Cliffjumper added. Lelich raised an eyebrow. Are these Decepticons here as well? More than likely. Arky answered. They came out of the same portal we did. Why were you even fighting a war in the first place? Lelich questioned. For a number of reasons. Optimus began. Foremost, over our world's supply of energon, the fuel and lifeblood of all Autobots and Decepticons alike. The combat was fierce and endured for centuries. In the beginning, I fought alongside one whom I considered a brother, but in war ideals can be corrupted, and it was thus that Megatron lost his way. Megatron. He's the leader of the Decepticons. Fix-It answered. He is strategic genius and a powerful warrior as well. Why are you all here on Earth, though? Why this planet? Lelich asked once more. Because your planet is rich with energon. Ratchet explained. Late in the war, both sides had begun hiding their energon spoils off-world. Your planet managed to acquire a vast majority that could supply a whole civilization of Cybertronians for years to come. It also known to you as Sakuradite. That took Lelich by surprise. Sakuradite, the fuel for Nightmare rays, was an alien energy supply. It is for that reason that Britannia has been rapidly expanding its territory as well. Optimus answered. Wait, what do you mean by that? Lelich questioned. Lelich, we believe that Britannia is nothing more than a shadow, a puppet empire being controlled and manipulated by the Decepticons from the shadows. Optimus revealed. The former prince could not contain his surprise. What? He questioned in a tone that mixed shock and anger. Why do you think Britannia has all the most radical tech? Cliff asked. All those fancy Nightmare rays, which just so happen to look like giant robots like us. On top of that, Britannia's ideals are pretty much the exact same as the CONS. Ironhide added. They also believe might makes right, survival of the fittest, all that scrap. Lelich clenched his fists. How is it then I've never heard of any of this? He questioned. We also believe that the presence of the Decepticons is only known by the Emperor and a select few of his personal followers. Optimus answered. As evident by your reaction, I am doubtful that the rest of the Brightonian Imperial family is aware of this. Lelich's face was evident with anger. His own country, the same one that abandoned him and Nunnally and killed millions of people in a futile quest for power for decades, is nothing more than a puppet. Was all his hate misdirected? Was his desire for vengeance for nothing? Okay, your turn. Archie told Lelich. What's a Brightonian prince doing, fighting his own nation? She questioned. And how are you still alive anyway? Ironhide questioned as well. That is right. Fix-It added. According to official records, Lelich 6 Britannia died when Japan was invaded, him as well as his younger sister Nunnally 6 Britannia. You just answered your own question right there. Lelich responded, anger still evident. Most of the Autobots shared concerned looks and expressions. How about you start from the top? Lelich calmed down a bit before he spoke up. What do your records say about my mother, Mary Ann 6 Britannia? The records claim she was killed in a terrorist attack, 7 Earth years ago. Fix-It answered. You're only half right. Lelich began. It was 7 years ago, but it was not a terrorist attack. His response surprised most of the Autobots. The Ares Villa, my home at that time, was the most secure place in the entire Empire, even more so than the Royal Palace. There was no way random terrorists could sneak inside. You think it was an inside job? Cliff Jumper asked. I know it was. Lelich responded as anger came back, his memory recalling the moment. I went to confront my father, the Emperor, about it. Flashback, 7 years ago, Brightonian Royal Palace. Announcing Prince Lelich 6 Britannia. 7th heir to the Royal Brightonian Imperial throne. The young adolescent prince walked into the massive throne room and through a lone line of nobles that bowed in his presence. Though he heard bits and pieces of whispers amongst them about what happened to his mother, the Ashford family's nobility status being called into question, and about how his sister can't even be married off for political game due to her disabilities now. That last comment made him even angrier, but he was here for one purpose right now. He stopped before a small set of stairs that led to his father's throne. Though he was a man easily in his 60s, he still had an imposing figure and carried a presence around him that demanded fear and respect. Hail your majesty! My mother the Empress is dead. The young Lelich announced. Old news, what of it? Charles Z.I. Britannia questioned in a bored tone. What of it? Lelich questioned in shock. You sought an audience with the Emperor of Britannia simply to inform me of that. Charles turned to one of his attendants. Send the next one in. I have no time for these childish games. Father. Lelich ran up towards him. The guards would have tried to intercept him, but Charles raised his hand to motion them to stop. Yes, Your Majesty. They stopped. Why didn't you keep Mother out of harm's way? The young Lelich demanded. You're the Emperor. The greatest man in this nation if not the world. You should have protected her and now you don't even visit Nunnally. I have no use for that weakling. The young prince could not have believed what he just heard. That weakling. That is what it means to be royalty. Charles stated. The adolescent Lelich was now filled with fury and rage. Then I don't want to be your heir. I give up my claim to the throne. He shouted. Every single noble in the palace looked at him in shock and were visibly appalled by his statement. I'm sick of the fighting and scheming over who will succeed you, father. I've had enough. You are dead. Lelich looked in shock as Charles spoke to him. You've always been dead to me, dead from the moment you've been born. Who gave you the fine clothes you wear, a comfortable home, the food you eat and your very life? All of those, I have given to you. In short, you are nothing to me because you have never existed. Yet you dare to speak such foolishness to me. He shouted with a raised voice as he shot up from his throne, causing the frightened prince to fall on his back as his father glared at him with hate-filled eyes. Lelich, you are dead, therefore you are not entitled to any rights. I am sending you and Nunnally to Japan. As prince and princess you will serve well as bargaining tools. End flashback. Each of the Autobots had their own shocked faces once Lelich had finished. Ratchet, Cliffjumper, Bumblebee, and Fixit had looks of mild horror while Bulkhead, Ironhide, and Archie were seething with anger. Optimus' look was one of seriousness as you looked at the young prince with pity. Lelich held his hand down as his fists were so clenched his knuckles would have turned white. Lelich, damn. I don't know what to say. Cliffjumper said. I do. Ironhide spoke up. I say we open a ground bridge portal right to the Brighton Neon Palace right now and blow that whole place to smithereens. The veteran soldier shouted in anger. Lelich looked up in surprise at that statement. I'm all for that. Archie agreed. If we go in now, we can end Britannia's grip on this planet once and for all. The guy's about as bad as Megatron. Bulkhead growled as he formed a wrecking ball mace-like weapon on his right hand. I'd love to personally put that meatbag in his place with my bare hands. He smashed his club onto a console, completely wrecking it. Bulkhead. I needed that. Ratchet shouted at him. This was a day full of surprises for Lelich. He hadn't expected these alien robots to be so sympathetic with him. On top of that, some of them were even willing to storm Britannia just for his sake. Yet there was also something that caught his attention. Ground bridge. Lelich questioned. Yeah, that portal we came in here with. Cliffjumper answered. A toned-down version of a space bridge. I don't know what that is either. A space bridge was a portal system used on Cybertron that allowed for supplies and personnel to be transported from one location to another. Fixit explained. A space bridge, by its title, allows for transportation on a galactic scale. While a ground bridge is only limited to the specific Hornet, Rennet, planet. So this ground bridge can send someone anywhere on Earth. Lelich surmised. That is indeed correct. Fixit confirmed with a nod. Lelich raised an eyebrow with a half-smile. That could come in handy. Optimus spoke to the rest of his team. While I agree that what happened to Lelich is indeed tragic, and that perhaps the Emperor needs to be defeated, if we were to attack the capital of Britannia right now the consequences could be catastrophic. That's right. Lelich agreed, surprising most of the bots. You're not seriously giving the Emperor a pass, are you? Archie questioned. Absolutely not. Lelich exclaimed. No one is more enraged than myself, believe me. But, look at where Britannia is now, look at how much of the planet it has in its grip. If the head were to be cut off now, not only the homeland, but all its colonies and areas will fall apart. It'll lead to anarchy and infighting as other royals and nobles try to fill in the power gap. Not to mention the Chinese Federation and the EU would try to take advantage of this as well, and that could lead to a full-blown war. Many of the Autobots were not only surprised, but also quite impressed. You really thought this through, haven't you? Ironhide asked with a raised eyebrow. I want to destroy Britannia, but not the whole planet. Lelouch stated. That is indeed correct. Optimus agreed. In addition, as Britannia is under the influence of the Decepticons, they too would join in the conflict in attempt to seize more power from the Earth themselves, leading to even more devastation and bloodshed. Ironhide, Bulkhead, and Archie reluctantly calmed down as they knew he was right. If they did that, they'd be no different from the Decepticons. If we are to take a stand against Britannia, then we must do so that will not endanger innocent human lives. Optimus began. And although we may take the lives of soldiers on the battlefield, we must place limits on ourselves, else we risk inflicting the same fate to Earth as Cybertron. Which was why you waited till now, right? Lelouch asked. Because you were worried these Decepticons would step in. Optimus nodded. Correct. However, now that we actually have stepped in, we will end up facing them, sooner or later. Ratchet said. Ironhide sighed. Nothing we can do about that now, though. All we can do is be ready. Fix-It got the exiled prince's attention. Excuse me, Lelouch, if I may. The reports say that you and your sister Nunnally are both deceased. Obviously, it was exaggerated with you, but... What about your sister? She's living with me, but she's blind and crippled. Lelouch answered as he looked down in grief. I'm sorry. Fix-It told him. Lelouch nodded in acknowledgement. Thanks. So, now that all the heavy stuff is out of the way, how'd you like to team up, kid? Cliff asked Lelouch, somewhat surprising him. We both hate Britannia and the cons are gonna show up sooner or later. We know the Decepticons, and you know Britannia. You see where I'm going here. And if our last fight was any indication, you're also quite the strategist. Ironhide said. I'll admit, for a human, your plans were actually more than sound. Ratchet said. Thanks. Lelouch wasn't quite sure that was a compliment, but still. Your brains, and us backing you up, we can tear all those bad guys down in no time. Bulkhead exclaimed, looking forward to more fighting. So what do you say, Your Highness? Archie offered. Though she was the one making the offer, she couldn't help but feel there was something about Lelouch that made her a bit uneasy. Lelouch smirked to himself. From all indication, a single Autobot was stronger than a whole squadron of Nightmare Rays, not to mention this ground bridge of theirs would be more than useful. He also knew they were correct, though he knew Britannia quite well. He knew next to nothing about the Decepticons, and if they were really the true masterminds behind Britannia, then they too shall know his vengeance. Very well, I accept. He nodded with a grin. Welcome to Team Prime, Your Majesty. Cliff Jumper made a friendly mock bow. Though he knew Cliff Jumper was joking, he winced a bit. I would appreciate it if you didn't call me that. Sorry. EP. Ratchet stopped any sort of celebration. Before we do anything with you, Lelouch, I'd personally like to know more about your power. My power? Yeah, you know where you can command anyone to do what you want just by looking at them. Archie reminded. I Lelouch 6 Britannia command you. Now all of you. Die. Bumblebee replayed the command he recorded on his radio, surprising Lelouch quite a bit. How'd you even do that anyway? Bulkhead questioned. It's kinda scary. Lelouch had a stern gaze as he looked up to Bulkhead. Tell me your deepest secret. The red sigil in his eyes activated as he made eye contact with the big green Autobot, but he just looked confused. You mean embarrassing secret? Or a deep personal one? Bulkhead questioned. Lelouch looked in surprise. It didn't work. He voiced out loud. Most of the Autobots looked at him in surprise, though Ironhide, Archie, and Ratchet seemed a bit suspicious. Oh my, something is glowing inside your optics. Fix-It saw the red sigil in Lelouch's eyes. Can all humans do that? Lelich felt his face for a moment, his hand over his left eye. No. I didn't even have this. Till that mess in Shinjuku started. And you decided to test it on us? Archie questioned. Without even asking permission. Ironhide noted. If I'm going to be honest, this is only the 5th time I've actually used it. Lelich confessed. I can only affect a person via eye contact, and that's all I know. The Autobots looked with seriousness at this. Optimus seemed the most concerned, though he was certain this sort of power could come in handy. From the looks of it though, it would strip an individual of their free will. Something about that didn't quite sit right with him. However, if interrogating an enemy, it would be easier to use something like that as opposed to taking less civil methods of interrogation. Seeing as how you know so little about this new power of yours, perhaps it's best that we study to better learn its implications. Ratchet said as he kneeled down closer to Lelich's level. Now, keep that power activated for a moment. Maybe that was the best option. Lelich didn't know anything about this power. What other limits does it have besides the eye contact thing? Apparently it doesn't work on Cybertronians either. Does it have any side effects? The only person who could answer that was that green-haired girl, and she's dead. So with a sigh, he kept his power activated, the red sigil resembling a bird still glowing in his left eye. Ratchet pressed a few buttons on his arm and a scanner activated, and a blue light shined on Lelich as Ratchet scanned him from head to toe before standing up. Probably too late to ask, but do you know anything about human biology? Lelich questioned. Ratchet scoffed. I've studied your primitive anatomy for quite some time. Though it is a bit messy than Cybertronian biology, your organic systems are somewhat similar. Well, with that being said, perhaps a study of this power could help us to discover how it works. Fixit stated. Very well then. Optimus began. Lelich, I believe it is best that you return to your home for now. We will contact you at a later date. Lelich nodded in response. Bumblebee, escort him home. Bumblebee transformed back into his vehicle form and opened up his front door. Lelich stepped inside, but before the door closed. Oh, one more thing. Fixit began. Where do you live? Just so we can input the coordinates into our ground bridge. I am at the Ashford Academy within the Tokyo settlement. Lelich answered. Very well. Ratchet went to a console, the one that Bulkhead did not break. I have the coordinates, and a ground bridge portal will be active once you reach the bay in the ship. The door closed and Bumblebee drove off with Lelich, leaving the remaining Autobots. Optimus, are you sure about this? Ironhide asked. I mean, bringing him into the fold and all. The kid may be smart, and that power of his could be useful, but I can't help but get this feeling around him. Archie said. Like maybe he doesn't fully trust us, or anyone for that matter. Well, if your whole family abandoned you and left you to die, you'd have trust issues too, right? Cliffjumper said. And besides, I know you had trust issues before Archie, so I don't think you have room to talk about him. Archie looked down a bit as she knew he was right. After what happened to her old partner, Tailgate, she had some trust issues herself. That being said, while she was somewhat suspicious of Lelich, she could sympathize with him a bit. Still, he tried to use that power on us. Ratchet input. Maybe he was trying to demonstrate it. Bulkhead said. I mean, it's not like he asked us to kick our own buckets too, right? I will agree that Lelich may have some issues. Optimus spoke up. I believe that his intentions may be in the right place, and given our current situation, I feel that we need him as much as he needs us. Ironhide knew he was right about that. All right, I see your point. So what now? Bulkhead asked. Now we wait. Optimus said. Given Lelich's demeanor, I believe it is safe to assume that he killed Prince Clovis. Now it is Britannia's turn, and incidentally, Megatron's. I can only hope that Lelich is ready for what is to come. After that, Lelich was returned to the Ashford Academy. A ground bridge portal had dropped off Bumblebee in an alleyway a couple miles away from the school as to not draw any attention. Traffic was alright, Lelich was dropped off late at night. Things seemed to go smoothly from that point forward, until the next morning. Smack. Wake up, Lelich. Millie smacked him on the head with a rolled-up paper. I know you were sleeping. Your hand stopped moving. Lelich reluctantly brought himself out of his nap, remembering he was in the student council meeting room along with fellow members Millie, Rivolts, Shirley, and Nina. Well, you don't have to beat me up over it, do you? Rivolts had a bragging smile. Serves you right for ditching me like that. That's right. Shirley agreed. What was up with you yesterday? Oh, well. Lelich stuttered. I ran into a group of alien robots and am now about to declare war against Britannia. Oh, and Britannia is nothing more than a puppet to some other group of aliens. That's enough, you guys. Millie got right to business. Let's not get sidetracked here. If we don't come up with a fix for the club activities budget, there won't be money left for anything at all. And if it comes to that point, Nina uttered quietly, still working primarily on the computer in the corner, the equestrian club will be pissed. Rivolts joked. We don't want them coming in here on horseback. Rivolts, can't you be a more serious student council member? Millie chastised. You know it would have been nice of you if you would have reminded us of this mess a day ago. Shirley told Millie. I would have to say a day later, then we would have given up. Rivolts continued to joke. Good idea, we can still do that. Lelich joked as well. Guts. Everyone winced at Millie's outburst. Are you trying that guts spell again? Rivolts questioned. Yep. She confirmed with a mischievous grin. I want you people to start putting your all into this. I really don't think your magic is gonna do a whole lot. Lelich said blankly. Actually, it's got me going, Madam President. Shirley raised her hand, feeling motivated. Supple and willing, that's what I like. I train hard in the gymnastics club. Shirley proclaimed with a proud grin. That's not what I was getting at. Millie said, causing Shirley to look in confusion. You're a 10. Shirley looked at where Millie's eyes were trailed at, her assets. From what I've seen in the girls' bathroom anyway. You've been filling out in all the right places, huh? Rivolts chuckled as he gave a perverted glance at Shirley's chest as well, causing her to blush in embarrassment as she covered herself. Wah, what are you talking about, you perv? After the student council meeting ended, Lelich, Shirley, Rivolts, and Nina were walking toward their next class. Jizz, our president is just a dirty old man on the inside. Sullying the meeting with her filthy mind. Shirley complained. Yeah, well, that's Millie for you. Nina said. Rivolts laughed a bit. Look at the bright side. We got the budget balanced, didn't we? The group walked in and saw several students looking at news footage on several laptops. They used poison gas. Man, that's freaky. Shinjuku is only 30 minutes from here. They were watching live news footage of the ghetto being cornered off with soldiers on guard as well as men in hazmat suits working. No doubt covering up what really happened there yesterday. Oh my god. I saw smoke rising up over in Shinjuku. It must have been the gas. Are they saying anything else about it? Shirley looked over to Lelich. Shinjuku. She remembered he called her yesterday asking her about that. I heard about in real time from a friend. That's why I called you. He looked at the news footage and had a serious look in his eyes. No doubt the Autobots were seeing this as well. The Ark. Optimus, Arky, Bulkhead, Ironhide, Ratchet, Cliffjumper, and Fix-It were watching the news report as well from a holographic screen on board the ship's bridge. Poison gas, huh? Bulkhead questioned. Wonder how long it took to come up with that. Ratchet, have they said anything in regards to Prince Clovis? Optimus asked. No, nothing yet. Ratchet answered. Best guess, they're trying to cover it up to fend off the inevitable anarchy that could result from this. Why wait to cover up something like that? Fix-It questioned. They'll have to release a statement eventually. Lelich more than likely covered his tracks, so they're trying to find something they can work with, or rather, someone to take the fall. Ironhide reasoned. So they're gonna use a scapegoat. Arky guessed. More than likely. Ironhide responded. So, what do we do now, bossman? Cliffjumper asked their leader. You think something like that will get Megatron's attention? It's not every day a Brightonian royal is killed. It is a possibility, Optimus said. However, until we know for certain, we should refrain from taking any action for the moment. Anything from Bumblebee. He's still at the academy, Ratchet noted. As of yet, nothing suspicious is happening. Optimus nodded as he continued to look at the news report. It was only a matter of time until they released a statement on Clovis, but until they knew what kind of statement they'd be releasing, it was best to lay low for the time being. Area 11. A fancy car was allowed to pass through a military-restricted zone, the passengers of the car being Jeremiah and Valletta. That ex-civil servant is such a fool, Jeremiah uttered. So are you referring to Bartley? Valletta asked. The killer has breached our heaviest security twice already, Jeremiah responded. This perfunctory inspection is a farce. Valletta looked towards her superior with an ambitious gaze. Margrave Jeremiah, now that Prince Clovis is out of the way, we purebloods can. Jeremiah raised a finger in front of her as he smirked. Let me make that call. We still have to woo everyone over. Ashford Academy. Lelich walked a bit outside, letting some of these new events sink in. He was now allied with alien refugees that are capable of holding their own against Nightmare rays, not to mention he also got a power that could allow him to control virtually everyone just by looking at them. This certainly gave him an advantage. But still, Britannia was an empire that made up at least 1/3 of the whole planet, not to mention there were these Decepticons as well. They presented a real wild card from him. If he was serious about doing this, he knew that he had to step very carefully. His attention was caught by a group of students in the parking lot. 2 of them happened to be Shirley and Rivals. Hey Lelich, come check this out. His blue-haired friend waved to him. He walked over toward the crowd, and what he saw made his eyes go wide. It was Bumblebee. Still in his vehicle mode, fortunately. All the students were looking at the muscle car with amazement in their eyes. Just look at this beauty. Man, check out these tires too. I really like those racing stripes. What are these wheels made of? Stainless steel. Well, this is one very nice car, Rivals stated. Wonder whose it is. It's mine actually, Lelich said, causing everyone to look at him in shock and surprise. It's your car? Whoa, no way. Man, you've got some awesome taste. Lulu, this is your car? Shirley questioned in shock. Geez, how'd you manage to afford something like this? Rivals questioned as well. You remember all that money we got from gambling? Lelich told him. I had to spend it on something. Rivals turned around, hands at his hips, as he looked at the car with a smile. Well, I'd say you spent it wisely. I mean, I would have probably got a motorcycle, but this is pretty cool. Shirley, however, did not share the optimism. Lelich, why would you even buy a car? You don't even have a license. I'm working on getting one, he told her. Don't worry, I'm not gonna go street racing or anything like that. You'd better not. That stuff's even more dangerous than gambling, Shirley lightly scolded. After a few more questions and compliments, the group of students dispersed to get some lunch before their next class. Once they were all clear, Lelich leaned against Bumblebee's side. Guess you got a bit of a fan club now, huh? What can I say? The kids love me. Bumblebee bragged a bit in bleeps. You know I still can't understand you, right? Lelich reminded. In response to that, the side window opened and the dashboard opened up to reveal some sort of disc-shaped device that looked like a hearing aid of sorts. Lelich picked it up and inspected it before putting it in his right ear. Can you understand me now? Bumblebee asked. While bleeping noises were heard outside, with the earpiece on, Lelich could hear actual words, just translated in the form of a monotone computer. Yes, I can understand you now, Lelich answered. So what are you doing here? The Autobots asked you to keep an eye on me. More like keeping an eye out for you, the disguised scout responded. After all, you're a part of the team too now, aren't you? You saw the news? Lelich questioned. Heard it over the radio. Poison gas, what a load. They'll make an announcement soon. They can't hide something like this forever. Lelich said. However, the young prince happened to overhear a group of girls talking nearby. Colin. It's been ages. One of them greeted a red-haired girl that looked a bit familiar. Are you alright? Silpha, he's been worried sick all this time. You're okay though, right? Yeah. Colin answered in a fake timid voice. I just have to go easy for a little while. Lelich instantly recognized the voice. This girl was the same on in the Glasgow in Shinjuku. He lightly knocked on Bumblebee's side. Hey, you see that girl over there? The one in the red hair. He whispered. Yeah. She was in Shinjuku, the woman in the Glasgow. Lelich said with a serious look in his eyes. If Bumblebee's face were present, his optics would have widened in surprise. Whoa. You sure? Positive. Lelich confirmed. I saw her face before, and I never forget a voice. Do you know her? Bumblebee asked. Not personally. The exiled prince replied. All I know is her name, Colin Stotfeld. Apparently her father is rich, but she's sick all the time. Well, given we saw her pilot a nightmare and take out several Sutherlands back in Shinjuku, I don't think that's really who she is. Bumblebee commented, to which Lelich nodded. So, what are you gonna do? You gonna use the stare on her? The stare. You know, that eye power of yours. Since when did I call it the stare? Lelich criticized. Gotta call it something. I'm not calling it the stare. Lelich said as he walked away and slowly made his way to the group of girls having lunch. A bee happened to fly by the group, resulting in the girls screaming and running away save for Colin. I don't get it. She uttered to herself as the bee flew around her. Why's a bee after me? I wonder if there's a hive nearby. She said before swiping her hand at it, resulting in the bee falling the ground, having been sliced in half. God, I hate this. Colin exclaimed to herself, letting her true personality come out. I'm sick of acting like a freaking invalid. She bit down on her sandwich aggressively, but turned to her side to see Lelich staring at her. Crap. He saw me. She quickly put on her secret identity. Can I help you with something? I want answers. Lelich's geese flew into her eyes, and she fell under his control. Of course. Were you the one piloting the Glasgow in Shinjuku? Lelich questioned. Yes. Colin answered automatically. Why terrorism? Because I'm Japanese. Though technically I'm half Britannian. Colin revealed, surprising Lelich. Half-blood. But why go so far? As Lelich continued to question Colin, Shirley saw the two of them through a window on the second floor of the academy building, but she couldn't hear what they were talking about. The geese were off on Colin. She had no memory of what just happened and acted with her secret identity as usual. Did you want something? No, I got what I wanted here. He was about to walk away before turning around. Oh wait, just to be sure. He activated his geese again. Don't tell anyone about Shinjuku. That surprised Colin. What do you mean about Shinjuku? Why would you say that? She asked with suspicion mixed in her fake timid voice. Lelich looked in surprise. His geese didn't work. But it worked literally just a second ago. He tried it again. Go back to class. As soon as I get an answer to my question I will. It's not working? What's going on here? Lelich thought in confusion. The two stared at each other in a suspense before Lelich heard Shirley call out to them. Hey. Lulu. Colin. She waved to them from the second floor of the academy building. You know it's time to head over to the chem lab. You better get a move on. Oh crap. It's my turn to set up for class. Lelich ran back towards the school with a surprised and suspicious Colin looking towards him. As this happened, Bumblebee listened to the entire conversation, still in his vehicle form and from a concealed spot so Colin wouldn't recognize him, and he was about as surprised as Lelich. Well, this could be a problem. Later that night, a young girl, Nunnally, with long light brown hair, and closed eyes, bound by a wheelchair, sat at a table alongside a young Japanese woman dressed as a maid with some origami laid along the table. Well, what should we do? The maid asked as she folded some paper. He may be late again this evening. I'll wait. Nunnally replied. He said that we'd have dinner again tonight. The maid bore a small smile as she finished folding a pink paper crane and handed it to Nunnally. There now, this one's finished. Nunnally took it in her hand and felt it. A bird. Yes, it's a crane. Amazing. Nunnally said. The Japanese are so skillful. This earned a smile from the maid, before the door opened automatically, revealing Lelich as he walked inside. I'm sorry I'm so late. He apologized. Hi Lelich, welcome home. Nunnally greeted her big brother. Yes, welcome home my lord. The maid greeted as well. No place like it, Sayoko. Right, Nunnally. The Ark. Are you sure about this? Ironhide asked Bumblebee over the comms. No mistake, it was that same girl, Bumblebee confirmed. And you're saying Lelich's power worked on her, and then it didn't? Arky questioned. Yeah. All he had to do was mention Shinjuku, and now she's getting a bit suspicious. Well, this could be an issue. Cliffjumper stated. Optimus had similar thoughts before he spoke. Did she see you? Nope, I'm keeping out of sight for right now. Good. Maintain your position for now, Bumblebee. Optimus told him. We will contact you later. Yes sir. Bumblebee logged off. So, maybe the kid can only use his power on someone once. Bulkhead guessed. Perhaps. Optimus responded before accessing the comms again. Ratchet, have you found anything in regards to Lelich's new power? Ratchet, along with Fixit, were in the Ark's only functional laboratory, which wasn't too far from the bridge. Both of them were at separate computer consoles analyzing the energy readings they received after scanning Lelich. This energy. It's giving off readings that I've never seen before. Ratchet informed. I honestly have no idea what it is. So you haven't found anything? Ironhide questioned over the comm link. Well, we did find that it appears to some form of bioenergy, so to speak. Fixit began. The energy seems to work on the same principles as Energon, and yet, so different. Test readings indicate however that it seems to only respond to organic matter. Ratchet added as he typed some information down. Which may be the reason why the power hadn't affected us. We are made from a techno-organic material. Optimus said. Even the base elements of our biology are radically different from humans. That being said, it seems Lelich's power may affect humans, but it is virtually useless on Cybertronians. Ratchet concluded. So much for him using it on old Buckethead and making him surrender. Cliffjumper joked. Even so, there's still so much about this we don't show, bow, no. Fixit glitched. If we find anything we'll be sure to let you know. Ratchet informed the group. Understood. Optimus replied. The bridge. Optimus, listen. Ironhide stated. Even with Lelich's power, it might not be enough. Even if we were only fighting Britannia, there's only 7 of us, 9 if you count Fixit and Lelich. Britannia may not exactly be as advanced as us, but we're still outnumbered 100 to 1, maybe even 1,000. I am aware. Optimus replied. Which is why I have been thinking, if we are to truly take a stand against not just Britannia but Megatron as well, we will need to rely on outside help. That caught all the Autobots' attention. You wanna bring humans into this? Arky questioned. Well, that resistance group we met did manage to put up a decent fight back in Shinjuku. Cliffjumper recalled. And we know that one Glasgow pilot is at Lelich's school, so. But aren't we supposed to be robots in disguise? Bulkhead questioned. And what happened to our motto? You know, protect the weak. I agree that there are risks in taking such an approach. Optimus said. However, it is as Ironhide said. We lack both the personnel and resources to truly make a stand. Humanity must also learn to stand on its own feet as well. If we hope to save this planet, we must teach its inhabitants to stand up and defend themselves. Area 11, Unknown Laboratory. As you know full well, the project was a complete failure. General Bartley told the scientists working at the laboratory, which was filled with straitjackets as well as identical sphere-like devices that resembled the one that contained the green-haired girl. Therefore this research division is being gutted. The scientists all looked in surprise. Yes, but I've set up a place in Narita for you. Bartley continued. Move everything out there. While we may have no memory of it, the fact is the other staff officers and I left Prince Clovis on his own. Bartley began to look very nervous. I'm gonna be called out on the carpet for this back at home and, when that happens, if His Majesty learns that this experiment gone on without his knowledge I... Understood, sir? A scientist said. We'll start prepping immediately. Among the first things the scientists began to pack were several old documents and old photographs that all depicted the same green-haired woman, even pictures of the scientists experimenting on her in lab tables and chairs, and not just her. A few pictures even depicted a teenage boy with snow-white hair also being experimented on. Ashford Academy, Lelich's residence. Lelich sat at a dining room table with his younger sister as he cut up her steak for her while she talked to him. Miss Sayoko was just teaching me the art of origami. Nunnally explained as Lelich handed her the food he cut up for her. Fold a piece of paper the correct way and you can make birds, boats, almost anything. Nunnally tried to slurp some soup, but some fell down her chin. Lelich took a napkin. Easy there, you don't have to tell me everything all at once, you know. He told her as he wiped her chin. It's not like I'm going anywhere. Nunnally smiled. Yeah, you're right. Thank you. Lelich gave his sister an honest smile. You're very welcome. I'm so happy, 'cause last night, you scared me a little. Did I? He lost his smile and looked down. Sorry, I just have a lot on my mind is all. Hey. Nunnally got his attention as she held the origami crane from before. They say if you fold 1,000 of these cranes, your wish will come true. So if there's anything at all that you've been wishing for? No, not really. Lelich replied. What about you? Do you wish for anything? I wish the world was a gentler place. The older brother gave a sympathetic smile. When the day finally comes that you can see again, I'm sure that it will be. Really? Nunnally asked in a hopeful tone. I promise. Though Lelich had a smile on his face, inside he seemed doubtful. The truth is, there are very few paths our future can take. The Ashford family is sheltering us for now, but how long can that last? If our identity is exposed, even rivals, surely could abandon us. Unless, wait. Lelich recalled his first meeting with the Autobots. Some of them were willing to storm the Brightonian capital, just for my sake. The Autobots know who we are, but I don't think they'd use us as political tools. If what they say is true, and these Decepticons are really out there, maybe, Nunnally would be safe with the Autobots. He gently took his little sister's hand. I always thought a peaceful Earth would be impossible, not with the path Britannia is currently taking. But maybe with the Autobots' help, it is. Nunnally lifted her brother's hand and locked her pinky with his, mildly surprising him. Sayoko taught me this the other day. It's called a Japanese promise. She began to sing. Cross my heart, hope to die, eat 1,000 needles if I die. Pinky promise song. She finished with a giggle. Lelich had a surprised smile on his face. Well, that's scary, I may have to eat 1,000 needles someday. That's right, so I better not catch you telling lies, okay? Nunnally playfully warned. Don't worry, I'll never lie, I swear. Lelich promised her. Not to you anyway. He said with thoughts. The next day. Lelich leaned against Bumblebee's vehicle form in the parking lot outside Ashford Academy. So, you find anything on your end? Nope. Bumblebee replied. Ratchet hasn't seen anything like this before, he's stumped, which is a first for him. Lelich turned around and saw his own reflection with the geese sigil in his left eye. Aside from you and the rest of the Autobots, this is the only weapon I have, and neither of us seem to know how it works. How'd you even get that power in the first place? You remember that girl you saw when we first met? Lelich recalled. Bumblebee did indeed remember, the one with green hair that was shot in the head. She gave it to me. Really? She gave you that power? How? Why? I think the better question is who, as in who was she? So you didn't know her? Bumblebee asked. No, I did not. In fact, she was probably the reason that whole mess in Shinjuku even started. Lelouch stated. Say what? Those terrorists that Colin is with, they stole a truck in the settlement. It had some kind of container and that girl was inside it. Apparently everyone thought it was poison gas, so it was probably a secret that only a few people knew. If Bumblebee could, he would have sighed. Why do I have the feeling we stepped into some pretty crazy stuff here? Lelouch bore a humorous smile. Probably not as crazy as meeting a group of alien robots fighting a secret war here on Earth. Point taken. Lelouch. The raven-haired teen looked up to see a teacher calling his name as he walked by. Class will be starting any minute, you know. Oh, yes sir. He smirked a bit, maybe he just needed to test his newfound power. He activated his geese once more. Sir, what are the topics going to be for the essays on your next exam? It worked on him as red rings formed in his eyes. The humiliation of Edinburgh, the transfer of the capital, and North and South war topics. Okay, so he still has the stare. Bumblebee thought to himself as Lelouch thought the same thing. He deactivated his geese, freeing the teacher, before reactivating it and asking the same question. Sir? What exactly are the topics going to be on the essay for your next exam? This time the power did not work. Right, very funny. Maybe you should try studying, just apply yourself, you'll do fine. He said as he walked away. Yes sir. Lelouch called out to him as he maintained a victorious smirk. Hey, we learned something. You can only use the stare on someone once, Bumblebee told him. Looks that way, but I'm still not calling it the stare. Lelouch replied. Suit yourself. Oh, I forgot to mention. Bumblebee began. Ratchet also said it would only work on humans cause our biologies are different or something like that. So when we meet the cons, don't use it on them because it won't work. I had a feeling that was the case, after I tried to use it on Bulkhead back at your base. Lelouch said. So these Decepticons, are they as bad as Britannia? No, they're even worse, Bumblebee answered grimly. You really think so? Lelouch responded. Trust me on this one. When you finally see them, you'll know. Bumblebee told him. Changing the subject, what are gonna do about Colin? You wanna bring her in? A Britannian prince with the power to control people by looking at them recruiting someone from a terrorist group to fight Britannia. How do you think that's gonna go? Oh, yeah, you're right. But still, she's getting a bit suspicious. I know. Lelouch replied. And I have a plan. I need you to record something for me. Speaking of Colin, she stood on the roof at the Ashford Academy, speaking to Ogai over the phone. So, how's campus life treating you? Stifling. Colin answered bluntly. I was stuck in history class yesterday. Look, maybe I should just head back. The army's on a high alert right now. Ogai replied. Stay there, and let things cool off. But what about that voice on the radio? Colin asked. Or those drivers that helped us? We never even learned their names or seen their faces, so we wouldn't know who we're searching for anyway. Besides, Naoto would be happy to see you back in school. Colin winced slightly. She knew he was right, and while she did love and miss her late older brother, he had always been too protective over her. Forget about Shinjuku for now. I'll be in touch. Ogai hung up. Shinjuku. I guess he's right, but... Colin muttered to herself before she recalled her meeting with that raven-haired boy yesterday. He said, don't tell anyone about Shinjuku. No, it couldn't have been his voice. In her next class she shared with Lelouch, Colin kept an eye trained on him. She listened to him as he stood up and answered the teacher's question. His voice did sound very similar to the one she heard over the radio. But she couldn't really remember well enough to be sure. However, if it was the same person over the radio and he knew who she really was, then she'd have to take care of him. Lelouch sat back down and noticed that Colin was looking at him from a discreet mirror. All he did was mention Shinjuku, but it was definitely a good thing he spoke with Bumblebee beforehand. He had everything already planned out. Class ended and all the students put their books away and were leaving. Shirley walked towards Lelich. "Hey Lulu, you coming along?" "Sorry, maybe another time," he told her as he walked towards Colin as she was chatting with some of her friends, though they were somewhat surprised to find Lelich walking toward them, and he looked at Colin. "You think you could spare a minute?" he asked her. "I need to talk to you." Shirley and all the other girls looked in surprise, and even greater surprise as Colin stood up to answer him. "Sure, I was wondering when you were gonna ask." "Huh?" Shirley voiced aloud as all the other girls gave squeals of delight. Meanwhile, elsewhere in Area 11, a guard of Sutherland's escorted a large armored transport. This transport happened to carry a decorated coffin, which held the body of the late Prince Clovis inside, with General Bartley sitting next to it talking to someone else on a private communication line. "And the research center transferred to Nerita last night." "Right then," he said as he hung up. He held his forehead in despair. "I pray you forgive me, Your Highness." Suddenly, however, the transport came to a screeching halt, almost throwing him out of his seat. "What? What's happening?" Right outside, several other Sutherlands, being piloted by the Pure Blood faction, were quickly disarming all the Sutherlands via headshots. They surrounded the transport in less than a minute. "I hope you can see how determined we are now," Jeremiah's voice shouted through the speaker of his Sutherland as it began to tear off the roof of the transport, exposing a frightened Bartley. "But I've already told you that you don't remember." Still clinging to that ridiculous excuse, the Sutherland completely tore the roof off as Jeremiah's cockpit opened and his angered face became visible. "Just ask the others," Bartley exclaimed. "They'll testify." Ducking the blame. "You're pathetic." Jeremiah spat. "You shan't remain at His Royal Highness' side another minute." Ashford Academy Clubhouse. Lelich and Colin stood alone in the large grand hallway of the clubhouse, which was already decorated with fancy tables. "I didn't even know this room existed," Colin said. "It's the clubhouse for the student council," Lelich revealed. "They built it as a ballroom for various special occasions." "And we won't be disturbed inside here?" Colin asked. "Yes, that's correct." However, before either of them could do anything, they heard a new voice from further up on the upper floor. "Here it is," Shirley exclaimed, and she wasn't the only one there. "I found it. Look." She held up a small microchip. "This is it, right?" She handed it to Nina, who walked up. "What a relief you found our lab data." Rivalts stood up with a groan. "Good, my ass is killing me." A door opened to reveal Millie, wearing an apron, wheeling in a cart of food. "Were you able to find it?" "I finished up on my end, shall we dig in?" Rivalts, Nina, and Shirley each looked excited. "Oh wow." Rivalts awed. "Way to go, Millie," Shirley praised, resulting in the blonde giggling as the trio quickly came down the stairs. "You adore me, I know," she said as she put the trays of food on one of the tables. What is all of this?" Lelich questioned in mild surprise. "Lelich, don't you know? I thought that was why you brought her," Millie answered. "We're inducting Colin into the student council," she said, much to Colin's surprise. "It was my grandfather's idea, actually. The principal's. He thought it best with her health she'd have a hard time with regular club activities." She addressed the red-haired girl directly. "Oh, I'm Millie, the president of the council, pleasure to meet you." Colin maintained her persona, but hid her disappointment at not being able to get information out of Lelich. "Thank you, the pleasure's all mine." The other student council members approached her as well. "I'm Rivalts, the secretary. If there's anything you need help with, I'm your man." "Hi, I'm Shirley, and I'm a member of the swim club." "Welcome." Hi there, my name's Nina." "It's nice to meet all of you," Colin said. Nunnally also came in via her powered wheelchair with a couple boxes of pizza on her lap as well as plate of desserts. "Shirley, I'm sorry, but do you think you can set these on the table for me?" "Oh sure, thanks Nana." she told the younger girl as she came over to help. Nunnally? What are you doing here? Lelich asked. Colin however looked in sympathy. Even if the girl was bright and neon, it was still upsetting to see someone reduced to such a sad state. This is Lelich's sister, Millie introduced to Colin. I'm still in the middle school group, so I can't be on the council yet, Nunnally said. That's right, you're an honorary member in our book, Rivalts assured as Nina nodded in agreement. Hello there, it's a pleasure to meet you, Colin, Nunnally greeted with a smile. Colin actually gave a real friendly smile to the younger and disabled girl. Thank you, you as well. Rivalts excitedly got out a bottle of some expensive champagne. Right, shall we kick this off with a toast? This surprised a few members of the council. Champagne? Shirley questioned. But we're on the student council, we shouldn't. Nina shyly protested. Aw, come on, loosen up you guys. Rivalts tried to pry the cork off the bottle. No way. We're gonna get in trouble. Shirley tried to wrestle the bottle out of his hands. Nunnally looked a bit confused. What's going on? Millie walked up to her and gently handed her a glass of apple juice. Here, Nunny. Rivalts tried to keep the bottle away from Shirley. Lelich. Heads up. He tossed the bottle to him, which he caught. Shirley shoved Rivalts out of the way as she ran toward him. You're not getting away with this either, Lulu. However, she accidentally tripped and fell on top of him, causing them both to fall onto the ground, where the cork accidentally popped and went flying at Colin. She was quick to swat it away, but accidentally got sprayed by the champagne itself. Everyone stopped and winced slightly. What just happened? Nunnally asked. Colin's school uniform was put in the wash as she herself was in the clubhouse's shower. It was gonna be hard to get the smell of alcohol off her. This is why I hate Brighton Neons, she muttered to herself. She suddenly heard a knock on the door. It's Lelich, I brought you a change of clothes. You can come in, I've drawn the curtain, Colin told him. The door opened and he had an armful of clothes with him. Sorry about all this, I know they can be a little over the top. That's okay, nothing wrong with cutting loose every once in a while, you know. Lelich set the clothes down in an empty laundry basket. These are some of my clothes, hope that's okay. It's cool, don't worry about. Colin replied. That was fast, you went all the way to the boys' dorm. Actually, I live here, Lelich replied, surprising Colin. It would be pretty hard for my sister to live off in the dorms, the principal of the school lets us stay here as a favor. I see. Lelich was about to walk out. Anyway. Hey, wait. She called to him, causing him to stop. They were alone, she probably wouldn't have a better chance than right now to get some information out of him. Her hand stuck out of the curtain. Could you hand me that pouch over there? Lelich saw a pink pouch on the sink. Sure. He took it and turned around, so that he couldn't see her accidentally, as he handed it to her. The moment his hand was inside the curtain, she grabbed him tightly by the wrist. He looked in mild surprise. You really are a live wire, aren't you? Were you the one in Shinjuku? Colin questioned. What do you mean? Lelich asked, having expected this. Don't play dumb. You brought up Shinjuku the other day, Colin stated. Why? Why do you ask? Is there something wrong with Shinjuku? Lelich asked, providing a better innocent act than her sick persona. Don't answer my question with a question, she exclaimed as she picked up the fallen pouch off the shower floor. Yes or no, that's all I wanna hear out of you. With a click, a small blade came out of the pouch. Right after that, the phone on the wall next to them began to ring. If I don't answer it, someone will come, Lelich told her. She winced at that, she didn't need any more complications right now. Answer it. He picked up the phone. Hello? Ashford Academy Student Council. He acted like someone was on the other end. No, this is, oh. It's for you. He says he knows you. Colin looked in mild surprise as Lelich handed the phone through the curtain. She slowly put her blade down as she took the phone. Hello. Glad you're still alive, Q1. Her pupils shrank. It was the same voice from Shinjuku. He addressed her by the code name from before. But she was holding Lelich's wrist and he didn't have a phone on him. So, then, he wasn't the voice over the radio? 1600 hours, the day after tomorrow. The observation deck at Tokyo Tower, come alone. Who are you? How did you arrange that ceasefire order? She demanded, but the person on the other end hung up. Hey. Don't hang up. She pulled on the phone, still keeping a firm grip on Lelich, but the cord attached to the phone incidentally pulled the curtain back, exposing her naked body, but Lelich kept his eyes in front. Did you say ceasefire? Lelich questioned, surprising Colin realizing her mistake. Sounds like you keep dangerous company. Oh that was. She tried to think of an excuse. If she couldn't then she'd have to take the blade and kill him. But when she thought about that, the image of the little girl, Nunnally, entered her mind. She already lost her sight and legs, could she take away the girl's brother like Britannia took away hers? Let me guess, you're talking about a game? Something online. Lelich faked guessed, and Colin seemed to have bought it. Yeah, you got me. She said, feeling a great sense of relief as she let go of his wrist. 'Cause you know, I've been shut up in my house for so long. That's what I was warning you about. Lelich told her. When I told you not to bring up Shinjuku before, seriously some guys will try to show you footage of what happened that day and it's pretty damn grim. He kept his back to her. By the way, you know I can see you, right? Colin realized that the curtain was open, and her body was exposed. She gave a yelp as she quickly pulled it back and covered herself with her arms, her face about as red as her hair. Fortunately, Lelich didn't see her. He may be an exiled prince wishing vengeance and destruction on his own nation, but he wasn't a pervert. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. Later. He walked out, leaving Colin alone. Though she was relieved that she wouldn't have to kill anyone, she couldn't help but feel embarrassed. I was wrong. Bumblebee kept his vehicle form in the school's parking lot as he replayed the recording over his radio. Glad to see you alive, Q1. Well, he certainly knows how to think ahead. Bet he could give Soundwave a run for his money, he spoke to himself. Bumblebee, are you there? Ironhide's voice came in through the comms and it sounded urgent. Yeah, what's going? Patch into the media feed. Now. Ironhide exclaimed. They just released a statement on Clovis' death. Ashford Clubhouse. Colin had changed into Lelich's casual clothes, a black shirt with a dark red jacket along with a pair of dark grey pants. She walked alongside him in the hallway as he explained some of the duties she'll be doing now that she's part of the student council. The council doesn't require much actual work, I guess. He explained. Beyond occasional paperwork, we will sometimes plan school events. So you mean like the culture festival? Colin asked. Yep, like that. Lelich answered. Along with the cross-dresser ball, the absolute silence party and swimsuit day. What's up with that? Colin questioned. Blame our president. Lelich said in a playfully warning tone. You'll be spending a lot of time with Ashford's resident she-devil, hope you're ready. She-devil? Colin questioned in surprise. Don't ask. The two walked back into the ballroom where the other members of the council, Nunnally included, were watching a news report on the television. Lelich, it's awful. Nunnally exclaimed, despair evident in her voice. What is? Prince Clovis has been found dead. Millie told him. They're saying he was killed. Rivals added. Colin looked with honest surprise, while Lelich faked his, though he was a bit surprised that they were releasing the statement now. No doubt the Autobots were seeing the same thing right now. The Ark. All of Team Prime saw the news report on the holographic screen on the ship's bridge, save for Bumblebee as he remained at Ashford and listened to the statement via his radio. Prince Clovis has been taken from us. Margrave Jeremiah announced as most of the purebloods, including Valletta, stood by his side. He fought for peace and justice, against all the 11s. He died a martyr. Ironhide scoffed. Even in death this guy still goes for the theatrics. They finally released a statement. Ratchet said. Which would mean they likely have a scapegoat in place here as well. The other Autobots continued to watch. We must all bury our sorrow and carry on his will. Hate to tell yap all, but I ain't got sorrow to bury. Bulkhead exclaimed at the screen as an emergency broadcast came in. We interrupt this broadcast with breaking news. The man suspected as the murderer has been captured. And cue the scapegoat. So, who's the unlucky guy? Cliffjumper wondered. According to this report, the suspect is an honorary Brightonian. The image changed to reveal a squad of Brightonian soldiers dragging a young man of Japanese ethnicity. What the? Lelich recognized him instantly. Private Suzaku Kururugi, a former 11 and honorary Brightonian. I repeat, Suzaku Kururugi arrested for murder. Lelich could not believe this. Though he was happy that his friend was still alive, he was beyond shocked that he was accused of something that he did not do. And since the accusation was for the murder of a member of the Imperial family, the death penalty was all but certain. The Autobots, the Ashford Student Council, and Japanese resistance groups, weren't the only ones watching the broadcast. No, someone else was watching this with great interest. Megatron saw the broadcast via the massive window screen on board the Nemesis bridge. He wasn't alone, alongside him were Starscream, Thundercracker, Skywarp, and Soundwave. I repeat, Suzaku Kururugi arrested for murder. Skywarp chuckled. Ah well, sucks to be him. Oh, and poor little Clovis. Starscream mocked as he laughed. I can't believe those humans actually buy into this drama. He continued to laugh. As the two Seekers continued to mock this, Thundercracker approached his master. Lord Megatron, how is Clovis' death important to us? He may have meant something to Britannia, but to us he was a puppet at the very bottom of the barrel. Clovis himself was insignificant, yes. Megatron confirmed. However, I do not believe that this Kururugi was truly responsible. This caught everyone's attention. Starscream had a feeling that he knew who Megatron was talking about. Master, you don't honestly believe the Autobots are responsible for this, do you? Even if they were alive, it's not in their character, especially for their leader. Perhaps not. Megatron noted as Soundwave typed on the front console of the bridge and the footage rewound to show Suzaku's face. But still, I do not believe that a measly human given the rank of 11 could have the means to assassinate a Brightonian prince. Someone else was responsible, even if it weren't the Autobots. Optimus is unlikely to stand by and allow someone innocent to take the fall for something like this. If Optimus were alive, wouldn't it mean that he stood by and watched as Britannia took over Japan and killed other innocent humans? Skywarp questioned with air quotes. Regardless, I want to watch as this situation proceeds. Megatron said. But Master. Starscream was about to protest when the leader of the Decepticons shot him a glare. Are you questioning my orders? The Seeker in question winced a bit before reluctantly bowing. No, Lord Megatron. We shall proceed as instructed. Good. He turned his attention back to the screen. Britannia has made their move, it's your turn now. Optimus. Chapter 5, their names are Zero and Optimus Prime. Suzaku Kururugi was bound in a straitjacket as Jeremiah and his pure-blood Brightonian soldiers were interrogating him. Do you know anything about this weapon, Suzaku Kururugi? Jeremiah questioned as he held a pistol wrapped in plastic. It was the one used to rob Prince Clovis of his life, and we've done a little homework on you as well. You are the only child of Japan's last Prime Minister, are you not? Your motive here is clear. You're making a mistake. Suzaku spoke up. I have never even laid eyes on that gun. In direct response, a pure-blood soldier kicked his chair, resulting in Suzaku falling to the ground. We found your fingerprints all over this weapon. Jeremiah continued. You're also suspected of murdering members of the Royal Guard. Come clean now, and you'll be judged as though you were born a Brightonian, not some worthless 11. You're wrong. I've done nothing. Suzaku was kicked across the face before he could continue. It was late at night as Lelich was helping his disabled sister out of her wheelchair and preparing her for bed. That was Suzaku they mentioned on the news, wasn't it? Nunnally asked as Lelich sat her down on the bed. Yep, it looks like he's still alive. He responded as he tucked her in with the bed covers. Yeah, it's been ages, we haven't seen him since the war ended. And Lelich? What is it? It wasn't true what the news said, was it? Nunnally hoped. Of course not. Lelich assured her, as he knew that he was the true culprit, but he wouldn't say that out loud to her. Suzaku would never do anything like that, they just made a mistake. He held her hand in assurance. Nunnally's grip tightened. Yeah, must be. She said before falling asleep. Right. Well, good night, Nunnally. He slowly stood up before turning off the lights and walking out of her room. As Lelich walked into the hallway, he felt a vibration on his phone and answered. Hello. I am assuming you saw the news earlier today. Optimus asked on the other line. Yeah, I saw it. Lelich answered. Bumblebee and I are on our way to the Ark, we can talk more there. Understood. That's why we should have issued a freaking statement sooner. Tamaki exclaimed to Ogai. We could have taken credit for it. He stormed out of the room and slammed the door behind them. Ogai couldn't help but sigh as he looked at a framed picture of himself, Colin, and her late brother. Naoto, I'm not cut out for this. I'm no leader. Bumblebee drove onto the bridge of the Ark where the rest of Team Prime was waiting for him. Lelich stepped outside as Bumblebee transformed while the exiled prince held his stomach. Hey, you okay? Cliffjump asked him. Yeah, just not used to ground bridges yet. Lelich said as he kept his lunch down. Fixit put his hand on his chin. So the properties of the ground bridge vortex seem to have some form of vertigo effect on organic matter. I'll have to make a note on that. Later, Fixit, we got more important things to talk about right now. Ironhide told the Minicon before turning to Lelich. So. Suzaku Kurugi killed Prince Clovis. We all know that's not true. Lelich replied. We have done some research. Optimus began. Suzaku is the son of the late Genbyo Kurugi, the Prime Minister of Japan before Britannia invaded. And seeing how you and your sister were sent to Japan as bargaining tools, are we correct to assume Suzaku was an acquaintance of yours? Ratchet asked. That's correct. Lelich confirmed, being somewhat surprised of how easily the Autobots could put the pieces together. He and I were friends for a while, but after the war ended we were separated, I hadn't seen him since. So these guys are setting up what the Prince of Japan as Clovis killer. Bulkhead mused. Seems to make sense. Even though they know it's not true. Arky said in a scowl. Bunch of cowards. I think it's more than that. Lelich said, getting the Autobots' attention. What do you mean? Bumblebee asked. Like I said, Suzaku's father was Prime Minister Kurugi. Lelich began. But the ones spearheading this so-called investigation are the Purebloods. A faction in the Brighton military that believes in racial superiority. Oh boy, here it comes. Cliffjumper rolled his eyes. Let me guess, they think only Brightonians deserve to have normal lives while everyone else is just garbage to them, right? For a lack of better term, yes. Lelich confirmed. And given Suzaku's own position, you believe the Purebloods would use him as a pariah to shut down the practice of granting the numbers status as honorary Brightonians. Optimus followed through. Which in turn would send all the honorary Brightonians back to the ghetto as 11s. Lelich found that to be absolutely disgusting, as did many of the bots present. Those dem wannabe cons. Ironhide growled. What I wouldn't give to blast them to pieces. Lelich chuckled a bit. As fun as that sounds, Ironhide, I was thinking something a bit more subtle and humiliating for them. He finished with a devilish smirk. Bulkhead smirked in response. You gonna rescue your buddy, aren't ya, Lelich? The exiled prince need only smile in response to confirm his intentions. Well, do you actually have a plan to pull it off? Arky asked. Because I doubt even your eye-power thing is going to be enough. While that is an integral part of it, my real secret weapon is all of you. Lelich said to all the Autobots, causing most of them to look in surprise, save for Optimus who maintained a serious expression. You want us to help bust out your friend? Bumblebee asked. Something like that. Lelich responded. I have every intention of destroying Britannia, but even with this power I cannot do it alone. I need your help. As the Autobots looked toward each other with certain expressions, most of them seemed to agree that now was the best time to take the fight directly to Britannia. Ratchet however seemed to be in protest toward this. Optimus, while I agree the Pure Blood's intentions are cruel, borderline evil, there is no way for us to intervene in this situation without getting Megatron's attention. Which could lead to the Decepticons getting involved. Ironhide added. We already knew that when we chose to aid the resistance in Shinjuku. Optimus replied. The Decepticons will become involved one way or another, it is inevitable. And I cannot allow someone innocent to take the fall for an act that he did not commit, nor would I allow others to fall prey to such a despicable act. Lelich had to admit, he was rather impressed with Optimus. He knew the risks but would still push forward despite them. He seemed like a real knight, not how Britannia would describe one. Though there is one thing that seemed to bug him. You keep speaking of these Decepticons in fear. Lelich noted. How bad are they? If they're going to get involved in this I need to know what exactly they are capable of so I can be prepared. To be honest, we're not entirely sure. Fixit said, surprising Lelich. We haven't so much as seen a con since our big fight during the Exodus that led us here to Earth. Bulkhead stated. We got no idea how many troops they got, what kind of weapons they have, nothing. Cliffjumper added. All we know for certain is that Megatron himself is here. Archie finished. Still, I need to know what they are capable of. Lelich insisted. Optimus spoke up. Lelich, the Decepticons are by far the most significant threat the universe has ever known. Their own personal beliefs on survival of the fittest has led them to commit a great deal of atrocities across our planet. Under Megatron's leadership, they all but destroyed Cybertron and nearly wiped out the entire Autobot population. While Britannia may seek to rule this Earth, I believe that if Megatron had his way, he would be more insistent on destroying it completely. That took Lelich by surprise. You really think he'd destroy the Earth? Megatron had no qualms about poisoning our planet, what makes you think he'd show any mercy to ours? Ratchet questioned. The only reason Earth is even still around is probably because Britannia amuses him. He can have them mine the Energon reserves without doing the dirty work himself. The Decepticons are a bunch of hypocritical scrapheads and their leader is an egotistical psycho. Ironhide shouted. Your father is bad, kid, but Megatron is far worse, that I promise. Lelich let all this sink in. He had heard before just how bad the Decepticons were, but the way the Autobots spoke, the amount of anger and fear in their voices as they even mentioned Megatron's name, it made him sweat a little bit. All the more reason for us to work together on this. Lelich said. I know Britannia and you know the Decepticons, it may be the only way we stand a chance. Even if we agree on this, we're still outnumbered from both sides. Archie said. There may be only 8 Autobots here. Lelich began. But I can think more than a few hundred humans who could help. The Autobots were already open to the idea that Optimus told them earlier of helping people to stand up to the Decepticons and Britannia so they in turn can help them as well. Though most seemed reluctant on it, it was still probably the best way to even the odds. Lelich already set up a meeting with that Colin girl and the rest of her rebel friends. Bumblebee spoke up. We can use that as a foundation and build from there. It's not just about getting people on our side, Bumblebee. Ironhide said. It's about letting them know that they can stand up and put up a fight. That's another reason why we're going to rescue Suzaku. Lelich stated. Cliffjumper seemed to get what he was saying. Oh, I get it. If we knock Britannia down a peg, it shows people they aren't invincible, and more people will stand up to them. He smirked. Now that is devious. Lelich could barely contain his own devious smirk as most of the other Autobots began to follow suit. Well, in that case, count me in. Bulkhead said. About time we knock those jackassets down a peg. Archie was in silent agreement as she nodded along with Ironhide and even Bumblebee. Then we are in agreement. Optimus spoke up. We will begin to work to free this planet from Britannia and the Decepticons at once. I'm glad to hear that. Lelich said as he reached into his pocket and pulled out a flash drive. Speaking of which, I had an idea in mind. Any place I can plug this in. Right over here. Fixit waved to Lelich from a wall as the exiled prince walked up to him, where a platform began to ascend up the wall like an elevator, which would enable Fixit and a few other mini-cons to access some of the controls and consoles along the walls on the bridge of the Ark. As we assumed we'd be working with humans, I attempted to downgrade our tech, so to speak, so that you would have an easier time accessing them. The platform ascended to the height that us up to Bumblebee's shoulder as Fixit showed Lelich a controls. We'll work more as we begin to recruit other people to our side, but perhaps we can also teach you how to use Cybertronian technology. Fixit continued. It should more than provide a advantage. Lelich plugged in the flash drive and data began to upload into the bridge's items as a design appeared on the front screens, allowing the Autobots to see it. They were more than a little surprised. What, in the name of the Allspark, is that? Ratchet questioned. Obviously I can't show my face. Lelich said. Not only is a Brighton prince, one presumed deceased, going to lead a rebellion against his own empire, but I'd rather not expose myself and put Nunnally in danger. Well, yeah, we get that, it's just. Arky couldn't find the right words. Just what? Lelich questioned. You can't make that. Oh yes, most certain we can make this. Fixit said. It's just. Bulkhead stuttered. How do I say it? What were you thinking when you designed this? Ironhide questioned. Seems too flashy for my taste. I kinda like it. Cliffjumper noted. That could definitely freak out plenty of bad guys, but it makes you look like a drama queen. Lelich looked a bit miffed at that comment. Yeah, sorry, gotta agree with the rest of the team on this one, Lelich, Bumblebee said. No doubt this is gonna turn some heads, but... You going for a science fiction Count Dracula theme or what? A few of the Autobots offered more criticism towards Lelich's sense of style as the exiled prince pinched the bridge of his nose. All the while Optimus maintained a serious expression. This was it. After this, there was no turning back. The next day. It was a day of mourning for the people of Britannia in Area 11. Their national flags were lowered halfway as classes across the nation were cancelled for the day. Among them was the prestigious Ashford Academy, as all the students were assembled in the auditorium as the principal gave something of an eulogy for the late Prince Clovis. Truly this has been a painful incident for all. The Viceroy of Area 11, our beloved Prince Clovis, has been lost to us forever. However, we can and will bear the weight of this tragedy, and from this darkest of hours, draw strength. The only ones not really paying any attention were Colin and Lelich, as they had no sympathy to offer, for they each knew just who Clovis really was, a mass murderer with no sense of redemption whatsoever. Meanwhile, as a memorial program for Clovis was shown across televisions throughout Area 11, the program was also being seen on board the bridge of the Nemesis as Megatron and Soundwave continued to watch. Starscream walked onto the bridge and looked a bit annoyed. Lord Megatron, I don't know why you even bother watching this. It's not as if Clovis was of any importance to us. Perhaps not Starscream, but the accused killer is. Megatron replied. Suzaku Kurugi? What does that have to do with anything? Starscream questioned. Whether Suzaku is innocent or not remains irrelevant. Megatron began. However, Soundwave has been monitoring the situation in regards to the purebloods who are spearheading this so-called trial. Should Suzaku be found guilty, given his position as the offspring as Japan's late Prime Minister, this would give the purebloods an opportunity to prey on the 11s even further. So many weak and insignificant humans will fall prey to Britannia. It then dawned on Starscream. I see, you believe this will be enough to lure Optimus into the open. He's not one to remain idly by on such a one-sided conflict. Megatron confirmed. I still have doubts that he remains alive. Starscream insisted, resulting in Megatron glaring at him, causing Starscream to stifle back before regaining his composure. But if it pleases you, Master, I shall monitor the situation by your side as well. The Decepticon leader turned his eyes back to the program. Both he and Soundwave will be watching this very carefully. Area 11, Camelot Engineering Division. Cecile looked towards the empty Lancelot before looking at the readings on her tablet. Suzaku's operational status clocked in at 94%, he was the best person fit to pilot the Lancelot Nightmare. She turned towards Lloyd as he sat at a console alone. As she walked toward him and was about to speak, she noticed that Lloyd was watching recordings from the Lancelot's optic cameras, specifically the fight Suzaku had with the yellow and black transforming machine. "Lloyd, are you still?" she asked him before he spoke up. "Just look at that thing." Lloyd spoke up as he saw the recording of the humanoid robot transforming from a car to its robotic form, before rewinding the footage to watch it in reverse. It transformed from a normal car to some form of high-functioning machine. "I can't take my eyes off it," he said in an excited tone of voice fit for a child. "Just what kind of nightmare would be capable of something like that?" "I don't really think it's a nightmare at all actually," Lloyd responded, much to Cecile's surprise. "Take a look." He typed on the console and rolled the footage to the point where the yellow and black machine was fighting the Lancelot. He played it frame by frame as the camera zoomed into its face. "Do you see that?" Lloyd pointed to its eyes. "Are those eyes?" "It would seem so," Lloyd said. "They follow the Lancelot's movements and the expression in them changes as the battle proceeds. Not to mention this thing's own reaction time far surpasses any nightmare we've developed, as it proved to be holding its own against the Lancelot no less." "Have you tried showing this to the authorities?" Cecile asked. "Maybe it could help Suzaku. It could prove that he and the Lancelot weren't anywhere near Clovis when they found his body." "I tried," Lloyd replied. "But since we're an irregular group, we really have no say in the matter. Even if we'd show them this footage, they would try to cover it up. A machine that we know nothing about that is obviously stronger than any Brightonian nightmare we've seen thus far. If word of that got out, it would cause a great deal of scandal amongst the military, not just with numbers but with Brightonian civilians as well." Lloyd sighed. "It's a pity though. If something like this exists, I would love to get a closer look at it." "But, what about Suzaku?" Cecile asked. "Sadly, his fates are all but decided," Lloyd replied. "Another pity. He seemed like the perfect devicer." Ashford Academy. As all the students were released from the auditorium, Lelich found himself walking alongside Rivolts and Shirley. "Hey Lelich, you got anything going on later?" Rivolts asked. "After all, classes have been cancelled for the day. Folks have been asking for a rematch." "You are not gambling, you guys," Shirley exclaimed to them. "You already got a car, Lulu, what more do you want?" "Aw come on, don't be such a stick in the mud," Rivolts told her. "She's right though," Lelich said, getting Rivolts' attention. "We both got more than enough money, and I even got my own car. Best to quit while we're ahead." Rivolts sighed. "Well, I guess you got a point there." Shirley sighed too, but it was one of relief. Gambling was quite dangerous after all. "Speaking of which, I've actually got some driving lessons later today," Lelich said. "Really?" Shirley asked. "Yeah, I mean, what's the point of owning a car if you can't even drive it?" the black-haired teen replied. "Well, I guess that's true," Shirley said. "You mind if I tag along?" Rivolts asked. "Could be fun." Lelich gave a bit of a chuckle. "Sorry, but it's kinda private." As they continued to talk, only Lelich noticed Colin walking past them and remembered that today was the day she would be meeting her contact. The Autobots had already finished the suit. Now was the time for the two sides to get acquainted with each other. Tokyo Tower, what was once a giant monolith that symbolized Japan's own achievements, had been completely torn down during the war 7 years ago, another symbol of Britannia's dominance and oppression. The fact that it was converted into a simple museum only covered it up. Colin was looking at some of the pictures along the wall as she checked the clock. The time was 16:01. 1600 hours at Tokyo Tower. Why here of all places? She noticed out of the corner of her eye that Ogai and 2 other rebels were present as well, trying to keep some distance from Colin to maintain their cover. "It was Kurugi who contacted us, wasn't it?" "Hard to say," Ogai replied. "Yeah, but he might have been arrested after his communication with Colin." "Then we're in danger here, we should go." There was a chime over the speaker as an announcement was given. "Attention please. Paging Miss Colin Stotfeld of Ashford Academy, One of your personal effects was turned in on the kiosk on the observation deck. The three looked in surprise to see Colin gone, and discreetly followed her to the observation deck. Colin had walked to the customer service desk where the receptionist greeted her. "Hi, I'm assuming this phone is yours, ma'am." She handed Colin a cell phone, who looked slightly confused. Something wrong? It is yours, isn't it?" Yeah." Colin replied, thinking her contact left it there for her on purpose. "Thank you so much." She walked towards the window where she got a good look at the settlement. Ogai and the others were present as well, still maintaining their cover. Colin then felt the phone vibrate and the caller ID said only one word. 0. She glanced towards Ogai, who discreetly nodded to her. She then answered it. Hello. Head to the south exit with your friends, you might see something familiar there." Colin, Ogai, and the other two walked outside from the south exit of the Tokyo Tower and saw something that made them look in surprise. Pulling right up toward them was the yellow and black car that helped them in Shinjuku. "The same car?" Ogai questioned. "But, who's driving?" another rebel asked. In response, the front and rear doors opened to reveal 4 empty seats, much to their surprise. "What the, it's empty?" Colin questioned. "But how? It literally just drove up to us." The phone rang again as Zero spoke to Colin. "Don't worry, it's safe. I want you to get inside." Colin didn't know how to feel about this. Was this car being remote controlled? Was it like that in Shinjuku? There were so many unanswered questions. Curiosity getting the better of them, the 4 of them stepped inside the yellow and black muscle car as the doors closed automatically and the seat belts locked before the car drove off. They were getting more than a little nervous as Zero spoke through the phone again. "I assure you, you and your friends are perfectly safe. I'll give you an explanation where there aren't any people around, but for now, just enjoy the ride." Jeremiah sat in his personal office with Valletta and Kuehl by his side as he addressed the man in front of him. "You handled His Highness Memorial Program quite well. A little too weepy for my tastes, but..." "Yes, well, the masses tend to like tear-jerkers, Your Excellency." Diet Hardride, the head of the Brighton Neon News station of Area 11, responded. "Spoken like a true TV man," Jeremiah said. "Still, I have to acknowledge the finesse you've shown. You did well in the short time you had. One would almost think you were expecting His Highness to meet his untimely end. It's quite common for memorial programs to be set in advance for important people." "Does that include me as well?" Jeremiah asked. "Recent events may have bumped you up the list a bit, Your Excellency," Diet Hard responded. Jeremiah had an arrogant smirk on his face. "I wasn't deemed important enough till now, is it? How forthright of you." "I'm afraid so, sir." "Ever thought of enlisting? The army could use men like you," Jeremiah offered. "I don't think it would be a very good fit." "Not really my cup of tea." Diet Hard spoke the truth, as he was no soldier. "You prefer the civil sector, I take it?" Jeremiah guessed. "No matter, I have another favor to ask of you. Tomorrow night, Suzaku Kurugi will be transferred to his court-martial. We should line the roads with good patriotic Britannians," Dietard said. "Excellent, we catch on quickly, don't you?" Jeremiah smirked once more. "Be sure the rabble can see his face." "Lord Jeremiah, there are those among the 11s who see Private Kurugi as a hero," Valletta spoke up. "Some might very well make an attempt to free him. I'll be there personally aboard my Sutherland. If anyone even thinks of causing trouble, they'll be executed on the spot." The yellow and black car, that was really the disguised Autobot known as Bumblebee, drove along a bridged freeway that just so happened to be in between the settlement and a nearby ghetto. Colin, Ogai, and the other 2 rebels rode inside and felt a bit uncomfortable. They had no idea what this vehicle was, how it was driving by itself, or who was speaking to Colin via the phone. Regardless, they really didn't have a choice in the matter, as with the speed limit, they could seriously get hurt if they jumped out of the car right now. Colin's phone vibrated as Zero made contact once more. "What now?" she answered. "Look to your right." "What do you see?" Colin saw the Tokyo settlement. "The Brighton Neon City." It was stolen away from us, and built on our sacrifice. And on the left. I see our city. She said, looking at the ghetto. Remnants of a desiccated city after the Brighton Neons sucked it dry. Good answer. You're almost to your destination, just another 5 minutes. Zero hung up as the car drove off at an exit from the highway that led toward the ghetto. In the time span of 5 minutes, the car had driven to a part of the ghetto where there were no people around, save for a few stray animals. It made a few turns before driving into a long and dark alleyway. Smoke and mist covered the two ends as the car came to a stop a few feet away from a single figure that stood with its back turned amidst the smoke and steam. The doors on the car opened as the cautious rebels stepped out. Was it you, on the phone? Colin asked the person with his back turned to them. Well, was that you in Shinjuku? Was that ceasefire you're doing? Hey, we're talking to you. The figure turned around. His appearance was startling to say the least. His body was draped in a black cape with spikes along the shoulders and back. It clung around a dark purple suit with golden outlines and a white cravat. He also wore a pair of black gloves. But his most startling feature was his mask. He wore a black spiked mask. The top spikes gave it the impression as though it were a type of crown, with a round indigo sphere for the face. What did you think of our tour of the settlement? He spoke. His voice was a clear giveaway to show to them that he was this Zero that spoke to them over the phone and the radio back in Shinjuku. Your tour? Ogai questioned. Aw come on, there's no way it was this joker. One skeptic rebel said. Have you managed to fully grasp the two? The settlement and the ghetto? Zero asked. We noticed. Ogai answered as he stepped up. There's a difference between us and them, a very harsh one. That's why we resist them. And your end goal? Zero asked, confusing them. What is it you hope to achieve from this? Our end goal. Ogai questioned. I see. Zero said, a hint of disappointment evident in his voice. You don't even know what it is you're fighting for, do you? It's just aimless violence, no sense of direction, and to Britannia, it's nothing more than childish nuisance. What was that? You're calling us a bunch of kids. Another rebel questioned angrily. However, maybe we can provide you the means to change all that. That caught Colin's attention. Who's we? Zero didn't need to answer, because from out behind him, driving through the steam was the red and blue semi-auto truck from Shinjuku. They recognized it immediately, but before either of them could speak, they heard more coming from behind and saw the green truck, red car, black and red pickup, and blue motorcycle, which they all recognized. But what really caught his or her attention was the fact that the motorcycle had no driver, like the yellow and black car, it appeared to be driving by itself. The red and blue truck pulled up the closest and came to a stop behind Zero. Before either of them could speak, it did the one thing that none of them would be prepared for, it transformed. Parts quickly shifted and changed around the truck as it revealed its true form, the Autobot leader Optimus Prime. The transformation and appearance was enough to make Colin, Ogai, and the other two instinctively back up as their eyes were so wide they looked like they might just roll out of their sockets. But it didn't end there. All the other vehicles around them followed suit and transformed to reveal Bumblebee, Archie, Bulkhead, Ironhide, and Cliffjumper in their full glory. The four rebels could not believe what they were seeing. These vehicles, just transformed into gigantic metal humanoids. Some of them were even bigger than Nightmare Rays. Underneath his mask, Lelich almost laughed at their expressions, but maintained the stoic demeanor as first impressions were very important. Wah. What the hell? Colin stuttered. She had seen plenty of things in her life, but nothing like this. Are these things Nightmare Rays? One rebel questioned, not over his shock. Cliffjumper laughed. Now that's kinda offensive, don't you think? What? They can talk? A second rebel exclaimed in shock. Oh, we can do a whole lot more than that. Ironhide stated. They are not Nightmare Rays. Zero spoke to the rebels. To call them Nightmare Rays would be an insult. The Brighton Neon Nightmare frames are nothing more than war machines made solely to kill and destroy. The beings that stand before you are far more advanced, and noble. Ogai found himself staring at the tallest and most imposing of these giant machines. What, are you? My name is Optimus Prime, we are automatous robotic organisms from the planet Cybertron. Cyber, are you guys, aliens? Ogai questioned. Got that right. Bulkhead confirmed. The name's Bulkhead. The other Autobots followed suit as they introduced themselves. Call me Arky. Ironhide. Name's Cliff Jumper, but my pals call me Cliff. He looked towards the other remaining Autobot. Our boy here is Bumblebee. Sorry he can't introduce himself, his voice box is cracked up. Nice to meet you. Bumblebee gave a friendly wave. He knew they couldn't understand him, but he spoke in bleeps anyway for emphasis. Colin looked around more and let this all sink in before speaking to Optimus. Why are you here? To save your planet. Optimus replied. From Britannia. Ogai guessed. Yes and no. Zero replied, much to their confusion. Britannia, as unjust as it is nothing more than a shadow empire, a puppet controlled by an even greater evil, the Decepticons. Decepticons? Colin questioned somewhat skeptically. Our planet Cybertron was once a powerful empire. Optimus began. Peaceful and just, until we were betrayed by Megatron, leader of the Decepticons. All who defied them were destroyed, and after eons of conflict, our war ravaged the planet until it was consumed by death. Now Cybertron is nothing more than a barren wasteland, unable to support life. The Decepticons have since abandoned it and have their eyes not set on Earth. Are these Decepticons, like you? Ogai asked. They're from the same planet and can transform like us, so in that sense, yeah. Bulkhead responded. Other than that we have nothing in common. Ironhide stated firmly. The Decepticons want nothing more than absolute domination over everything. They think the one constant in the universe is survival of the fittest and all who are deemed inferior are only meant to be trampled underfoot. Sound familiar? The four young rebels looked to each other in surprise. That sounded just like Britannia. So, wait, are you saying that Britannia, the very same oppressive empire that has invaded and all but destroyed our home, and many other nations on Earth, is just a front? Ogai questioned. Indeed. Zero confirmed. And even Britannia doesn't know it. This is something that likely only the Emperor knows, not even the other members of the royal family are aware of this. Colin gave a hard look towards Zero and the surrounding Autobots. Why are you telling us all this? Cause we're about to take the fight to Britannia, and to the CONS. Arky answered. But even if it's just Britannia, there are only a handful of us. We can't do it alone. We'll need to build an army. And guess who our first recruits are? Cliff Jumper teased towards the four young rebels. You want us? One rebel asked. Zero nodded. That is correct. Most of them didn't know what to say. What could they say? Colin, however, seemed to be the most angry. These giant alien robots came out of nowhere and just told them that Britannia was only a puppet. Were they saying a puppet killed her brother? Oh please, you honestly expect us to believe all that? Why should we even trust all of you? You mean aside from the fact you're talking to us? Arky questioned with a skeptic eyebrow. But she's right though. Give us one reason why should trust you. Another rebel said. That's right. One of you isn't even showing your face. The second rebel exclaimed, referring to Zero. How about some proof? Ogai insisted. Give us a reason why we should get involved in all this. Arky, Ironhide, and even Bulkhead sighed. It wasn't like this was expected, given what these people went through. It wasn't like they were wrong to be skeptic of all this. Cliff and Bumblebee looked towards Optimus as he gave them an expression that silently read, "It's under control." If you desire something to work with, then how about a demonstration? Optimus suggested. What do you mean by a demonstration? Ogai questioned. Suzaku Kurugi is innocent. Zero began. He did not kill Prince Clovis, that honor belongs to me. With that single statement, Colin, Ogai, and the rebels had given Zero their undivided attention. All that we ask of you is to watch. Watch as we rescue Kurugi, and we'll do it, without even spilling a single drop of blood. The Japan Liberation Front was by far the biggest resistance group in Area 11. It was well known amongst other resistance cells and even the Britannian military, though they themselves had a great deal of difficulty against the oppressive forces and had to stay in hiding, striking only when they can. At the moment, however, they were debating, or rather arguing, what to do with their current situation. He killed a prince of Britannia. Suzaku Kururugi should be treated as a hero. But he's an honorary Britannian. Prime Minister Kururugi was his father. So what? The bastard gave up Japan. Our people don't know that about him. The whole Shinjuku business was the work of Kojiki's group, wasn't it? General Katase, the leader of the Japan Liberation Front, asked one of his men. Yes sir, they are being led by a man named Ogai at the present. A man named Kusakabe responded. Has Kururugi's family said anything? Katase asked once more. No sir, they broke contact with him once he joined the military. Kusakabe responded. Katase looked towards a man who had been silent during the whole debate as he sat on his knees samurai style with a sheathed katana in front of him. Todo, what are your thoughts? We should not become involved in this public execution. Todo responded. That's cowardly. Kusakabe exclaimed. You're Todo the miracle worker, right? There is a difference between miracles and foolhardiness. Congratulations. Lloyd told Suzaku as he sat outside his cell. Those two you asked me about weren't on the list of casualties. That's good to hear. Suzaku said in relief, glad that Lelich and that girl they met were still alive. Not much luck on your end though. Lloyd said. You may be getting a trial but nobody is pulling for you certainly. But the courts are where truth comes to light. Suzaku stated. Lloyd sighed as he tried to give something of an apologetic smile. I suspect there will be more smoke and mirrors than anything. The truth is scarce of late. But what about that transforming nightmare in Shinjuku? Suzaku asked. I'm sure the Lancelot has a recording of that, right? We do have footage, yes. Lloyd replied. However, they'd just try to cover it up. Something like that would just be swept under the rug like everything else that could cause the military some trouble, much like you. If that's how the world works, then so be it. I've no regret. Suzaku stated firmly. The next night, a bridge in the middle of the Tokyo settlement was lined with hundreds of Britannian civilians as the settlement's news crew, being led by Diet Hard, covered the event that would be taking place. All of Area 11 saw it, every politician, nobility, military units, and civilians, including the student council at the Ashford Academy. All the other resistance groups witnessed the broadcast as well, including the Japan Liberation Front. Even Nunnally listened to it over the radio in her room. Any moment. Any moment now. The reporter spoke over the broadcast. It's a sight to see, the throngs lining the route, all of them waiting on bated breath. Waiting for the accused murder of Prince Clovis to pass by, honorary Britannian, and former 11, Suzaku Kururugi. Among the most prominent ones watching however were Megatron alongside Starscream and Soundwave. And so the circus begins. Starscream noted in obvious sarcasm. The sarcasm is not appreciated, Starscream. Megatron told him. Forgive me, Lord Megatron, but as amusing as humans can be, the fact they would set up all this drama simply for the death of one prince is rather annoying. Starscream said. And far be it from me to question you, but do you think, even if he were alive, that Optimus would rescue Kururugi now? This is being broadcasted across all of Area 11, I'm even willing to bet the Britannian mainland is watching this as well. If Optimus were to move now he'd only be exposing himself. Perhaps, but this leads directly to Kururugi's court-martial, and later his execution. Megatron replied. This would be the only time Optimus would be able to move. So then, let us see just how he will play this. I can see them. The reporter exclaimed as the footage showed the incoming envoy of Sutherland's escorting a prisoner transport with a Sutherland aircraft above them as well for extra good measure. They have the suspect. Suzaku Kururugi is heading this way. Like clockwork. Megatron mused while Starscream kept his annoyance to himself. Suzaku was immediately greeted with hateful protests from all the spectators on the side as he rode on the prisoner transport, bound in a straitjacket with a collar around his neck, 2 Brighton Neon soldiers keeping their guns on him if he tried anything. He saw no possible way out of this and had accepted his fate. "This is insane, we know Suzaku is innocent," Cecile said as she sat in her chair, watching the news feed live on her laptop. "The court deemed our testimony inadmissible, there's nothing we can do," Lloyd replied as he kept watching footage of the Lancelot's fight with the yellow and black humanoid robot. "Yes, but is that altruism or humanitarianism?" Lloyd mused. "This isn't the time for a game of semantics," Cecile told him. Lloyd shrugged. "Not much else to do. We both know where this case is headed, don't we? We couldn't reach him at the summit. All we could do was cut our losses really." Everyone continued to watch the report as the televisions across Area 11 now had a good look at Suzaku's face. Voices of scorn, growing ever louder. Voices bearing testament to the people's love of their prince, raining their judgment down on a terrorist. "Suzaku," Nunnally voiced in concern and fear as she continued to listen. "No way they can actually pull this off," Tamaki said as he and the rest of the rebel group he was a part of watched the broadcast from their hideout. "Still though, they gave us their word to make the impossible, possible, to save Suzaku Kurugi," Ogai said. He didn't know why, but for some reason, hearing that made him almost believe that something like this was possible. Colin remained silent as she kept her eyes on the small TV. "They said they could rescue Suzaku without killing anyone. That sounded impossible. But then again, what she had only saw last night was impossible as well." She really didn't know what to think. Margrave Jeremiah, integral in settling this case, will be presiding over the trial as acting consul. Ratchet and Fix-It watched from the Ark's bridge as well. "This is it," Ratchet said, hopping beyond hope that they knew what they were doing. He would trust Optimus with his life, however, Lelich was another story. "Do you think they can do it, Ratchet?" Fix-It asked. "Hard to say," the Autobot medic replied. "But one thing is certain. After this point, there is no turning back." Back on the bridge, Jeremiah had received an incoming communication. "Acting Consul Jeremiah." "What is it?" he asked, accessing the earpiece communicator he had. "Vehicle approaching the main highway from 3rd. We just let it through as you instructed, but do you think the target could be a terrorist vehicle?" Jeremiah asked. "Well sir, it's Prince Clovis' car." "The prince's car?" Jeremiah questioned in mild surprise before it turned into an amused grin. "Well, looks like we got a comedian. Don't worry about it, just let him through to us." He raised his hand to direct his subordinates. "All forces, halt here." The caravan came to a stop, much to Suzaku's surprise. "They're stopping?" Starscream questioned as both Megatron and Soundwave paid close attention. "They actually stopped," Ogai voiced in surprise along with the rest of his resistance group. Tamaki scoffed. "It's just a coincidence." "But didn't they say Jeremiah would try to hog all the limelight? Make some sort of stand about it?" a rebel questioned. "Coincidence?" Tamaki exclaimed. "This is not a scheduled stop." A reporter informed the situation. "Could there have been some sort of accident? This is Site 5, there's a vehicle approaching them." While most people looked in confusion and surprise, Jeremiah gave an amused smirk as he saw the vehicle come into view. It's Prince Clovis' personal transport. And it's heading straight for the caravan." A flashy white, gold, and blue car drove up towards the caravan with a large cargo attachment on the back bearing the Brighton Neon flag. What everyone didn't know however was that it wasn't Clovis' car at all. But rather it was a hologram being projected around a completely different type of vehicle. It came to a stop about 10 meters away from the caravan as Jeremiah spoke to the apparent driver. "You dare desecrate His Highness transport? Come out of there." In direct response, a holographic fire appeared around the image of Clovis transport as it was burnt away to reveal a large red and blue semi-auto truck. Once the hologram of the Britannia flag was burnt away as well, it showed the masked and caped individual who stood on the roof of the truck. Everyone gave audible gasps at the appearance of this man. I am Zero. Zero. Valletta questioned. Who is this person? This man calling himself Zero. Standing before a full military convoy. Zero. Starscream questioned. What does that mean? He's nothing. Megatron raised an eyebrow in curiosity as he continued to watch and listen. The entire Ashford Student Council was paying attention now. What is all this? Rivalts questioned. Nunnally all the same twitched a bit as she continued to listen in her room. What the hell does he think he's doing? Tamaki questioned as Colin and Ogai looked in surprise. He'd openly reveal himself on international television. It wasn't just them. All of Area 11 had their heads turned as they saw this Zero standing in direct defiance to the Brighton Pure Blood faction, including resistance groups like Area 11 such as the Japan Liberation Front. Even Todo gave some attention toward it. Are we gazing upon a terrorist? Surely not the wisest if such is the case. Suzaku looked towards him in surprise and confusion. Is he an 11? Now to return the favor, Suzaku. Lelich thought to himself. It is now or never. Optimus thought to himself as well in his vehicle form. If this world is to survive, then it must know of us. I've seen enough, Zero, this little show of yours is over. Jeremiah shot his pistol into the air, signaling the aircraft above them to drop 4 Sutherland Night Marrays around the truck, all of which pointed their large rifles at him. Zero's cape blew in the wind as he remained completely unmoved. First things first, why don't you remove that mask? Jeremiah ordered. The masked man raised his hand toward it as if he were about to actually take it off, only for him to raise his hand straight up into the air and snap his fingers. The second he did, a ground bridge portal opened up above him. Before anyone could even react, the vehicle form of Ironhide drove out and transformed midair to land on his feet as he pointed his energon cannons at the Sutherlands around him. He wasn't alone either as Bulkhead, Archie, Cliffjumper, and Bumblebee each followed suit, transforming and revealing their natural Cybertronian forms and pointing their energon blasters at the Sutherlands that instinctively backed up. Finally the truck that Zero stood on transformed as well to reveal Optimus Prime in his full glory. Zero stood firm on Optimus' right shoulder as the Autobot leader pointed his left energon blaster directly at Jeremiah just as the ground bridge portal above closed. Immediately, everyone screamed as they all backed away in fear. Fortunately it did not break out into a panic as everyone had their eyes set on the revealed Autobots. What the hell? Jeremiah exclaimed in shock. Valletta's eyes widened. Jeremiah, those were the same vehicles in Shinjuku. Suzaku recognized Bumblebee right away. Wait, but that's... The collar on his neck zapped him before he could continue. Lelich grinned underneath his mask as he almost gave a laugh at everyone's reaction but maintained his demeanor all the same. Similar reactions were seen everywhere as civilians across Area 11 backpedaled in shock and eyes widened into softballs. Nunnally in her room didn't quite understand what was going on and only tilted her head. Shirley and Nina stood up from their chairs in the student council room and almost screamed along with Millie as she backed up, while Rivalts fell back onto the table giving a what the yell. Wah, just what the hell are they doing? Colin exclaimed as she, Ogai, Tamaki and the rest of their comrades looked in surprise at how the Autobots just revealed themselves on international television alongside Zero. Everyone in the JLF stood up as well, even the ever-stoic Todo stood up in straight surprise as his eyes widened. LL. Lloyd, are you seeing this? Cecile stood up and showed him the footage on her laptop. Lloyd meanwhile could only look with a dropped jaw before it turned into a massive grin with stars in his eyes. Our transforming friend from Shinjuku is back. And it looks like he brought some friends too. Ratchet and Fix-It both watched in suspense, neither dared say anything as the only sound was the reporter stuttering the scene with the Autobots standing for all the world to see. What is going on? These transforming Night Marrays just came out of nowhere. Optimus Prime. He's alive. Starscream completely lost his compsor and looked as though he were about to faint. Megatron however gave a chuckle as he lowered his arms. Yes, you do indeed, live Optimus. Though this is a bold move for you. Just what do you have planned? All fighters scramble immediately. Starscream began to instruct via the Nemesis Open Communications. Prepare for combat at once. Belay that order. Megatron stopped them before they would do anything. No one leaves this ship unless I say otherwise. But Lord Megatron, Optimus. Starscream tried to protest only for Megatron to cut him off. I said stand down, Starscream. Megatron yelled as he leaned close to his commander's face. Yes. Yes, Master. The sniveling second-in-command reluctantly bowed and backed off as Megatron returned to the screen. There a problem here? Bulkhead questioned, causing all the pure-blood soldiers and Brightonian civilians to look in even greater shock. Did that thing just talk? Whoa, little Mexican standoff we got here. Cliffjumper said on account to the Sutherlands, pointing their rifles at the Autobots, who in turn pointed their energon blasters at them. They can talk? Valletta questioned in absolute shock and surprise. Jeremiah shook in his spot, sweat pouring down his face as his eyes trembled. What is this? What in the hell are you? You know that "what are you" phrase is starting to sound like a broken record. Cliffjumper said. I may be a chatterbox, but even I don't like to repeat myself. Despite the joke, the leader of the Autobots spoke. My name is Optimus Prime, we are the Autobots, protectors of the innocent and the weak, and warriors for freedom and justice. And as of now, we stand against the oppressive forces of Britannia, who have held the Earth in a death grip for far too long. Suzaku looked in surprise. Warriors for freedom and justice. Jeremiah's face twisted into one of fear and anger. I don't know what game you freaks of nature are playing at, but it ends here. He pointed his pistol at them, apparently forgetting that a messy little pistol couldn't even scratch them. Do you intend to start a fight? Zero questioned, as he continued to stand on Optimus' shoulder. Have you forgotten where we are? You may not care for the lives of the Japanese that you condemned to the ghettos, but will you willingly endanger your own civilians, whom you have sworn to protect? Jeremiah, Valletta, and all the other pure-blood soldiers' eyes narrowed at that. Optimus himself was not too comfortable with putting innocent people in danger like this, but ironically, with the plan that Lelich came up with, it was the only way to rescue Suzaku without inflicting any casualties. Diet Hard saw all this from his news van as well. He could, however, scarcely make out what Zero was saying earlier. Unit 6, bring up the sound. And get that camera right in his face. Dietard ordered. Sir, it's too chaotic out here. Diet Hard scoffed. Amateurs. He took a nearby camera and went outside to do it himself. Jeremiah lowered his pistol. Fine, what are your demands? Weapons down. Ironhide stated. Release Suzaku Kururugi to us. Arky stated as well. And we'll let you escape with your dignity. Cliffjumper said with a cocky smile. Escape with our... Valletta thought as her hands clenched on her Sutherland's controls and her face twisted into a scowl. Of all the nerve. The hell we're gonna do that? Jeremiah exclaimed, his eyes gazing back at the shocked boy. He's charged with high treason for murdering a prince. I can't hand him over. Come on, we all know that's not true. Bulkhead said. Suzaku is innocent and you framed him. Indeed. Zero confirmed. We all know the real reason he's here is to promote your own agenda on racial superiority. You couldn't find the real killer, so instead you choose to set up Suzaku as a scapegoat, and being that he's Japanese, it only made sense for the purebloods to pull such a stunt, am I wrong? Jeremiah's eyes widened as everyone in the crowd present, and even those watching from their televisions, looked in shock. But it didn't end there. Suzaku Kururugi is the son of the late Prime Minister Genbyo Kururugi. Optimus continued. If he were found guilty for the death of a member of the Brightonian royal family, it would pave the way for your faction to dismiss the practice of granting natives the status of honorary Brightonian, condemning those who are already granted such status to return to the ghettos, where you would continue to prey on them simply because you view them as weak. Is that correct? The leader of the purebloods continued to shake as the Autobots just exposed their plot to the shocked public, as all of Area 11, and possibly the whole world, had now learned of their intent. Busted. Bumblebee thought to himself as a smirk laid underneath his face late. Clovis wasn't exactly innocent either. Ironhide added. All those news reports in Shinjuku were total garbage. There was no poison gas, all those deaths were done by you. Clovis made a mistake and he decided to cover it up with human blood. And you purebloods were just his little wind-up tin soldiers who did all the dirty work. Archie added, contempt and venom clearly evident in her voice. If the world wasn't paying attention to this scene, they certainly were now. But nothing would compare them for what was said next. As for the real killer, look no forward than the man who stands before you. Zero said as Dithard had walked closer to the scene. Bumblebee noticed him, but paid him no mind as he just had an ordinary camera. The man who killed Clovis, who ordered the deaths of countless men, women, and children in Shinjuku, was myself. And with that, the whole world came to a grinding halt. So this Zero killed Clovis? Starscream questioned. Megatron however gave a slight chuckle. Whoever this Zero was, it was understandable why Optimus appeared to be taking a liking to him. He was stirring up a hornet's nest in Britannia. Not only that, but he quickly turned the whole situation around as he put the purebloods right in the spotlight of condemnation which was previously on Suzaku. For a human, he was actually somewhat impressive. Well, he certainly knows how to turn some heads, doesn't he? Fix-It stuttered in between a few glitches. Ratchet kept his eyes fixed on the screen. He already knew the plan, all the Autobots did. But still, to say something like this and turn the purebloods into a pariah, Lelich was really walking on thin ice right now. He'd have to keep on his toes at this point forward. Did he seriously just say that out loud? Tamaki questioned. Does he want to start a fight? Ogai and Colin couldn't look away from the television screen. The Autobots and Zero said they would do this without killing anyone, so why speak like this right to Britannia's face? These guys had some serious guts, that was certain. But still. But we are not here to place innocent lives in danger. Optimus stated to the shocked purebloods. Release Suzaku to us and we will leave peacefully. That being said, if anyone here dies, their blood will be on your hands and yours alone. Zero added. A single human and spare yourselves a humiliating defeat, I'd find that to be a bargain. Diet Hard felt his lips curve into a smile. This is all one big performance to them. You are all mad. Completely and totally out of your inhuman minds. Jeremiah shouted. You dare to insult us as such? No one mocks the crown and lives. All the Sutherlands straightened up and pointed their rifles at the Autobots who pointed their Energon blasters at them in response while a few of them looked in either surprise or disgust. They'd seriously start a fight now and put their own people in danger. Bumblebee thought in shock. They really are no different from the cons. Careful. Zero warned. You wouldn't want your Decepticon masters to learn of Orange, would you? What? Orange? Starscream questioned in surprise. Megatron even raised an eyebrow in mild suspicion. Orange? Decepticons? What are they talking about? One of the soldiers guarding Suzaku asked his comrade. I don't know. The other one responded. Zero tapped his foot on Optimus' shoulder. He lowered his Energon blaster and began to slowly walk to Jeremiah's Sutherland while the other Autobots kept their weapons trained on the Sutherlands still surrounding them. If anyone dies here, it'll all go public. Zero told the confused Jeremiah. The Emperor himself, and even Megatron, will know about it. If you don't want that to happen. What are you talking about? What is this? Jeremiah questioned. Once Optimus was close enough, a slit on the mask opened up to reveal Lelich's left eye as his geese activated. You'll do everything in your power to let us go. You're a prisoner as well. The red sigil flew from Lelich's eye and into Jeremiah's. His brainwave patterns changed as red rings formed in both his eyes and he followed Zero's orders without question. Right, understood. He turned to his subordinates. You there, release the prisoner. His order surprised everyone, civilian and soldier alike, even Suzaku looked stunned. What on earth are you doing, my lord? Valletta questioned. Get that man over here. Jeremiah insisted. Should we? One guard questioned. But. Hand him over. Nobody gets in his way. Jeremiah ordered as Kuehl's Sutherland rolled over. No. What are you thinking? You can't do this. Lord Kuehl, This is an order. With a great reluctance, the guards close to Suzaku undid his bonds as the Autobots lowered their weapons while Bulkhead and Cliffjumper shared triumphant smirks. As Suzaku stepped off the transport and onto the road, Zero slid from Optimus' shoulder to his lower palm where Me met Suzaku. Who are? Suzaku was once again shocked by the caller he rode. As I thought, they didn't allow you to speak. Meanwhile, Valletta slid into her Sutherland. If they get away, we'll lose everything. Optimus transformed back into his vehicle mode and rode up next to the two youths. It's time to go, Zero. Well then, till next time. Zero led Suzaku to Optimus as the side doors opened up, allowing them to step in just as Valletta was ready to shoot them. You cowardly 11. She was about to shoot, but Jeremiah's Sutherland knocked her back. Lord Jeremiah, what are you? You heard me. Stand down. Now. Oh no. You are not getting away. Kuel took control of the situation. Attack. Destroy them. With that the Sutherlands opened fire on the Autobots as they covered Optimus' vehicle form, resulting in all the civilians panicking and running away from the scene. Autobots attack. No one dies tonight. Ironhide ordered as he and his comrades charged forward at the enemy K/Nightmare race. Bulkhead's right hand turned into his mace weapon as he brought it down to crush the head of one Sutherland, but held it back as to not kill its pilot, causing the inoperable Nightmare to fall down on its back. Kuel tried to shoot at Bumblebee, who rolled out of the way as he opened fire with his Energon blaster to knock the rifle out the Sutherland's hands, letting Bumblebee come in with a roundhouse kick to knock it down onto the ground. Cliffjumper maneuvered underneath the third Sutherland and picked it up over his head before slamming it on its front onto the road, disabling it. Valletta had recovered and opened fire on the charging Archie as her arm blades popped out as the blue Autobot jumped up and sliced at the Sutherland's neck to disable it before sweeping her feet to knock it down. Ironhide shot with his right cannon to completely tear off the head of one incoming Sutherland as another tried to shoot at him only for the bullets to barely graze him as he grabbed the Nightmare by its head. Brighten Neon Punk, he said before blasting off its legs, but leaving the pilot unharmed. As the fighting came to an end, a ground bridge portal opened up. Optimus was the first to drive into it with Zero and Suzaku safe inside. All the other Autobots transformed and drove into the vortex as well. However, Kuel attempted to chase after them. You imbeciles. No one runs away from. Before he could even get close, however, several bullets tore through his Sutherland's legs, causing it to fall down. The culprit was none other than Jeremiah as he pointed his mech's rifle at him. Lord Kuel, are you going to follow orders or not? And believe me, there will be repercussions. All units, do I make myself clear? Let them go. Right as he made that order, the ground bridge portal had closed and vanished, the Autobots had left the area. Just as they had promised, not a single person died, be it civilian or soldier. I do not believe this. Starscream ranted. Not only do the Autobots live, but there's this orange going around. Are the purebloods aware of us? How could they be? We left no traces of our existence. He growled. Incompetent fools. I will get to the bottom of this one way or another. He stormed off the bridge as he continued to rant his mouth off, leaving Megatron alone with Soundwave as they watched the live broadcast finish up. Things have certainly taken an interesting turn, haven't they, Soundwave? Megatron questioned his most loyal soldier. Whoever this Zero may be, it would seem that Optimus has taken an interest in him. Perhaps it is time that we take a more active role in this world's affairs. The Decepticon leader gazed at the paused image of Zero standing on the shoulder of his greatest enemy. Though most humans were beneath him, there was something about this Zero that had piqued Megatron's interest, causing the warmonger to smirk amusingly. Man, I didn't think they could actually do it. Yeah, just who are these guys? These were among the many questions asked by the Kozhiki resistance group after the Autobots returned. A vast majority of them had returned to their base while Optimus and Zero were speaking with Suzaku in private deeper in the ruined building. That's crap. How many times can a bluff like that work anyway? Tamaki exclaimed. Are you serious, Tamaki? Did you not see those guys in action? They tore through those Sutherlands like nothing. And I don't think they were even trying. Yeah, you gotta give 'em credit. Ogai said. Gotta admit, nobody else could have pulled that off. Not the Japan Liberation Front, and certainly not me. Ogai, do you think what they said was true? About these Decepticons? Colin asked. It sounds pretty fantastic, yeah. Ogai admitted. But after seeing these Autobot guys in action, I can't really call anything impossible anymore. Meanwhile, in a ruined auditorium, both Zero and Optimus had spoken to Suzaku about the circumstances involving the Autobots and Decepticons as well as the latter's influence on Britannia. So, now do you understand what they are truly like, Private Kurugi? Zero asked him. Even though it is a shadow, Britannia is still rotten through and through. If you truly wish to bring change to this world, then join us. So then, these Decepticons, you say they're controlling Britannia? Suzaku questioned. They may be influencing its direction, but Britannia itself remains unaware of this, and many of the atrocities committed, such as Shinjuku, have been done by Britannia's hands and theirs alone. Optimus replied. What about what happened back there? Those were civilians. Suzaku tried to speak, but was cut off by Zero. We had no intention of starting a fight. The masked man stated. We meant what we said and had every intention of leaving peacefully. The purebloods shot at us first, they endangered those civilians, not us. And no one has died. Even so. Suzaku looked down briefly. Suzaku, I regret placing those innocent people in such a situation. Optimus said. However, it was the only way to not only rescue you, but to spare their lives as well. Not even the soldiers suffered casualties tonight. Suzaku had to admit that was true. No one died, not even the purebloods. He also knew there was no poison gas in Shinjuku, so all the casualties, while he believed some were the result of terrorists, he wasn't foolish enough to think that the Britannian military back there was completely innocent. Come with us. Zero offered his hand. The Britannia you serve is nothing more than a delusion. A puppet empire on the strings of an even greater threat. Maybe that's true. Suzaku admitted before turning to the duo. But this nation, it can be changed for the better, and from within. Lelich's eyes widened beneath his mask. Changed? Even Optimus looked in mild surprise at Suzaku's response. And any ends gained through contemptible means aren't worth anything. Suzaku said as he began to walk away. Wait, where are you going? Zero asked. My court-martial begins in an hour. Suzaku responded. Optimus was a bit surprised by this action while Lelich's expression was one of outrage. Are you mad? Zero exclaimed. The only reason they're giving you a trial is to find you guilty. The judge, prosecution, and defense. Rules are rules. Suzaku said as he stopped briefly and kept his back turned. And if I don't go, they'll start cracking down on 11s, and honorary Britannians. He's right. Optimus understood. If Suzaku sided with them, the purebloods could still bounce back and have what they need to pursue their own racial agendas. But you'll die. Zero told him. I don't mind. Suzaku insisted. Don't be an idiot. You can stop me though, can't you? He turned around to face them, Optimus specifically. One of you happens to be a giant sentient machine far stronger than myself. If you want, you could stop me from leaving right here and now. So I guess the real question is, will you allow me to leave of my own accord? Or force me to stay against my own will? Though Zero couldn't think of a response, Optimus already had an answer to give. Freedom is your right. If this is indeed what you choose, we will respect your decision. Zero looked as though he was about to protest, but Optimus gave him a look that said it was all right. One look from Optimus was enough to keep Zero from making an outburst. Suzaku had a respectful smile. Thank you. However, Suzaku, I ask for one thing. Optimus told him. Now that we have made our appearance, the Decepticons will more than likely make one as well. I implore you, do not trust them. Suzaku had a serious expression on his face as Optimus continued. There is one other thing. I want you to also ask yourself a question. You say Britannia can change for the better, what if you go down this path, and you're wrong? That's a good question. Zero thought to himself. Suzaku was mildly surprised by that statement before he formed a neutral expression. Well, I'll just have to hope I'm not. Even still, I thank you both for saving me. With that, Suzaku had left the building and would find his way to the authorities soon. Once he was out of earshot, Zero turned to Optimus. You're letting him go. We have no right to deter him from his path. This is his choice and we should respect it. Optimus replied. But he could die. Zero exclaimed. No, he will not. Optimus began. You exposed yourself as Clovis' true killer, and our actions, along with Orange, have also exposed the Purebloods' own conspiracy, and thus we have confirmed that Suzaku is innocent. As corrupt as they are, the Brighton judicial system cannot condemn Suzaku without facing a significant backlash from their own populace, maybe even that from certain members of the royal family. Lelich could think of maybe one or two of his half-siblings who would actually be disgusted with the Purebloods' actions, primarily using the Death Clovis to further their own agenda. There would be no way they'd let something like that go unpunished. Even so. What would you do, Lelich? Optimus asked. Would you use your power on him to strip him of his free will and force him to stay with us? Lelich did not expect that sort of question, nor could he think of a response. Optimus saw this as something good. However, he would not force his own friend to do something he wouldn't do, even if he completely disagreed with his action. You care for your friend. Optimus continued. That is evident, however it is also important for you as his friend to respect his choices. You may try to change his mind with your words and actions if you desire, however I cannot condone stripping an individual of their free will to get what you want. I can see where your power can be useful and there may be times when you have no choice but to use, but I would not recommend becoming completely dependent on it, especially considering we all still know very little about it. Deep down, Lelich knew that Optimus was right. He wouldn't force Suzaku to do anything he wouldn't want him to do, and his power was still new and largely unknown to him. Maybe caution was the better step. So, what now? He asked. For now, I believe it is best for you to return home. I will confer with the resistance group at present and return to the Ark afterwards. Bumblebee will maintain cover at your school and we will contact you on our next move. All right, that's probably for the best. Lelich nodded. I'll see you soon. He began to walk out of the auditorium. Optimus had walked out of the large hole and around the ruined building where he met with the Kojaki resistance group. They were slightly startled a bit as he walked onto the scene but quickly recovered when they remembered he was on their side. Well? How'd it go? Ogai asked. Suzaku Kurugi will not be coming with us. Optimus said, much to their surprise. Are you kidding? After all Britannia's done to him. And after all the trouble we went to rescue him. Talk about ungrateful. Tamaki shouted. Tamaki, we didn't really do anything. Zero and the Autobots did all that stuff. One rebel pointed out, resulting in Tamaki comically pouting. Given the circumstances, I would say that is the right call. Optimus said, getting the group's attention. Suzaku may not have been the one to kill Prince Clovis, however if he openly sided with the party responsible for the event, it would still give the Purebloods the excuse they need to persecute the Japanese. Meaning rescuing him would have all been for nothing. Ogai realized, with Optimus nodding in confirmation. Yeah, I hate to admit it, but it kinda makes sense. Another rebel seemed to agree. Hey, where's Zero? Colin asked. He has returned to our base with the remaining Autobots. Optimus said. So, what you said about these Decepticons, you really think they're the ones in control here? Colin asked again. Indeed, they are. Optimus confirmed. And as we have mentioned their names in this incident, I have reason to believe that they will begin to take a more active role in the coming conflict. So you're really serious about this? Tamaki questioned. You and all your robot buddies are gonna take on Britannia and these con guys. We have no choice. Optimus stated. If we do not stand against them, this world will fall prey to their evil. Optimus, sorry to ask you this but, why are you helping us? Ogai asked him. I get it that this Megatron guy is your enemy and all, but why are you helping us against Britannia? Wouldn't it be easier for you and the other Autobots to just leave and save yourselves? Perhaps, however, that is an act we will not take. The Autobot leader said. Freedom is the right of all sentient beings, even if the Decepticons weren't involved. Britannia has no right to take away not only Japan's freedom, but the freedom of every other nation on this earth. We Autobots exist to protect those who cannot protect themselves. We will fight for this earth, even if it means facing the full might of the Britannian Empire. To say the Kojiki resistance group was surprised would be an understatement. Here stood a sentient alien machine, whom they barely knew, and he said he was going to fight for their freedom. He could easily side with Britannia, but instead he chooses to use his power and strength to protect the weak, not oppress them. Ogai looked towards his friends, including Colin, as they shared the same expressions and all thought the same thing. He smiled as he stood up. Optimus, if it's all right with you, we would like to help you as well. Other members of the group stood up and spoke out as well. That's right, we can't let Britannia get away with all this. If these Decepticons are as bad as you say they are, then you might need us too. Japan is our home and we're gonna fight for it all the same. Even Colin stood up. Britannia has taken so much from us, from me especially. If you can give us a chance to stand up to them and fight back, then I'm all for it, even if we have fight these Decepticons too. Optimus was quite impressed. Despite their small size, these humans' wills were ironclad. He could tell that they meant every word they said. Very well, we will fight together. The Autobot leader spoke, causing the group to smile. All right, so what's the next step? Ogai asked. For now, I suggest you lay low. Optimus informed. Until we know our enemy's next move, we cannot afford to move in blindly. We will contact you at a later date. Got it. See you soon. Ogai nodded. Optimus then turned around and began to walk away before transforming back into his vehicle mode and driving off into the distance. The Kojiki resistance group looked in surprise and amazement. Robots who turn into vehicles. Colin said before smirking. Awesome. Nunnally continued to listen to the radio broadcast in her room for anything in regards to Suzaku. Yes, apparently. Private Kurugi has made contact with the authorities. It would seem these Autobots have released him. However, now that the original charges against him have been thrown into question, it's very possible that Kurugi will be found innocent and acquitted. That caused Nunnally to smile. Thank goodness. She heard the door open behind her. Miss Sayoko. However, the one who opened the door was not the maid, but rather a green-haired woman with yellow eyes wearing a loose straitjacket. The same woman gave Lelich his newfound power. Check the description for the links to the author.